Hey there. If the night feels heavier than you expected, you can stay here for a while. I'm Nick, and you don't have to bring the whole day into bed with you. Let some of it go. Unclench your shoulders. Allow your thoughts to pass without chasing them, and let the soft rain and my stories fill the silence instead. Nothing needs to be accomplished tonight, and sleep doesn't need to happen immediately. There are a few ads during the first 10 minutes, then the rest of the night is uninterrupted. If you found comfort in this little place, subscribe and leave a like. Wherever you're listening from tonight, I'm glad you're here. Vernon Newell stood at the Forsyth family plot watching the shadow of the marble obelisk lengthen across the access road. 7:15 on the morning of November 16th, which was a Thursday, and happened to be the first cold morning Savannah had seen that fall. The shadow fell at the same angle it had fallen every November morning for 150 years, and Vernon had set his watch by it for the last decade. The obelisk was Confederate money, 1860s marble that would outlast the city, and Vernon had been the one who noticed when vandals chipped the base in 2009 and when lightning cracked the capstone in 2015. He had been fired an hour ago. The corporate memo was brief. 2 paragraphs explaining that Bonaventure Cemetery's acquisition by Eternal Care Services, a firm headquartered in Jacksonville, had eliminated the need for a dedicated night caretaker. And Vernon had read it standing beside his truck in the employee lot while the live oaks dripped condensation onto the hood. 72 hours to vacate the caretaker's trailer the cemetery had provided, a rusted-out Airstream squatting in the pine scrub 2 miles west of the wrought iron entrance. $1,600 in a checking account, no family, a truck that burned oil, and no prospects except the 5 master keys he had pocketed during his final shift. Vernon had driven the perimeter road one last time before the sun climbed high enough to burn off the fog. The November air through the truck's broken window smelled like the Wilmington River, which bordered the cemetery's east side, and the Spanish moss hanging from the oldest live oaks made that soft hissing sound it made when wind passed through in the hours before full dawn. He knew the names on 400 monuments and could find any family crypt in the dark by counting magnolias from the main gate. He knew this place the way some men knew their own houses. The eviction notice was taped to the Airstream's door when he returned just after 8. 72 hours to clear out, same as the memo had specified. Vernon tore the notice down, balled it up, and threw it into the pine scrub. The cemetery owed him severance. The dead, with their $1 million marble mausoleums and their brass urns, owed him something. The ransom plan came to Vernon on Friday morning while he sat in the Airstream. He had the master keys. He knew which crypts held the most recent burials, which families would pay to avoid scandal. The Harwell family crypt had been sealed 2 weeks ago after the patriarch's interment. A shipping magnate whose obituary Vernon had read in the Savannah Morning News. The Harwell crypt was wrought iron and marble, built in 1889, and it sat near the cemetery's northeast corner, where the live oaks grew thick enough that the Spanish moss blocked the streetlights. Vernon drove to the cemetery after midnight on Friday, parked his truck a quarter-mile west on the dirt stretch where the county maintenance ended, and walked in through the service gate he had unlocked 1,000 times. The November cold had settled into the low ground, and the fog off the Wilmington River was dense enough that Vernon could see only the nearest monuments. He carried a canvas duffel bag and a flashlight he kept switched off. The Harwell crypt was a 15-minute walk from the service gate if you knew the paths, and Vernon knew them. The wrought iron gate to the Harwell mausoleum had a lock that opened with the second of Vernon's 5 master keys, and the interior was marble shelves built in tiers with 18 inches of vertical space between them. Vernon's flashlight beam found the brass urn on the top shelf, embossed with the Harwell family crest, and still bright because it had been sealed recently enough that the coastal humidity had not yet turned the brass green. The urn was heavier than Vernon expected, 25 pounds at least, and he had to use both hands to lift it down from the shelf. The metal was cold enough that Vernon's palms ached where they pressed against it, and the threaded lid was sealed with wax that smelled faintly of sulfur. Vernon set the urn in the duffel bag, zipped it closed, and placed the ransom note on the marble shelf where the urn had been. The note demanded $20,000 in unmarked bills, left in a leather courier bag at the crossroads past the cemetery gates at midnight on Saturday, and it explained that if the family contacted the police, the urn's contents would be dumped into the nearest swamp. He locked the mausoleum gate behind him and walked back through the fog to his truck. The urn shifted in the duffel bag with each step. $20,000 meant a year's rent somewhere inland, maybe 2 years if he lived carefully. The phone call came on Saturday afternoon. Vernon had given the cemetery's main office number in the ransom note, the line that rang in the caretaker's trailer during off hours, and he answered on the second ring. The voice on the other end was male, older, with the kind of coastal Georgia accent that came from families who had lived in Savannah since before the Civil War. But there was something wrong with the sound quality of the call. No ambient noise behind the voice, no room tone, no breath between words, only the dry scrape of vocal cords that sounded like they had not been lubricated by saliva in longer than Vernon wanted to consider. The voice asked if Vernon was the person responsible for the correspondence left at Bonaventure. Vernon said he was. The voice said the family would comply with the terms, the words delivered with the flat, polite compliance of a man buying something at an agreed-upon auction price, rather than the relief or anxiety Vernon had expected from a family member negotiating for cremated remains. Vernon gave the location and the time, and then he said the only words that would count as direct speech in his story. Midnight. Crossroads past the cemetery gates. Come alone. The voice agreed and hung up, and the line went dead with a click. It sounded less like a receiver being set down and more like a connection that had never involved telephone wires in the first place. Vernon spent the hours before midnight cleaning the airstream, organizing the few belongings he planned to keep. The urn sat on the dinette table in its duffel bag, and Vernon did not look at it while he worked. He left for the crossroads at 11:30. The crossroads was nothing more than a junction where Bonaventure Road met a service track that led to a county maintenance depot a mile north. Vernon parked his truck facing east with the headlights on and the engine running. The fog off the Wilmington River had thickened after sunset, dense and low to the ground, and Vernon could see perhaps 30 feet before the headlight beams disappeared into white. He checked his watch. 2 minutes to midnight. At midnight exactly, a car's headlights appeared in the fog to the south, approaching slowly on Bonaventure Road. The car was a black sedan, vintage, perhaps a Packard from the 1940s, and it pulled to a stop 20 feet from Vernon's truck with the engine idling. The driver's door opened. The man who stepped out was tall, over 6 feet, and he wore a dark suit that looked expensive, even in the headlights' glare. His skin was pale, the kind of pale that looked wrong in November, when everyone in coastal Georgia had at least some color from the summer that had only just ended. The man walked toward Vernon's truck, and Vernon saw that the man's hands were trembling. Not a nervous tremor, but something faster, a vibration at the wrong frequency, as though the man's hands were moving in a time signature that did not match the rest of the world. Vernon told himself it was the cold, or nerves, or the kind of palsy that came with age. The man stopped 6 feet from Vernon's truck and extended one hand palm up, in a gesture that meant Vernon should bring the urn, Vernon climbed out of the truck with the duffel bag slung over his shoulder. The November air was cold enough now that Vernon expected to see his breath fog, but he did not, and he expected to see the pale man's breath fog as well, but there was nothing. Vernon unzipped the duffel and lifted the brass urn free. The pale man stepped forward, and Vernon saw that the man's footsteps made no sound on the gravel. There was gravel at the crossroads. Vernon knew there was gravel because he had driven over it 100 times. But the man's leather dress shoes touched down without the crunch that gravel made when weight pressed into it. The man's eyes were fixed on the urn, and his hands reached out. When the pale man's fingers touched the brass, they sank into the metal for just a moment before gripping it, the way a hand might sink into soft wax before finding purchase. Vernon's own hands were still on the urn, and he felt the cold travel up through the brass into his palms, colder than any November morning, colder than metal should be. The man took the urn in both hands, and those hands trembled with that wrong frequency vibration, and he held the urn the way a man might hold an infant he thought he had lost. The pale man reached into his coat with one hand, still cradling the urn with the other, and withdrew a leather courier pouch closed with a wax seal. The wax was black. The pale man handed the pouch to Vernon, and Vernon took it. The leather was heavy. $20,000 in cash would weigh something like this. The pale man turned without speaking and walked back to the black sedan. His coat moved in a wind that Vernon could not feel, and when he opened the car door, the interior light did not come on. The sedan backed onto Bonaventure Road, turned south, and disappeared into the fog within seconds. Vernon stood at the crossroads, holding the leather pouch. He climbed into his truck, set the pouch on the passenger seat, and drove west toward the airstream as fast as the dirt road would allow. The dirt road back to the airstream was rutted and narrow, and Vernon drove it faster than he should have, the truck's suspension bottoming out in the deeper holes, while the headlights jerked across the pine scrub. The leather pouch sat on the passenger seat where Vernon had placed it, and it did not move even when the truck hit the worst of the ruts, heavy enough that inertia kept it fixed in place. Vernon kept one hand on the wheel and let his eyes drift to the pouch every few seconds, and each time he looked at it, he felt something loosen in his chest, some knot of worry that had been tightening since the corporate memo arrived on Thursday morning. $20,000, first month's rent and deposit in Atlanta, 6 months of expenses, time to find work. The arithmetic worked. The emergency was behind him. The eviction notice was meaningless now. Vernon had negotiated with the dead and won. Vernon turned onto the service track and killed the headlights. The airstream sat in the pine scrub, dark and squat. He pulled up just after 1 a.m, killed the engine, grabbed the pouch, and bolted the trailer's flimsy door behind him before switching on the overhead fluorescent light. The light flickered twice before holding, casting everything in that flat, institutional white that made the curved aluminum walls look like the interior of a commercial refrigerator. Vernon set the pouch on the dinette table, the same table where the brass urn had sat in its duffel bag before he left for the crossroads, and he stood there for a moment looking at the wax seal. The wax was black, the color of mourning. Vernon had seen enough funeral customs in 11 years at Bonaventure to recognize a burial tradition when it sat in front of him. But $20,000 in unmarked bills did not care what color the wax was. He broke the seal with his thumb. The wax cracked clean, easier than Vernon expected, and he peeled it away from the leather in 2 pieces that left residue on his fingers, black and slightly sticky. Vernon wiped his hands on his jeans and opened the courier pouch, tilting it toward the light so he could see inside. The first thing that spilled out was ash, fine gray ash, the texture of sand but lighter, drifting in the air before settling on the dinette table surface. Vernon's hands froze. He tilted the pouch further, and more ash came, mixed with something dark, and when the dark things hit the table, Vernon saw they were roses. Funeral roses, dried and blackened, the petals brittle enough that they crumbled on impact and added their own dust to the gray drift spreading across the table. The smell that came with the ash was not money. It was not leather. It was something older and more specific, a smell Vernon recognized from the crematorium wing of the funeral home that serviced half of Bonaventure's burials, the smell of bone and heat and time compressed into powder. Vernon set the pouch down and stepped back from the table. His chest felt tight. He looked at the ash, at the crumbled roses, at the gray dust still drifting in the fluorescent light's glare, and he said aloud to the empty airstream, "This isn't real." But the ash was real. Vernon could see it, could smell it. And when he reached out with one hand and touched the pile, his fingers came away gray with residue that clung to his skin. The texture was wrong for sand, coarser. And when Vernon rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, he felt fragments that were harder than dust, small pieces that did not break down under pressure. Bone, the ash, was cremains, human remains reduced to powder and fragments, and the pouch had been full of it. Vernon stepped back, his hip hitting the edge of the built-in bench, and he sat down hard. He had expected cash. He had expected stacks of bills bound with paper bands, 50s or 100s, worn but real. He had not expected ash or funeral roses or the smell of cremation filling the airstream's cramped interior. Vernon stood and walked back to the table. The pile had settled into a gray mound, perhaps 8 inches across and 2 inches deep at the center. Vernon reached into it, both hands this time, digging through the ash the way a man might dig through sand, and his fingers found metal. The first object was a mourning coin. Silver, tarnished almost black, dated 1894. Vernon set it on the table beside the ash. The second object was a card, glossy funeral stock, the kind printed for memorial services. Vernon wiped the ash from the card's surface with the hem of his jacket, and when the photograph became visible, he stopped breathing. The man in the photograph was the pale man from the crossroads. Same face, same dark suit, same expression of patient stillness. The photograph was black and white, professionally composed, and beneath it the card read, "In loving memory of Clayton Marsh Harwell, 1831 to 1924. Beloved father, devoted husband, faithful servant of Savannah." The dates meant the photograph was a century old. The face meant Vernon had not extorted a grieving relative. He had extorted the ghost of the magnate himself. Vernon set the card down on the table. His hands were covered in ash now, gray dust clinging to his palms and the spaces between his fingers, and he could feel the texture of it, coarser than he expected, bone fragments mixed with the fine powder. He wiped his hands on his jeans, and the ash stayed, worked into the lines of his palms like graphite rubbed into paper. Vernon looked at the pile on the table, at the funeral roses blackened and brittle, at the mourning coin with its 1894 date, at the photograph of a man who had died before Vernon's grandfather was born. The pale man at the crossroads had not been a representative of the Harwell family. The pale man had been Clayton Marsh Harwell himself, and Vernon had stolen his cremated remains and demanded payment for their return, and the payment had been this: ash and roses and a coin and a card. A transaction in the currency of the dead. Vernon tried to stand, but his knees would not hold him, and he sat down hard on the Airstream's built-in bench. The fluorescent light overhead buzzed. Outside, the pine scrub was silent, except for wind moving through the long-leaf pines and the distant sound of the Wilmington River running high after November rain. Vernon's hands would not stop shaking, and when he tried to wipe them clean again, The ash had settled so deep into the whorls of his fingerprints that it looked like his skin had been dusted for evidence at a crime scene. The ash on the dinette table was moving, not blowing in the draft from the door. There was no draft. The door was bolted shut, but drifting slowly across the laminate surface toward the edge where Vernon sat, the gray powder creeping forward the way iron filings crept toward a magnet. Vernon watched it spread. The pile flattened and widened, and the blackened funeral roses at its center began to crumble without being touched, their petals disintegrating into powder that joined the ash and spread with it across the table. Vernon stood and stepped back from the table. The ash kept moving. It reached the table's edge and began to spill over onto the linoleum floor, drifting down in a slow, steady stream like sand through an hourglass. And where it touched the floor, it spread outward in all directions. Gray dust creeping across the airstream's narrow floor toward Vernon's boots. Vernon watched the ash spread and told himself it was a draft, air movement from the door seal or the overhead vent, except the door was bolted shut, and the vent had not worked in 3 years, and the ash was moving in a pattern that had nothing to do with air currents. The air in the airstream had changed. It smelled like the cemetery now, like wet marble and river humidity and the specific decay that came from old crypts when their seals failed and let the weather in. Vernon had smelled that decay while walking the perimeter in November when the river ran high and pushed moisture through the oldest vaults. And now that smell was inside the airstream, thick enough to coat the back of his throat when he breathed. Then the sound changed. The wind outside, which had been moving through the longleaf pines with that specific sigh it made in November, cut out completely. Not fading, not diminishing, but stopping as though someone had drawn a thick velvet curtain between the airstream and the rest of the world. Vernon's ears registered the absence as pressure, the kind of acoustic deadness that came from standing inside a sealed vault where marble walls and wrought iron gates trapped sound and let nothing escape. He swallowed and heard the click of his own throat muscles too clearly, amplified the way small sounds amplified in spaces built to hold the dead. The fluorescent light's ballast hum, which had been background noise for 11 years of living in this trailer, now sounded wrong in frequency and pitch, as though the electricity itself was running through circuits designed for a different purpose than illumination. Vernon walked to the airstream's narrow sink and turned the tap. The water came out brown, rust from pipes that had not been replaced since the trailer was built in 1976, and Vernon thrust his hands under the stream and rubbed them together, trying to wash the ash away. The water ran gray. The ash stayed. Vernon scrubbed harder, using his nails to dig into his palms, but the gray kept spreading, working up his wrists, pushing under his cuffs where the water could not reach it. Vernon shut off the tap and dried his hands on a dish towel that came away gray. The ash had settled into every line of his palms, permanent as ink worked into a convict's knuckles. Vernon walked back to the dinette table and picked up the memorial card. The photograph showed the pale man's face, patient and still, and Vernon recognized the expression now because he had seen it when he started working nights at Bonaventure and walked the Harwell crypt for the first time. Above the wrought iron gate, carved into the marble lintel in Latin script, was a phrase Vernon had read while trimming the perimeter and never bothered to translate. Quod datum est, reditum exigut. What is given demands repayment. The phrase was not decorative. It was a contract, and Vernon had stolen the urn without reading the terms carved above the door where he took it from. Vernon set the card down and tried to think through the mechanics rationally. The pale man had been real, a living person, elderly but solid, someone the Harwell family had hired to deliver a message or frighten Vernon into returning what he had stolen. The ash in the pouch was theatrical, meant to disturb. The memorial card was authentic, but old, purchased from an estate sale, or pulled from the cemetery's own archives. Except the air in the airstream smelled like the inside of a crypt, and the ash was moving in defiance of physics. And Vernon understood that the exchange was not yet complete. Vernon turned away from the table and looked at the airstream's door. It was bolted from the inside, a flimsy slide lock that would stop nothing if something wanted in. He looked at the windows, jalousie glass and aluminum frames, the kind that cranked open and never sealed properly. Vernon walked to the jalousie windows on the airstream's west side and cranked one of the aluminum frames open, trying to let in air that did not smell like cremation and old vaults. The crank handle turned with that familiar resistance it had always had, the gears stripped from 11 years of coastal humidity. And when the glass slats angled open, Vernon saw headlights in the pine scrub beyond the trailer. The vintage black Packard sat perhaps 50 yards away, idling in the fog that had rolled in from the Wilmington River. The headlights were on, twin beams cutting through the Spanish moss and ground mist. But Vernon could not hear the engine. No rumble of a 1940s straight eight, no exhaust note, nothing. The car simply sat there in the darkness between the longleaf pines waiting. The pale man had not driven away from the crossroads at all. He had driven here to the airstream, and he had been sitting outside in the fog while Vernon opened the leather pouch and found the ash. Vernon stepped back from the window. The fluorescent light overhead flickered, the ballast humming in a lower register than it should, and the quality of light in the airstream had changed from institutional white to something grayer and colder, the kind of light that filtered through barred windows into crypts where the sun never reached directly. Vernon looked at the curved aluminum walls and saw condensation forming, moisture beading and running down in slow rivulets. And when he touched one of the rivulets with his finger, the water was colder than the November air outside should have made it. Cold enough that Vernon's breath should have fogged in the air, but did not. Vernon made a decision. He would leave. He would pack the truck with whatever fit, drive inland to Atlanta or Birmingham or somewhere the cemetery had no reach, and he would not come back to Savannah or Bonaventure or any place where the dead were buried in brass urns with Latin contracts carved above their gates. The master keys were in his jacket pocket. He pulled them out and set them on the counter. He did not need them anymore. The cemetery had taken everything it was going to take from him, and Vernon was done negotiating. He moved toward the door 3 steps away, and his hand was reaching for the bolt when he heard movement outside. Not footsteps with a sound, but the displacement of gravel, the shift of weight he could feel through the trailer's thin floor more than hear. Vernon froze. The presence came closer, approaching the airstream from the direction of Bonaventure Road, from the direction of the cemetery. The movement stopped directly outside the door. Vernon's hand hovered over the bolt. He waited. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead, dimmer now, flickering. Outside silence. Then Vernon heard breathing, slow and steady, the kind of breathing a man did when he was standing still and waiting for something, except the breathing had no fog to it, no vapor that should have come from exhalation on a cold November night. Vernon stepped back from the door. Then the bolt slid open on its own. The door swung inward without sound, and the November cold poured in with fog from the Wilmington River, dense and low to the ground, filling the airstream's narrow interior the way water filled a sinking boat. The pale man stood in the doorway, tall and still, his dark suit spotless, and his hands trembling with that wrong-frequency vibration Vernon had seen at the crossroads. The man's eyes were fixed on Vernon, patient and certain, and he stepped inside without waiting for invitation. Vernon stumbled backward. His hip caught the dinette table, and the morning coin rolled across its surface and dropped to the linoleum floor with a sound like a bell, but Vernon did not stop to pick it up. He kept moving backward until his shoulder blades hit the curved aluminum wall, and he stood there with nowhere left to go. The pale man walked forward. His footsteps made no sound on the linoleum. The river fog followed him inside, creeping across the floor in slow waves, and where the fog touched the ash on the table, the two merged, gray on gray, thickening. Vernon tried to speak, but his throat was full of grit, and when he opened his mouth, gray dust came out instead of words. The ash on his hands had stopped being dust. It was hardening, calcifying, bone fragments fusing into solid weight that pulled his fingers down toward his palms. Vernon looked at his hands and saw the gray spreading up his wrists, crawling under his sleeves, and he tried to wipe it away, but his hands would not bend anymore. The pale man stopped 3 feet from Vernon and reached out with both hands, the trembling fingers extending toward Vernon's face. Vernon tried to step aside, but his legs had gone stiff and cold, the ash working its way up from his boots through his shins and knees, turning muscle to powder and bone to hollow tube. The pale man's hands touched Vernon's face, one palm on each cheek, and the cold that came through the contact was deeper than November, deeper than river fog, the kind of cold that came from a century spent as cremated remains sealed in brass. Vernon's chest went hollow. He could feel it emptying, the space behind his ribs turning to void, his lungs collapsing inward, not from pressure, but from absence. His heartbeat slowed. Once, twice, stopped. Vernon felt his ribs go rigid, the bones calcifying into a cage that no longer expanded with breath, and the sensation spread downward through his abdomen and pelvis, everything solid inside him becoming powder, everything warm becoming cold, but the shell remained standing. The sound stayed inside him, formless and unheard, and Vernon felt his jaw lock open in a position that should have been agony, except there was no pain anymore, only the awareness that he was being emptied from the inside out while his body continued to stand. The pale man's hands were gentle. They did not squeeze or crush. They simply held Vernon's face while everything behind it dissolved, consciousness separating from flesh, the way water separated from a sponge when the sponge was wrung dry. And Vernon felt himself shrinking, compressing, his awareness pulling away from the extremities first, his feet and hands going numb and then absent, then his arms and legs, then his torso, everything folding inward toward the point where the pale man's palms pressed against his cheeks. Vernon felt himself being drawn out through his own skin, pulled through the pale man's palms into some space smaller and colder and more permanent than the airstream's curved walls. And the last thing his eyes saw before they stopped being eyes was his own body, still standing in front of him, empty now, the mouth open and slack, waiting to be filled. Then darkness. Absolute. He was pressed against something cold and curved, brass. The space was small, no larger than a shoebox, and Vernon existed inside it without form, compressed and aware and unable to move. Vernon heard a sound outside the brass walls, a clinking sound, metal on marble. He was being set down on a surface he knew, the top shelf of the Harwell Mausoleum, marble and cold and 18 inches from the next tier down. The wrought iron gates of the Harwell Mausoleum swung shut with that specific squeal of rust between hinge pin and eye that every 19th century gate made, the sound Vernon had heard 1,000 times in 11 years. The latch dropped into place. Footsteps walked away on granite, and Vernon recognized the sound because he had worn those boots for a decade, steel-toed with the left heel worn down from walking the same counterclockwise pattern he had walked every night when the cemetery belonged to him and the dead stayed where they were buried, and a man could count on brass staying brass and bodies staying in the ground. The footsteps faded, whistling, casual. The sound of a man who had not had lungs to breathe coastal air, or legs to walk dirt paths, or hands to feel Spanish moss for 100 years, and had paid Vernon's asking price to have them back. Then silence. Hours passed in darkness. Dawn came. Outside the mausoleum, where Vernon's urn sat on its marble shelf, the groundskeepers were discussing the morning's work schedule, their voices carrying through the barred window the way voices always carried in Bonaventure's northeast corner, where the live oaks grew thick. Vernon recognized the voices, recognized the schedule they were assigning. North perimeter first, then the Forsyth plot, then the section near the river. Because he had helped write that schedule 11 years ago when he started working nights at the cemetery, and he knew that on Tuesdays the riding mower passed the Harwell Mausoleum twice, once heading out and once coming back. And he knew that in May the azalea bushes near the Confederate monument would drop pollen that drifted through the wrought iron gate bars and settled on the marble shelves in a fine yellow dust. And he knew that in August the coastal humidity would bake the brass urns until the metal conducted enough heat to blister skin if touched at midday. And he knew that every November for the next 50 years, the fog off the Wilmington River would roll through the live oaks at dawn the way it had rolled through them for the last 150. And Vernon would hear it all and feel the heat and cold travel through brass and know the exact schedule of every routine that would repeat forever in a place he had believed he understood. Vernon knew the route. He knew the timing. He knew that if he could make any sound, the groundskeepers would hear it and investigate. But he had no voice and no throat and no lungs, only awareness, pressed against brass walls in darkness, too complete for sight and too permanent for hope. The voices faded toward the north perimeter, and they did not know Vernon was 3 feet away, listening. The morning sun warmed the marble shelf, and heat traveled into brass. Darkness, and the knowledge that the routine would repeat tomorrow and every day after that, until the Wilmington River swallowed Savannah, and the live oaks fell, and the marble itself turned to sand. There were too many cameras at the gate. 14 of them, Simon counted, their lenses tracking his sedan's approach along the private drive with an attention that suggested something more than grief or ordinary wealth. He stopped the car 50 yards out, engine idling, and studied the compound through the windscreen. Adobe walls the color of dried blood, steel shutters folded back from every window, and beyond them, the bruised purple shadows of the Sandia Mountains against a sky going rose and gold with sunset. The cameras were Hikvision units, expensive even by the standards of his usual clients, and they watched him with the patient intensity of things that had been watching for a very long time. Simon Brennan had made a profession, some would say an art, of defrauding the bereaved, and he was very good at it. The earpiece nestled in the cup of his right ear, custom molded to the precise geography of his auditory canal, no larger than a lentil and flesh-toned to the point of invisibility. Through it, his researchers fed him the secrets of the dead whilst he performed his theatrical communions with the beyond. He touched it now, a fingertip adjustment that looked like thoughtfulness, and felt the device settle deeper. The woman on the other end, he never learned their names, preferred not to, had spent 3 weeks assembling the dossier on Celia Garland and her missing husband. Arthur Garland, vanished 5 years ago in the Badlands northeast of Albuquerque, presumed dead, legally declared so after the mandatory waiting period. Celia had inherited everything: the compound, the investments, the mineral rights that made her richer than small nations. And now she wanted closure, or claimed to. Simon pulled forward, tires crunching on caliche gravel, and the gate opened before him, without his needing to announce himself. The intercom box stood silent. Another camera swiveled to follow his progress. He drove through, watching in the rearview mirror as the steel gate slid shut behind him with the hydraulic whisper of something that locked very, very well. The voice in his ear said, Arthur Garland, aged 42 at time of disappearance, anthropologist specializing in southwestern indigenous folklore. No children. Marriage 17 years. Last seen heading into the Jornada del Muerto on a solo research expedition. Simon murmured his acknowledgement, a sound that might have been a thoughtful hum, and parked in the circular drive before the main house. The building sprawled low and fortified, its windows recessed deep into walls that looked thick enough to stop bullets. Through one of them he could see warm light, the flicker of candles, and a shape that might have been a woman standing very still. He spent 5 minutes in the car preparing. He straightened his collar, ran through his breathing exercises until each breath arrived and departed with metronomic regularity, the rhythm that would hold through the seance. This was the part he loved. Not the performance, but the preparation, the deliberate construction of the man he was about to become. Celia Garland's assistant had been very specific. Mrs. Garland has prepared the space herself. You need only bring yourself and your considerable talents. Simon got out of the car. The desert air hit him like an opened furnace, dry and clean. The sun was nearly down, the mountains gone from purple to black, first stars showing hard and bright in the eastern sky. The door opened before he reached it. Celia Garland was small and pale and composed, her hair pulled back from a face that might have been beautiful if it had ever learned to move. She wore a black Parisian cut, Hermès scarf worn with the studied casualness of women born to wealth. Her hands, folded at her waist, were very still. She greeted him by name, her voice low and entirely without warmth, and thanked him for coming such a distance. Simon inclined his head, the gesture calibrated to convey sympathy without presumption, and said he was honored she'd thought of him. She stepped aside, and he entered. The interior was cooler by 20 degrees. Saltillo tile, carved mesquite furniture, Navajo blankets on walls between original O'Keeffe paintings. Vigas crossed the ceiling, dark wood smelling faintly of cedar. A kiva fireplace stood cold and black in one corner, its opening like a mouth. Celia led him deeper into the house, toward the parlor. Simon followed, cataloging. Wealth he'd expected. The almost military order he had not. Everything positioned with exactitude. No books left open, no disorder of grief. The windows all had steel shutters folded back into wall recesses, pneumatic housings visible, the sort that locked like a bank vault. Why would a grieving widow need that? The parlor was dim, lit only by candles and the faint gray wash from narrow transom slits recessed near the ceiling beams, too high to see through, positioned to admit light without offering view or exit. Candles already lit. His beeswax candles, he noted. Someone had sourced the exact brand, cast warm, unsteady light across a round table draped in black velvet. 2 chairs faced each other. The air smelled of wax and something older, the desert scent in wood and fabric. Simon's attention traveled the room with professional assessment. The kiva fireplace in the corner faced southwest, its opening aligned with the door in a configuration he recognized from the Pueblo cleansing rituals his researcher had briefed him on years ago. Threshold architecture, designed to channel movement in specific patterns. The vigas overhead were cedar, cured with the bark left on, traditional method for spaces meant to hold sacred function. And the Navajo blankets weren't decorative. Their geometric patterns formed a continuous boundary around the room's perimeter, mineral pigments in the weaving, ochre, turquoise, charcoal, matching the directional colors used in protection ceremonies. The blankets hung at measured intervals, their corners positioned to create geometric vertices that corresponded to the room's acoustic dead spots, places where sound would be absorbed rather than reflected. Celia hadn't decorated this parlor. She'd constructed it. Every element positioned according to instructions older than the house itself. Instructions that treated space not as empty volume, but as substance that could be shaped, bounded, made to hold things it wasn't meant to hold. Celia gestured to the far chair, and Simon sat. He tested the acoustics with a slight cough, listening to how the sound died in the thick walls. Perfect. His voice would have nowhere to escape. Every word would land with weight. The researcher's voice said, Arthur was studying skinwalker mythology before he vanished. The Navajo won't talk about it. Simon's fingers found the earpiece, and Celia's eyes tracked the gesture with uncomfortably sharp attention. She offered water, and he accepted. She produced a glass carafe from beneath the table and poured with steady hands. Simon drank, buying time. When he set the glass down, Celia was watching him with the same unblinking attention the cameras had shown. She said he came very highly recommended. He said he was grateful for the trust. They said he was the best in his field, Celia continued, her mouth shaping something that might, in different light, have been a smile. That he'd brought comfort to people no one else could reach. Simon said he did what he could, letting humility inflect the words. The Forer effect, refined across 15 years. Statements vague enough to apply universally while sounding personally tailored, vocal rhythms calibrated to mirror the client's breathing pattern within 3 exchanges. Strategic hesitations that invited them to fill silence with their own confirmations. He was watching her autonomic responses, pupil dilation, micro-expressions around the eyes, the small throat movement that accompanied emotional suppression, and finding none of the tells that marked the desperate. Celia Garland's nervous system offered him nothing. Celia had done her research, she said. Her hands remained folded, pale and motionless as carved bone. Senators, film executives, tech billionaires, always private, always extraordinary sums, and none of them ever spoke of him afterwards. Most clients didn't investigate him. Celia Garland sounded like someone conducting a job interview. Simon mentioned discretion was essential in this work. Celia tilted her head fractionally, said she imagined so. The researcher's voice crackled. The fortifications were all installed after Arthur disappeared. Every camera, every shutter. She's been building something. Simon kept his face composed. Grief took people in strange directions. Simon asked whether they should begin. Celia's gaze held his for a long moment. And in that moment, Simon felt the first true whisper of something wrong. Not in the room, not in the house, but in the woman across from him. In the stillness of her hands and the mathematical quality of her attention. Then she nodded once, and the moment passed. Yes, she said. She wanted to speak to her husband. Simon folded his hands on the table, mirroring her posture, and let his breathing slow. This was the threshold, the moment before the performance began. In his ear, the researcher was saying something else, something about folklore and binding rules, but he wasn't listening anymore. He was watching Celia Garland's face, reading her, calculating which approach would land. The gentle medium, the fierce mystic, the reluctant conduit who never asked for this terrible gift. But Celia's face gave him nothing. She simply waited, hands folded, eyes unblinking, and Simon Brennan, who had built a career on reading the desperate, could not read her at all. The candles guttered. Outside, the desert night settled into silence. and Simon Brennan, master of frauds, leaned forward into the candlelight and prepared to perform the most convincing lie of his professional life. Celia excused herself. Something about the house needing adjustment before they began, and left him alone in the parlor, the door closed, with a sound too soft to be a slam, too deliberate to be casual. Simon heard her footsteps recede down the hallway, heard another door open and close somewhere deeper in the compound, and then there was only the candlelight and the silence. He used the time. His fingers moved across the table's surface, testing. Velvet covering, thick enough to muffle sound, no wires underneath. He'd worked venues where clients hid recording devices in the furniture, hoping to catch him in some technical slip that would justify withholding payment. Celia Garland had done no such thing. The table was clean. The room itself was clean. No hidden speakers in the walls, no projectors in the ceiling, nothing but adobe and vigas and the scent of beeswax slowly filling the air. The voice in his earpiece began cataloging Arthur Garland's publication history. 3 papers on Navajo spiritual practices, 2 on Hopi cosmology, 1 on Zuni rain ceremonies, all before the disappearance. Nothing controversial. Simon murmured acknowledgement, rose from his chair, and began to pace. This was the other part of preparation, the part Celia wouldn't see. Learning the space with his body, finding where his voice would resonate, where shadows would pool most effectively when he needed them to. The parlor was small, perhaps 12 feet square, the walls close enough to feel intimate without being oppressive. Only the narrow transom slits near the ceiling, too high to function as exits. 1 door. He tested it with his hand. Unlocked but heavy, the sort of door that closed with authority. "Wait," the researcher said. "I just accessed Arthur's password-protected university archive. There's a citation gap." He submitted a 4th Navajo paper to a folklore journal 18 months before he vanished. It was rejected. Simon stopped pacing. Outside, somewhere in the house, he heard water running through pipes. "The rejection letter is in the archives. Says the methodology was sound, but the subject matter was, I'm reading directly, too sensitive for publication without tribal consultation and approval." The paper was about skinwalkers. The water stopped. Simon returned to his chair and sat, arranging his face into the expression of calm he would need when Celia returned. Skinwalkers. He knew the term vaguely. Southwestern folklore. Shapeshifters. Something about witches who wore animal skins. The sort of thing anthropologists studied and tourists bought dream catchers about. "Simon, I'm reading Arthur's methodology notes from the rejected paper. He wasn't documenting skinwalker folklore. He was testing threshold mechanics, verbal invitation protocols. He mapped 13 sites where the Mescalero recorded predator-entity crossings, all of them requiring a human intermediary speaking specific words at boundary spaces. Geographic thresholds, architectural thresholds, ceremonial thresholds. He was obsessed with the invitation clause. The candles guttered. One of them went out entirely, and Simon reached across the table to relight it with another, keeping his hand steady. He glanced at the parlor's architecture with fresh unease. The kiva fireplace facing the door, the cedar vigas, the continuous geometric boundary formed by the Navajo blankets. Celia hadn't decorated this room. She'd engineered it, according to specifications Arthur's research had documented. Every element positioned to function as containment, or perhaps as conduit. There's more. Arthur's field notes describe a capture mechanism used by Mescalero spiritual practitioners, a room configured as a one-way threshold. Once something crosses in, the geometry prevents it from crossing back out without human mediation. The notes reference specific material requirements: mineral pigments in cardinal directions, wood cured to retain resin, acoustic dead space, Simon, this parlor matches those requirements exactly. Simon closed his eyes, let his breathing slow. The researcher was connecting patterns, seeing conspiracy and coincidence. Anthropologists studied rituals. Their widows sometimes recreated those spaces as memorial. The parlor's configuration could be explained by Celia honoring Arthur's work, incorporating elements from his research into her home. Grief manifested in obsessive ways. This was merely another variation. Footsteps in the hallway, Celia returning. Simon listened to me. The last note in Arthur's field journal isn't about research. It's personal. He wrote, "If this works, I won't need the university anymore. I won't need anyone." The door opened. Celia entered with the same measured composure she'd shown throughout, her hands carrying nothing, her face revealing nothing. She settled into her chair across from him and folded her hands on the table in exactly the position they'd occupied before she'd left. She said they could begin whenever he was ready. Simon smiled, gentle, reassuring, the smile he'd practiced until it conveyed compassion, and said he needed only a moment to center himself. Celia inclined her head fractionally, granting permission. In his ear, the researcher was saying something else, something urgent about binding folklore and invitation protocols, but Simon reached up, a thoughtful touch to his temple, and adjusted the earpiece until the voice became a distant murmur he could ignore. He'd spent 15 years perfecting his craft. He didn't need warnings. He needed focus. He looked across the table at Celia Garland, at her stillness, her composure, her hands folded with the certainty of someone who'd done this before or practiced doing it many times, and felt something he almost never felt in these rooms, uncertainty. Her attention rested on him with a quality that felt clinical rather than grieving. Waiting for him to begin, yes, but waiting with the patience of someone who knew exactly what was supposed to happen next and was merely confirming he would do it. He opened his mouth to speak, to begin the preamble he always used about the veil between worlds being thin in places touched by sorrow, when Celia raised one finger, a small gesture, barely a movement, and he stopped. She asked very quietly whether he always wore the earpiece during sessions or only for clients he thought might be difficult. Simon's mouth went dry. She continued, still quiet, still composed, and said she'd noticed it when he'd adjusted it earlier. Flesh-toned, very small, custom-molded. Excellent craftsmanship, really, and the sort of thing that would be invisible to most people. But she'd been watching for it specifically. Because she'd been told he used one. The candles cast her face in angles. Her eyes were steady and unblinking. She said she appreciated his thoroughness. It showed he took his work seriously, and she wanted him to know she took hers seriously, too. Something in the house settled, a creak of wood, a shift of weight, and the temperature in the parlor seemed to drop by degrees Simon could feel on his skin. In his ear, very far away now, the researcher was saying his name, asking whether he was still there, saying something about Arthur and thresholds, and she's been planning this, Simon. She's been planning this for years. But Simon wasn't listening anymore. He was watching Celia Garland's hand still folded on the table, pale and motionless, and realizing that everything about this job, the fee, the location, the timing, the care with which Celia had prepared the room, had been designed for a purpose he was only now beginning to understand. And understanding it felt the way, standing at the edge of something very deep and very dark, must feel. Hearing from somewhere far below the first stirrings of movement. Simon did what he always did when control slipped. He performed harder. He closed his eyes, a gesture of concentration, of communion, with forces beyond mortal ken, and let his breathing deepen into the rhythm he'd practiced 10,000 times in 10,000 parlors like this one. Celia Garland knew about the earpiece very well. The earpiece was merely a tool, and he'd built his reputation on skills that transcended any single prop. He could read her without it. He could read anyone. 15 years of watching the bereaved had taught him the grammar of grief, the syntax of desperate hope, and he would speak that language now with a fluency Celia would mistake for genuine power. His hands settled on the table, palms down, fingers spread. The velvet was warm beneath his skin. He began with the preamble, voice low, sonorous, each word placed like stones building a bridge across dark water. He spoke of the veil between worlds, of sorrow as a thinning agent, of love as the thread that bound the living to the dead. Standard phrases polished by 1,000 repetitions, delivered with the conviction that made them land. Celia sat motionless across from him, her face unresealable in the candlelight, and Simon felt the performance settle into his bones, part theater, part meditation, part belief in his own talent. The researcher's voice had gone silent. Either she'd given up trying to warn him, or Celia had done something to block the signal. It didn't matter. He was committed now. He called Arthur's name, softly at first, then with greater insistence, letting his voice rise and fall in the cadences he'd learned from watching actual spiritualists before he'd understood they were all frauds like him. The candles guttered. The air in the parlor felt thick, unmoving, and Simon let himself sink deeper into the role, into the pretense of trance, his eyelids fluttering in a way that suggested communion with realms beyond sight. Celia's voice came quiet and clear. What did Arthur look like when Simon saw him? A test. Always a test? Simon described a man in his early 40s. He'd seen the photograph in the dossier, remembered the broad shoulders, the serious eyes, standing in a place of red rock and endless sky, searching for something he couldn't name. Celia made no sound, gave no confirmation, and Simon continued, layering detail upon detail, building the ghost from research and educated guesses, and the tiny, involuntary tells every client gave when he got something right. Then the earpiece died. Not faded, not crackled, died mid-silence, with the abruptness of a switch thrown. One moment the faint static hum of an open channel, familiar and comforting. The next, nothing. Dead air. Dead everything. Simon's rhythm faltered for half a breath, invisible to anyone who didn't know what to watch for. And he pivoted smoothly into improvisation. This had happened before. Equipment failed, batteries drained, and the performance continued, because the performance was never about the technology. He deepened his breathing, let his head tilt back slightly, and began describing Arthur's final journey into the desert with the broad strokes that worked when specifics were unavailable. The words came easily. They always did. He spoke of sand and stone, of heat that burned away everything but the essential self, of Arthur walking into the Badlands with a question he needed answered more than he needed water or companionship, or another voice answered him. Not from across the table. Celia sat perfectly silent, hands folded, watching. But from somewhere else in the room, or perhaps from no location at all, a voice that filled the parlor's acoustic space the way smoke filled a sealed room, coming from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. And the voice was his, Simon's own voice, speaking back to him with a fidelity that made his stomach drop. The acoustics of the room broke. Consonants landed without reverberation, each hard sound dying the moment it struck the adobe walls, whilst vowels lingered in the corners for seconds longer than physics permitted, overlapping with themselves in harmonics that suggested the air had stopped carrying sound the way air was meant to. Simon's professional ear trained to detect the microscopic delays between speech and echo that made voices sound authoritative, heard none. The voice simply existed in the space, sourceless and everywhere at once, violating every acoustic principle the parlor had demonstrated moments before. The candles changed, not guttered, changed. Their flames elongated into rigid cones of light that neither flickered nor wavered, casting illumination without producing heat. Simon could see the flame's structure, the separation of blue base from yellow crown. But when he raised his hand near the nearest candle, his skin registered nothing. The wax continued to melt, running down the brass holders in slow rivulets. Yet the air in the room had gone cold. Not winter cold, but the thermal absence that came from heat being consumed by something that needed it for purposes other than warming. The temperature drop was measurable. Simon's exhaled breath had begun producing visible vapor, whilst the candles burned steadily in their airless cones, and the contradiction registered in his professional assessment as the instant the parlor stopped obeying physical law and began obeying something older. Simon's eyes snapped open, and the disorientation struck with physical force. He was hearing his own voice, not an imitation, but the genuine article, complete with the bone conduction resonance that traveled through his skull when he spoke, originating from outside his body. Auditory otoscopy, the neurological textbooks called it. A symptom of temporal lobe seizures or extreme vestibular disruption. Except this wasn't his brain misfiring. The voice was objectively present in the room. Celia was hearing it too, and it was speaking with his exact cadence, his microscopic hesitations, his theatrical pauses, whilst his own throat sat silent and useless. The voice paused. Then, with his exact inflection, the one he used for the marks he pitied most, it said, "He walked the desert 5 winters, Simon, found the old way. Arthur remembers everything." The use of his name was surgical, intimate. Worse, the entity was saying things Simon had never known. Details about Arthur Garland's disappearance that hadn't been in any dossier, spoken in Simon's voice with Simon's theatrical authority. And Celia was leaning forward now, not toward Simon, but toward the voice in the air, her composure finally cracking. Not into fear, but into obscene satisfaction. She asked a question, quietly, deliberately. She asked whether Arthur remembered her, and the voice answered. Simon's voice, stolen and perfected, telling Celia exactly what she wanted to hear in exactly the cadence Simon would have used if he'd been the one performing this communion. Except he wasn't performing anything anymore. He was sitting frozen while something that had learned him perfectly used his professional identity as a bridge between worlds he'd spent his career pretending existed. The researcher had been right about all of it. This was not theater. This was not a trick he'd forgotten he'd prepared. This was real. Simon tried to stand, to break the trance, to do anything that would shatter whatever bridge he'd accidentally built between Celia's parlor and the thing answering in his stolen voice. But his legs wouldn't respond, not paralyzed, simply unwilling, as though some part of his nervous system had decided sitting perfectly still was the only sensible response to hearing yourself speak from outside your own body. The voice continued. It told Celia things Simon didn't know, using speech patterns Simon recognized as his own professional repertoire. The gentle deflection he used when a client asked questions he couldn't answer. The theatrical pause before delivering the detail that would make them believe. The subtle drop in register that suggested he was channeling something profound. Every trick, every technique, every microscopic habit he'd cultivated over 15 years was being deployed with an exactitude that made his performances look clumsy. And beneath the perfect mimicry, The entity was telling Celia exactly what she wanted to hear. That Arthur had survived, that he'd transformed, that he was coming home. Details about the Jornada del Muerto, about skinwalker rituals, about the old ways older than the Mescalero Apache had names for. Information Simon had never researched, spoken in his voice with his authority. He was no longer performing a seance. He was participating in one. The thing speaking in his voice knew Arthur, had been Arthur, was something Arthur had become, and it had recognized Simon not as a threat, but as a tool, the professional liar, the master of fraudulent communion, the man who'd built a career pretending to bridge worlds, the perfect vessel, the perfect invitation. And Simon had invited it, had spoken the words Celia needed him to speak, performed the ritual she'd hired him to perform, opened the bridge with conviction because he'd been so absolutely certain it was all theater. In his ear, the dead earpiece gave one final crackle, and he heard the researcher's voice, distant and breaking up, saying his name with the desperation of someone who knew she was already too late. Then silence. Then only his own voice speaking from the walls, patient and perfect and utterly beyond his control, and Celia Garland's face in the candlelight, still and pale and smiling with a warmth Simon had never seen her show before. She wasn't looking at him anymore. She was looking at what was speaking in his voice, using his professional identity, wearing his technique like a mask it had learned to fit perfectly. And it was looking back. Simon broke the trance with a violence that felt necessary, wrenched his head sideways, bit down on his own tongue, hard enough to taste fresh blood instead of copper, and used the pain to claw his way back into control of his body. The thing in his throat made a sound of displeasure, a clicking rattle that vibrated through his sternum and then released him, all at once. No gradual withdrawal, no lingering presence, just the abrupt absence of the thing that had been driving, and Simon's body fell back under his own command with the graceless suddenness of a puppet whose strings had been cut. He didn't think, couldn't think. He simply moved. Chairs scraped backward, toppled, crashed. Simon was on his feet, turning toward the door, driven by nothing coherent. Just the animal need to run, to get out of this room and this house and back to his car, and then farther, hundreds of miles farther, away from Celia Garland, and whatever she'd brought into her parlor wearing the name Arthur. Celia didn't move to stop him. She simply watched, hands folded on the table, as Simon crossed the room in 3 strides and hit the door at speed. It opened, no resistance, no trick, and Simon plunged through into the hallway beyond, animal terror driving him forward. He confessed as he ran, words tumbling out between gasps. He was a fake, always had been, would give back every cent if she would just let him leave. The hallway terminated in a foyer. Simon could see the front door 15 feet away, heavy wood banded with iron, and beyond it, freedom. He ran for it. Celia's voice came from behind him, quiet and perfectly clear despite the distance. She appreciated his honesty, she said, but he'd misunderstood the nature of their arrangement. Simon's hands found the door handle, cold iron, solid, real, and pulled. Nothing happened. He pulled again, harder, wrenching at the handle with both hands, and the door remained exactly where it was. Locked, sealed. He looked for a deadbolt, a keyhole, anything he could manipulate, and found only unbroken wood and iron bands that didn't move. The sound came from somewhere above him, a mechanical whir, the pneumatic hiss of something large deploying. Simon looked up and saw the steel shutters descending over the door. Massive plates dropping from ceiling recesses he hadn't noticed, sliding down grooved tracks with hydraulic regularity. They locked into place with a sound that rang through the foyer's acoustic space, final and absolute. Simon spun. The windows. He'd seen windows in the front room, proper windows with glass, and the desert beyond them. He ran toward them, and the shutters were already descending there, too, steel plates dropping one after another with the same hydraulic whisper, and he reached the nearest window just in time to watch the last inch of purple evening sky disappear behind brushed steel. The house sealed itself around him, every exit, every window. The sound of locks engaging ran through the walls, dozens of them, hundreds perhaps, a cascade of engineered certainty. Celia had followed him into the foyer. She stood in the hallway's mouth, hands still folded, her composure so absolute it read as obscene. Simon's back hit the wall. He heard himself offering everything. His business, his clients, his accounts, whatever she wanted if she would unlock the doors. She listened with the patience of someone who'd known this moment was coming and had already decided how it would end. When he finished, when his offers had exhausted themselves into silence, broken only by his own panicked breathing, Celia tilted her head fractionally and said she'd known he was a fraud from the beginning. The words landed with physical force. She'd researched him thoroughly. Interviewed clients, documented his operation, the team, the earpieces, the dossiers. She'd known before she'd called, known when she'd made the offer, known when he'd driven through her gates. Simon's hands found the shutter behind him, steel warm from the day's absorbed heat, and he pressed his palms flat against it, willing it to remember it was supposed to open. Celia said she'd hired him exactly because he was a fraud. The statement made no sense. Simon shook his head, tried to form a question, managed only a sound that might have been a word if it had contained more air. A genuine medium would have been useless. She'd needed someone who would follow a script, deliver theatrical invocations with conviction, speak the exact words without understanding what they were doing. Folklore had rules, she said, old rules. The kind that didn't care whether you believed in them. The parlor itself was the threshold, configured according to specifications Arthur's rejected paper had documented, a bounded space that functioned as a one-way crossing point. A skinwalker that had fully shed its humanity couldn't cross into such a sanctuary unless it was invited, not summoned, invited, verbally, by a spiritual bridge. Someone standing with one foot in the world of the living and one foot reaching toward the dead, speaking with enough conviction to make the boundary itself believe the invitation was real. Simon had done exactly that. 20 minutes ago, in her parlor, following the script he thought was performance. I formally invite Arthur Garland to cross over and enter this room. The words had been legally binding, supernaturally binding, and Arthur had accepted. Simon's vision narrowed to a tunnel. At the far end of that tunnel, Celia stood watching him with something that wasn't quite sympathy and wasn't quite satisfaction, but contained elements of both. And behind her, in the hallway's shadows where no light from the sealed foyer could reach, something large began to unfold itself from the darkness. It rose in stages. First, a shape suggesting shoulders, then the vertical length of a torso, then a head that sat wrong on the neck supporting it, canted at an angle no living thing would choose. Pale skin caught what little light remained, reflecting it with the dull sheen of something that had been underground too long. The thing that had been Arthur Garland stepped into the foyer's edge, and Simon's body tried to produce a scream his throat refused to shape. Celia's face transformed, not into fear, into warmth. A genuine smile, the first Simon had seen from her, as she looked past him entirely to the thing emerging from the hall. She said very softly that she was glad he'd made it home. The skinwalker made no sound. It simply stood there at the threshold between hallway and foyer, its form too tall and too thin, and assembled from proportions that approximated human without quite achieving it. Celia had never been afraid of this thing. The realization cut through his terror with physical force. She'd spent 5 years building a cage strong enough to hold it. And he was inside that cage with them. Simon's hands were shaking. He watched them shake. His own hands returned to his control, but good for nothing, unable to pick locks or force shutters or do anything except tremble against steel. And the professional identity he'd built his entire adult life cracked open, fracturing under weight it had never been designed to bear. He pulled the earpiece from his ear. The motion was clumsy, graceless, his fingers thick with panic, but he managed it. Plucked the device free and held it out toward Celia on a sweat-wet palm. The words came without his deciding to speak them. She could have everything. The equipment, the client list, the methods, the entire business. Everything. He'd sign whatever she wanted, testify to whatever she needed, disappear however she demanded. Just let him go. It was surrender. Complete. The tools he'd relied on for 15 years offered up as ransom. His professional self stripped down to its fraudulent core and laid bare in his shaking palm. No performance, no script. Just Simon Brennan, terrified and small, begging. Celia looked at the earpiece, looked at his face, and when she spoke, her voice carried a quality he'd spent his career learning to recognize: pity. She told him he'd misunderstood again. She hadn't hired him for his equipment, or his client list, or his methods. Those were worthless to her. She'd hired him for something much more specific, something he'd brought with him that couldn't be purchased or replicated or assembled from components ordered online. She'd hired him for his body. The words didn't make sense. Simon stared at her, earpiece still extended, and waited for the meaning to arrive. Celia explained. A skinwalker that had crossed the threshold couldn't simply resume its place in human society wearing its feral shape. Arthur couldn't walk into banks, couldn't sign documents, couldn't reclaim the life he'd left behind while wearing a form that read as wrong to every human nervous system it encountered. He needed a human disguise, not clothing, skin, an entire identity, healthy and functional, and the precise physical specifications required. And Arthur had been legally dead for 5 years. Death certificates had been filed. Accounts had been frozen. Returning from the grave wearing his own face would trigger investigations they couldn't afford. He needed a fresh face. Same age, same height, same bone structure, same eye color. A perfect physical match for the man Arthur had been before the desert changed him. The ritual didn't work like simple possession, Celia continued, her voice carrying the clinical certainty of someone who'd spent 5 years studying mechanics most people relegated to folklore. A skinwalker couldn't simply inhabit any available flesh the way a hermit crab claimed an abandoned shell. The transformation Arthur underwent had warped his original form according to geometric principles older than human anatomy. Bone structure elongated, skeletal proportions distorted by desert exposure, and whatever he'd become out there in the Badlands. To wear human skin convincingly, to move through society, without triggering the autonomic revulsion every nervous system registered when wrongness walked upright. The host body required precise anatomical correspondence to what Arthur had been before the Celia changed him. Height within a quarter inch, bone structure matching at 14 load-bearing points, dental arcade compatible enough that muscle memory from Arthur's original jaw would translate to the new one without the microscopic hesitations that marked unstable possession. It wasn't forgery. It wasn't legal identity at all. It was geometry. Celia had spent 5 years measuring mediums, not against Arthur's current legal identity, but against his original human template. The physical specifications, his transformed consciousness, would need to stabilize inside. The skinwalker would inhabit Simon's body, assume Simon's wealthy identity, his professional standing, his social position, and Celia would arrange to meet this mysterious stranger, this talented medium named Simon Brennan, and after a suitable courtship, she would marry him. Arthur's frozen estate would pass to her new husband through trusts and transfers that wouldn't trigger investigation, and they would resume the marriage Arthur had tried to escape, wearing a face the law wouldn't recognize, but a body Arthur's warped geometry could finally settle into without the wrongness bleeding through. Celia hadn't found him through his reputation. She'd hunted him, spent 5 years interviewing mediums across 3 states, not evaluating their theatrical skills, but measuring them. Height, build, bone structure, eye color, medical records when she could access them, photographs from angles that revealed facial proportions, a catalog of bodies sorted by how well they matched the template of her missing husband. Simon hadn't been hired for his performance. He'd been ordered from a catalog. The earpiece fell from his hand, clattered on tile, and the sound seemed to come from very far away. Arthur had fled. Simon knew this with the same pattern recognition that identified ideomotor tells during seances. The unconscious hand movements toward objects a Mark's dead relative had treasured. Arthur had walked into the Jornada del Muerto looking for transformation, because anything, even becoming something inhuman, was preferable to the marriage Celia had constructed around him. Love that possessive wasn't love. It was captivity with legal documents, and Celia knew, had always known. The fortress she'd built wasn't to keep threats out. It was to keep Arthur in once she'd engineered his return. The 5-year hunt, the dossiers, the measurements, the careful selection of a fraud who would speak binding words without understanding their function. All of it designed to resurrect a marriage Arthur had died trying to escape, wearing a body that couldn't leave because it had nowhere else to go. Simon's professional clarity evaporated. He'd spent 15 years believing grief made people irrational. Celia had taught him something worse. Some people's love was rational, calculated, and profoundly more disturbing than any delusion because it knew exactly what it was and chose it anyway. He had no leverage. He'd never had leverage. Celia's madness was coherent, self-aware, and utterly beyond the reach of anything his professional skills could manipulate, and the last of his professional self, the part that had believed there was always an angle, always leverage, always some way to talk his way out of the impossible, died quietly in the foyer of a compound built by love more terrifying than any hatred he'd ever encountered. The skinwalker stood at the foyer's edge, just inside the light. Taller than Arthur had been in photographs, the desert having stretched it in ways that defied skeletal structure. The skin was pale, not Caucasian pale, but the white of something that had been bleached by sun and wind until pigment became irrelevant. The face retained enough of Arthur's features to be recognizable, while simultaneously reading as a mask, poorly fitted to the skull beneath it, proportions slightly wrong in ways that accumulated into comprehensive wrongness. Simon slid down the wall, landed sitting with his back against plaster. This was how it ended. Not with escape, not with clever manipulation, but with sitting on expensive tile in a compound built to prevent every possibility his 15 years of professional expertise could imagine. The researcher had tried to warn him. The woman in his ear, he'd never learned her name, had treated her as equipment. She'd pieced together what Celia was planning from archive permits and rejection letters. She'd tried to save him, and he'd silenced her because he'd been so absolutely certain of his own expertise. Simon pulled his phone from his jacket. No signal now, but the screen showed 17 missed calls, all time-stamped after the earpiece had gone dead, after she'd lost contact. Desperate attempts through every channel available. She'd been trying. Even knowing she was too late, she'd been trying to reach him. He looked at Celia, asked whether there was anything he could do that would make her let him go. Celia considered him for a long moment. Then gently, with something almost kind, no. She'd spent too long finding him. Arthur had waited too long. The threshold had been crossed. The invitation accepted. The house sealed. Everything was in place. Fighting would only make the process more difficult. For him, she meant. Arthur would manage regardless. Celia said Arthur was ready. Simon should cooperate. Let the measurements be taken without struggle. Make the transition cleaner. Simon looked at his own hands, not tools of his trade anymore, but flesh and bone Celia had spent years searching for. The researcher's voice played in his memory. Warnings he'd silenced. Data he'd dismissed. The desperate urgency of someone who'd seen the trap he'd walked into with professional arrogance. She'd tried to save him. He'd treated her like malfunctioning equipment. Celia gestured toward the interior of the compound. They would need the night, she said. Arthur required time. Simon's legs moved without his deciding they would. The skinwalker followed 3 paces behind. He could feel its presence the way prey animals felt. Pursuit. A weight in the air that his nervous system registered as threat, even whilst his exhausted body refused to produce the adrenaline that would let him run from it. The hallway stretched before him longer than he remembered from his entrance, or perhaps fear had expanded the distance his body would need to cross. Saltillo tile cool even through shoe leather, the slight texture of its uneven surface transmitting through his soles with a clarity his nervous system insisted on cataloging. Every microscopic detail preserved by terror, the way drowning men remembered the exact pattern of light on water whilst their lungs filled. The walls pressed close enough that his shoulders nearly brushed them. No wider than necessary, forcing single-file passage. And he registered with numb precision the architectural elements he'd dismissed during his confident entrance hours ago. Brass threshold strips set into the floor at intervals of precisely 11 tiles. He counted them as he walked. 1, 2, 3. Dividing the corridor into segments, boundaries laid with the geometric exactitude of someone following ceremonial specifications rather than aesthetic preference. The strips were tarnished at their centers where feet had crossed them most frequently, but bright at their edges where they'd been embedded into mortar. New installation, recent work, placed after Arthur's disappearance, when Celia had begun constructing the cage she'd spent 5 years engineering. Between each brass boundary, the walls carried their own segmentation. Lines of darker grout scored into the adobe at shoulder height, running parallel to the floor and meeting at perfect right angles at each corner. The pattern repeated. Threshold strip, grout line, threshold strip, grout line. And Simon's professional eye recognized the structure, even as his conscious mind refused to name it. A mapped space, gridded and bounded, every surface marked to define what could cross where and under what conditions. The compound's fortifications weren't merely physical. They were geometric, cartographic. A 3-dimensional map of permissions and prohibitions that governed what the space would permit and what it would contain, and Celia had built it according to specifications she'd learned from Arthur's rejected anthropology paper, the one about threshold mechanics and skinwalker folklore, the one that had cost him his academic career because he documented what the Mescalero Apache knew but would not speak of. This hallway was a trap older than the concrete and rebar that held it, older than Celia's wealth, older than the cameras and shutters and pneumatic locks. It was ceremony rendered in architecture, folklore poured into blueprint form and executed with the certainty of someone who understood that some cages could only be built if you knew the prisoner's true name. And there was nothing Simon could do to stop what was coming. The parlor looked exactly as it had hours ago when he'd first entered. Candles still burning, velvet draped table, the air thick with beeswax and something older. Celia gestured to the chair Simon had occupied during the séance, and he sat. Not because she'd commanded it, but because his legs had stopped offering opinions about what happened to them. The skinwalker positioned itself across from him, settling into Celia's chair with movements that were almost human, almost natural. The wrongness buried just deep enough that Simon's peripheral vision wanted to accept what his direct gaze rejected. It folded its hands on the table, pale, elongated, the fingers resting against each other with a delicacy that suggested practice, and began to observe him with the same methodical attention Celia had shown when she'd first measured him in the foyer doorway, cataloging dimensions, testing tolerances, assessing the template she'd spent 5 years hunting. The entity began with somatic observation. It watched the tells Simon couldn't suppress. The slight dilation of his pupils as candle flame shifted. The way his fingers wanted to curl inward against the velvet when fear told his body to prepare for flight that had nowhere to go. The involuntary swallow that moved his throat. The skinwalker cataloged each response with the patient focus of something that had spent 5 years learning prey behavior in a landscape where movement meant death. Simon tried holding still, locked his jaw, controlled his breathing, refused to give the thing anything. But his autonomic nervous system betrayed him in ways consciousness couldn't override. The micro-adjustments his body made to remain balanced in the chair, the fractional rise of his left shoulder when he was processing information he didn't want to accept. Celia remained in the corner, occasionally offering corrections. Arthur should note which tells appeared under stress versus calm, she said, because humans in terror move differently than humans performing normalcy, and the entity would need to simulate both states convincingly. The clinical narration of his vivisection made Simon want to scream, but screaming would only give the thing across from him one more data point, one more pattern to absorb. Hours passed. The candles burned lower, Celia replacing them when they grew short, maintaining steady illumination for the cataloging. And Simon felt his body begin responding to exhaustion in ways the entity watched with uncomforting interest. His left eyelid developed a small tremor. His hands, folded on the table, began producing micro-fidgets his conscious mind hadn't authorized. The skinwalker absorbed each degraciliation of control, learning not just how Simon Brennan moved through the world, but how Simon Brennan's body fell apart under sustained observation. Then the entity moved into neurological mirroring, the skinwalker's breathing, which had maintained the automatic rhythms Celia taught it in earlier hours, began to shift, matching Simon's respiratory rhythm with exactitude that felt calculated. Inhale for 3 counts, exhale for 4, the slight pause at the bottom before the next cycle began. Simon's body, recognizing the pattern it was producing, involuntarily synchronized deeper, his nervous system responding to the mirrored rhythm before his conscious mind registered what was happening. He tried to break the pattern, forced his breathing irregular, but within minutes, the entity had matched the new cadence, and Simon's autonomic systems were reaching for synchronization again, seeking the comfort of matched rhythms the way human bodies instinctively sought when 2 people sat in close proximity for extended time. Worse, The synchronization was spreading deeper into physiology Simon couldn't consciously control, his body searching for the autonomic matching that signaled safety to a nervous system evolved for tribal existence. Being alone was dangerous. Being synchronized with another mammal meant pack, meant tribe, meant survival. Simon's body was trying to join the thing, studying it across the table, and the knowledge of his own betrayal was a violation deeper than any physical touch could produce. Celia spoke quietly. Arthur should sustain the matched breathing until dawn, she said. Simon's body would teach itself to recognize the pattern as normal. When Arthur wore his life into the world, the autonomic synchronization would be the foundation everything else rested on. The imperceptible matching that made strangers feel comfortable in his presence without understanding why. Simon wondered distantly why the entity obeyed her. Arthur had fled this marriage, had chosen transformation over captivity, yet here he sat following Celia's instructions with the docility of something long trained. Then exhaustion stripped away the polish, and his gaze traveled the parlor's architecture with his professional eye. The brass threshold strips, embedded at regular intervals in the hallway beyond, the geometric vertices formed by the Navajo blankets' positioned corners, the cedar vigas and mineral pigments, creating a bounded space that functioned not merely as invitation, but as cage. The threshold worked both ways. Arthur had been summoned across it, yes, invited, into the specific room through Simon's binding words, but the same geometry that required invitation to enter prevented departure without release. Celia controlled the exit. She'd built this parlor from Arthur's own research notes, turned his documentation of Mescalero's spiritual mechanics into the trap that would hold him until he accepted the terms she'd spent 5 years engineering. Wear the matching body, stabilize the form, resume the marriage as the price of freedom. The entity wasn't obeying Celia from affection or renewed devotion. It was obeying because she held the only door out of the parlor, and it needed that door more than it needed autonomy. The third stage arrived sometime past midnight, when exhaustion had stripped away Simon's ability to maintain internal coherence. His thoughts began feeling observed before he completed them, not as abstract sensation, but as visible objects lifted from his skull. He would form an intention to shift his weight in the chair, and the thought would become a tangible thing in the space between them, examined and set aside before his muscles received the instruction. Each idea emerged into the room's air as though spoken aloud, hung there for the entity's inspection, and only then dissolved back into privacy that was no longer private at all. He tried to hold his internal monologue in spaces the entity couldn't reach, but the privacy dissolved under sustained attention. His memories felt examined, his half-formed plans to escape. Animal fantasies with no practical application felt watched and dismissed before he'd consciously articulated them to himself. The first-person coherence that made him Simon Brennan was eroding under observation, his thoughts becoming objects viewed from outside rather than experienced from within. The entity wasn't just learning his body. It was learning how being Simon Brennan felt from the inside, the exact cognitive architecture that would let it wear his consciousness as convincingly as it would wear his physical tells. Simon closed his eyes, couldn't watch anymore. Behind his lids, he tried to find some internal space the entity couldn't reach, some core of self that remained his alone. But even that was a lie. His breathing had synchronized with the thing across from him, his body instinctively matching the rhythm it heard. And he realized the mimicry was running both directions now. It was teaching him to be the thing it was becoming. When he opened his eyes, the candles had burned lower, and gray light was bleeding through the high transom slits. Dawn. He'd survived the night. The thought felt hollow. Survival implied victory, and nothing about this qualified. The skinwalker sat perfectly still across from him, hands folded, face composed, and in the gray pre-dawn light, it looked almost human. Its breathing synchronized with Simon's. Its posture mirrored his exhausted slump. The wrongness was still there and would always be there, but buried now beneath layers of studied normalcy that would pass for human to anyone who wasn't watching very, very carefully. Celia stood, smoothing her skirt with the same exact gesture she'd used when Simon had first met her. She said Arthur was ready. The measurements had been taken. Simon had been very cooperative, despite his earlier resistance, and she wanted him to know she appreciated it. Simon said nothing, had nothing left to say. The night had taken everything that made language useful. The belief that words could negotiate, manipulate, change outcomes. He was meat that could speak, and speaking would only give the entity one more pattern to steal. The skinwalker stood, and Simon's body tried to respond, legs pushing against the floor, hands reaching for the chair's arms. But the neurological mimicry they'd built through the night held him locked in synchronized stillness. His motor cortex sensed signals his muscles no longer obeyed. The entity had taught him too well. His body recognized the thing across from him as pack, as tribe, as the rhythm it was meant to match, and fleeing that rhythm was no longer an option his autonomic systems would permit. He sat perfectly still whilst his conscious mind screamed at him to run. Through the gaps where the parlor's high transom windows met their frames, gray light was strengthening into gold. Dawn. The sun clearing the Sandia peaks to strike the mineral pigments woven into the Navajo blankets that bounded the room. Ochre warming to copper, turquoise brightening to the color of desert sky at altitude. The geometric patterns began to glow with the same light that had watched this landscape for millennia before Celia's compound had been built to cage things that shouldn't be caged. The skinwalker moved around the table with movements that were almost human, almost natural. And Simon's body remained seated in perfect synchronization with the breathing pattern they'd established, the autonomic matching that signaled safety even as his conscious mind registered the approach of everything that meant death. Celia stood in the parlor's doorway, hands folded at her waist, backlit by the hallway's warmth. She told the entity, told Arthur, told the thing that had learned Simon's rhythms with surgical precision, that everything was ready, that the measurements had been perfect, that he could finally move through the world again without triggering the revulsion wrongness produced. The skinwalker's hand settled on Simon's shoulder. The touch was gentle, fingers resting against collarbone with the same delicacy they'd used when folded on the table. The pressure calibrated to comfort rather than restrain, because restraint was no longer necessary. His body's final tremor registered beneath that pale hand, catalogued as one more pattern the entity would need to simulate when it wore his autonomy into the world beyond this room. Celia's voice came soft and satisfied. "Welcome home, Arthur. It's time to put your new life on." The skinwalker's grip shifted, fingers spreading to encompass more of Simon's shoulder, the contact point expanding from touch to enclosure. And Simon Brennan discovered in his last functional seconds that some invitations were binding, some bridges between worlds were real, and the desert's light streaming through transom glass cared nothing at all for what happened in the fortified parlor's humans built against it. The pale fingers tightened. Dawn filled the room with indifferent gold, and Simon's body sat perfectly still, synchronized to the end, whilst the thing that had learned him began the crossing. 1 week later, a man in Simon Brennan's tailored jacket slid into the sedan and adjusted the rearview mirror with the ease of someone who'd sat in this position 1,000 times before, which, in a sense, constructed from memory and meticulous practice he had. The reflection looked back with Simon Brennan's serious eyes, his carefully maintained features, his professional composure settling into place like a mask that had learned to fit perfectly. He smiled. The reflection smiled back, and the reflection's eyes held open whilst the man blinked. The microscopic disconnect lasting half a second before both faces synchronized again into seamless performance. The compound's gates closed behind him. The desert stretched ahead, endless and indifferent. And the thing that had learned to be Simon Brennan drove toward Albuquerque wearing a life that fit perfectly. The nail was cold in David's palm, heavier than the wedding photograph required. Brass thick enough to anchor something that mattered more than memory. And when he looked back, Lauren was watching from the doorway with an expression he'd learned to recognize, the one that meant he hadn't quite understood her instructions and she was deciding whether to correct him. She smiled when their eyes met, brought the photograph to him, her fingers careful on the frame's edges. The photograph showed them on the ferry dock, Lauren in the cream dress, David in the gray suit he'd worn once since. Behind them, Gallows Rock rose from fog granite and spruce and the white spire of the council hall. Lauren had insisted on capturing the island in the frame. David hammered the nail into the cabin's west wall, the one that caught afternoon light through the pines, then hung the photograph and watched it tilt left. He adjusted when Lauren made a small sound, adjusted again when it still tilted, then felt her hand guide his wrist, cool fingers positioning his grip, holding steady, shifting fractionally left until the photograph hung level. Lauren smiled, eyes warm with what looked like genuine pleasure, the warmth that had made him leave Boston to come here, to this island where the wedding had made clear he was marrying in, not born to. The council chairman had mentioned the harrowing with strange reverence, calling it necessary shaping. Lauren moved to the kitchen, began preparing tea. Certain island traditions couldn't be explained, only experienced. Then brought the tea, and they sat by the window facing the pines where the fog had thickened. Lauren's cup rattled against her saucer before she set both down, folded her hands in her lap, and said quietly that the harrower arrived tomorrow. David had heard the term at the wedding, twice more from neighbors, always mentioned with a careful tone, had asked Lauren to explain, and each time she'd deflected. So now, watching her hands knot together and color leave her mouth, he felt something shift in the room and asked what a harrower was. Lauren's throat worked as she explained the harrower would come to their home, live with them 30 days with absolute authority granted by the council. No ferry ran once a harrowing began, no outside communication. The harrower's purpose was to test the marriage, and David asked what kind of test. Lauren looked at her hands. The harrower would do what he deemed necessary. Each harrowing was unique, tailored to the couple. It would be difficult. David would need to trust her, remember she loved him. Everything the harrower did was temporary, sanctioned. Her voice caught. She looked up, eyes carrying the same plea she'd made when asking him to leave Boston. He reached across, took her hand, felt her fingers close with pressure that bordered on pain. He said he would protect her. Lauren squeezed his hand, said she knew he would. Morning fog lay so thick David couldn't see the pines. Lauren was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast, movements automatic, eggs, toast, coffee strong enough to taste like punishment. They ate in silence. At 10, footsteps sounded on the gravel path. Lauren went still, her fork pausing halfway to her mouth and holding there until the eggs slipped back to the plate. Then she stood and walked to the door and opened it before the knock came. The harrower stood on the threshold, tall, perhaps 6.5 feet, shoulders filling the doorframe. Gray work clothes, worn leather briefcase. His face was ordinary except for his eyes, pale as winter ice over deep water. He smiled, pleasant and warm, said good morning. His voice carried no affect, perfectly level. Lauren stepped back. The harrower entered, set his briefcase beside the door, positioned exactly parallel to the wall, exactly 2 inches from the corner, then looked around the cabin with slow thoroughness, gaze moving from window to door to ceiling beam before turning to David and extending his hand. The grip was firm, dry. He said he appreciated David's cooperation, that the process was difficult for mainland couples, but David would understand its necessity. He spoke as if stating established facts. The harrower walked through the cabin, room to room, pausing in each doorway, making notes in a small leather notebook. Lauren stood by the kitchen counter, face pale, hands gripping the edge. When he finished, he opened his briefcase, removed a toolbox, explained privacy was a barrier to honest assessment, and the couple would be observed at all times, then moved to the bedroom door and began removing the pins. David asked what he was doing, and the harrower didn't look up, just continued removing the doors, all of them. Enclosed spaces allowed performances, protected dishonesty. The bedroom door came free. He carried it to the back room, returned for the bathroom door. Then David looked at Lauren, who was staring at the floor, knuckles bone pale. 3 doors total, bedroom, bathroom, back room, and he worked without hurrying, each door lifted without scraping, each hinge pin placed in a small cloth bag. Before he announced the adjustment period typically lasted 24 hours. He'd be sleeping in the spare room. They should continue their normal routines while understanding that normal had acquired new parameters. That first night without doors, David lay in bed listening to the harrower's footsteps move through the cabin, room to room. A slow circuit repeated every 20 minutes. Each time the footsteps passed the bedroom doorway, David saw the shadow, tall and unhurried, moving across the far wall. Lauren lay beside him, breathing shallow, body rigid. David reached for her hand. She took it but didn't squeeze back. The footsteps approached again, and the shadow crossed the wall, paused in the doorway for a count of 10, moved on while Lauren's breathing stopped during those 10 seconds, her body absolutely motionless, then resumed only when the footsteps receded. Her fingers twitched, a small spasm. The sleep deprivation began the second night. David woke to light flooding the bedroom, the harrower standing in the empty doorway with his hand on the light switch. 2 a.m, sleep schedules concealed relationship dynamics. Exhaustion revealed truth. They would operate on a modified rest protocol. David rose, turned the light off, climbed back into bed, but 20 minutes later the light blazed again. The harrower's silhouette filled the doorway David had misunderstood, and the harrower spoke as if correcting a simple mistake. The council gave me 30 days. I intend to use all 30. The light would remain on until the harrower determined they'd absorbed adequate rest. The light stayed on until 6. David had slept perhaps 90 minutes, his body jolting awake each time he began to drift. Lauren looked worse, face drawn, eyes red-rimmed, movements slow. They ate breakfast under the harrower's observation. He sat in David's chair, notebook open, making notes. He asked Lauren about her therapy sessions in Boston. Lauren's fork stopped halfway to her mouth. She didn't want to talk about that. Therapy was private. The harrower made a note. Privacy was a performance. Lauren set her fork down. The therapy had been about adjustment, managing the anxiety of mainland life. The harrower asked what specific anxieties. Lauren's throat worked. Normal things, relationship concerns, family expectations. The harrower asked which relationship concern specifically. Lauren looked at David, eyes carrying apology and plea. She talked about whether David was someone she could build a permanent life with, whether his empathy was genuine, whether his need to protect her came from love or his own need to be needed. She said these quietly, voice barely above a whisper, eyes dropping to her plate. David felt something cold move through his chest. The harrower made another note. This was exactly the kind of honesty the harrowing required. Over the next week, the sleep deprivation became systematic, lights turning on at unpredictable intervals, never more than 2 hours apart sometimes, after only 40 minutes. And David felt his mind fragmenting, thoughts becoming slippery, reality acquiring a thin quality while Lauren moved through the cabin like someone drugged, face blank, responses growing shorter until she stopped responding at all, and on the 8th day, the harrower introduced the recordings. He set up a reel-to-reel player, explained he'd obtained Lauren's therapy session, recordings from her Boston counselor. The council had authority to access any records relevant to the harrowing. He pressed play. Lauren's voice came through clearly enough, discussing her relationship with David, her concerns about his mental fragility, his tendency toward depression, his need for external validation. David listened to his wife describe him to a stranger in language that made their courtship sound like an experiment, noting which of his behaviors she'd reinforced, which she'd discouraged, how she'd shaped his perception of their relationship. Terms like dependent attachment and rescue fantasy and emotional liability. The harrower let the tape play for an hour, then stopped it. They'd continue tomorrow. Lauren sat on the floor by the kitchen, arms wrapped around her knees, face turned toward the wall. David tried to speak to her. She didn't respond. He moved closer, knelt beside her, said her name. She turned her head fractionally, tears tracking down her cheeks, devastation in her eyes. She whispered that the therapist had misunderstood everything, that the recordings were out of context. Her voice cracked. She reached for David's hand, gripped it with desperate pressure. His thumb found her shoulder blade, began stroking small circles there, the same gesture from their wedding night. Her body fit into the curve of his arms the way it always had. Her head against his chest, breathing gradually slowing. She whispered that she was sorry, that she never wanted him to hear those things. David said he knew, said they'd survive this together. He felt her relax, felt her arms come up to hold him back, felt the shaking subside. They stayed there for a long time, the floor cold beneath them. David felt her trust in the way she leaned into him, felt her need for protection. He would endure whatever the harrower did. That night, David woke to whispering, low voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, words he couldn't quite resolve into meaning. He reached for Lauren, found her shape beside him, breathing steady. The whispering continued, patient and rhythmic, coming from the walls themselves. He rose, moved through the doorway into the living room, empty. The chairs unoccupied and the spare room's doorway dark and still. No movement, no sound except the wind against the windows and the creaking of old wood settling. David stood in the center of the room, listening to silence where moments ago there had been voices, felt his mind struggling to reconcile what he'd heard with what he was seeing, felt the floor tilt beneath him. He moved to the spare room's threshold and found only darkness, the harrower's shape visible in the bed, unmoving, then returned to the bedroom where Lauren remained exactly as he'd left her, breathing slow and deep. He stood in the doorway watching her sleep, trying to convince himself the voices had been dream residue, exhaustion, hallucination, his mind fragmenting under sustained deprivation. When morning arrived, Lauren was already in the kitchen, moving with mechanical precision, face carrying the blankness of exhaustion. David mentioned the voices from the night. Lauren's face went pale. She said there had been no voices, that sleep deprivation did terrible things to perception, and he needed to be careful about trusting what he heard in the dark when his mind was barely holding together. The harrower emerged from the spare room, said good morning, that today they'd begin partner exercises, and David looked at Lauren, who was staring at her coffee cup with both hands wrapped around it, knuckles pale, and he saw only fear in her face. David couldn't sleep. Lauren's strange blankness from 3 hours ago kept replaying, that moment where the fear had emptied out of her face entirely. Fog obscured the windows by morning. David rose first, found Lauren already awake, sitting at the kitchen table, hands folded, staring at nothing. The harrower emerged carrying his briefcase and a canvas bag. He set both on the table, opened the briefcase, removed 2 leather-bound journals, placed them with their spines aligned exactly parallel. David recognized the dark brown binding, his journal. The second journal was pale green, Lauren's. The harrower sat down. Privacy in marriage was dishonesty. David and Lauren would read selected entries to each other. David looked at his journal where he'd written about Lauren, about his love, his anxiety, and also darker things from before they'd met. About the therapist who'd prescribed medication he'd stopped taking. About the morning he'd stood on his apartment balcony and considered whether 6 stories was high enough. And when Lauren's hands went to her throat, the harrower opened David's journal to a marked page and pushed it toward Lauren. Lauren's fingers trembled as she picked it up. She looked at David once, then looked down and began reading aloud. Her voice was flat, effectless, reading his words about worthlessness, about the weight of continuing to exist when existence felt like punishment, about how his functionality was performance. Underneath was just black space. She read his description of the balcony morning, his accounting of reasons to jump versus reasons to stay. She read for 10 minutes while David sat, feeling his worst moment being spoken in her voice. When she finished, she closed the journal, pushed it back. Her face had gone pale. The harrower made a note, then opened the pale green journal, pushed it to David. David picked up the journal. He found the marked passage, began reading aloud. I'm terrified David won't be strong enough for what's coming. The island expects things, marriages that mainlanders can't understand. He's kind, but kindness isn't what survives here. I need him to be harder, more protective, willing to cross lines. Mother says every husband either becomes what the island needs or breaks. I'm so afraid David will break. David stopped reading. Lauren was staring at her hands, face pale, tears tracking down. The harrower pointed to another passage. He asked if I was happy on the island, and I lied and said yes, because how do I tell him I've been trying to escape this place my entire life? He thinks I brought him here because I love the island. The truth is, I brought him here because the council said that we had to undergo the harrowing before they'd let us leave permanently. I thought if he loved me enough, he'd survive it, and we could go back to Boston together. David set the journal down. His hands had gone numb. Lauren's eyes met his for just a second before dropping back to the table. In that second, David saw something raw and desperate. The harrower closed the journals, placed them in his briefcase, said they should spend the afternoon considering what they'd learned, then stood and carried his briefcase into the spare room's dark threshold, leaving David and Lauren sitting at the table in silence. The fog pressed against the windows. David tried to formulate a question that would make Lauren explain what he'd just read, but every question started from assumptions he couldn't believe anymore. Lauren spoke first, voice stripped to desperate honesty. The entries were real. She'd been trained by the island to engineer relationships, but somewhere in the process, the techniques had become genuine. She didn't know anymore where engineering ended and love began. She was crying. She'd chosen him because he was vulnerable, But molding him had made her love him, and David sat listening to his wife confess their marriage had started as a project, and maybe possibly had become something else. Thinking about the balcony morning, about standing 6 stories up, about how finding Lauren had felt like salvation. He reached across the table, took her hands. He said he needed time to process, but he wasn't leaving. If she'd built their relationship as a project, then they could choose to continue it with intention. Intention and love weren't necessarily opposites. Lauren squeezed his hand, whispered that she loved him. He said he believed her. In that moment, he did. They spent the afternoon in the living room together on the couch, not talking. David tried to formulate questions about what the journals had revealed, what Lauren meant by techniques becoming genuine. But exhaustion pulled his thoughts into fragments that wouldn't assemble. Lauren sat with her back against the armrest, knees drawn up, positioned at a 90-degree angle to the couch's length, her spine perfectly vertical, shoulders aligned parallel to the window frame behind her. David noticed only because the geometry was exact. The kind of composed positioning he'd learned to recognize in architectural photography, where human figures were placed to emphasize spatial relationships. Except Lauren wasn't posing for a photograph, and the positioning seemed unconscious, her body adopting angles and intervals that matched the harrower's movements through doorways, the way he positioned objects at measured intervals, the way he stood in thresholds at perfect right angles. David watched her adjust her weight fractionally, shifting her position 2 inches left without apparent thought. And the movement brought her into exact alignment with the window's central mullion, her head centered in the frame, the way the harrower centered himself in doorways when observing them. She seemed unaware of it, her face carrying the same exhausted blankness from earlier. But her body had absorbed something David couldn't name, some subtle mimicry of the harrower's spatial grammar. Night fell. The harrower emerged, prepared dinner, ate in silence. He looked up once, met David's eyes. The man knew David was reaching some kind of threshold. The man was waiting for it. After dinner, the harrower said tomorrow they'd continue the journal work. Lauren's posture shifted, shoulders drawing inward, the composed geometry collapsing into something that looked like fear but came too quickly, too completely. A physical transformation David had witnessed enough times to recognize its rhythm. The island's general store came to mind, the conversation during their first week before the harrowing began, when he'd asked about local plants and learned hemlock grew wild here. The root toxic if prepared correctly, knowledge he'd filed away as island folklore. And while Lauren's breathing evened out and her trembling subsided into sleep, and the harrower's footsteps began their nightly circuit, David's mind moved through the possibilities of resistance and refusal, hemlock root, and preparation methods, murder. The thought settled with a weight that should have been horrifying, but instead brought relief. The harrower had backed them into a corner, and the only way to protect Lauren was to remove the threat entirely. The island's isolation meant no one would investigate closely. The council had given the harrower absolute authority, which meant the harrower's death would be absolute too, and David lay in the dark holding his sleeping wife and listening to the harrower's footsteps approach and recede, and felt the decision harden that he would kill the harrower carefully, quietly, in a way that looked natural, would protect Lauren from this nightmare the only way the nightmare allowed. Days accumulated after that recognition, while David waited for the right moment, watching the harrower's routines, noting patterns. But the torture continued without variation, sleep deprivation, and recordings cycling through the same brutal sequence. And on the 28th night, after one final demonstration of control that left Lauren trembling in the corner and David's hands shaking with impotent rage, David slipped out while Lauren slept And the harrower remained in the spare room, found the hemlock growing behind the cabin, extracted the root with hands that didn't shake, then sat at the kitchen table in the dark with the wrapped root, and listened to Lauren's breathing from the bedroom, understanding the man he'd been in Boston would have been incapable of premeditated murder. But this man, sitting in a doorless cabin where the council sanctioned torture and isolation, made the intervention impossible, understood the only real protection was the protection you provided yourself, felt the future narrow to a single, inevitable act. And tomorrow he would dose the evening tea. Dawn broke over the pines on the 29th day, fog thinning enough to reveal the cabin's isolation in absolute terms. No other structure visible through the trees, and David stood at the kitchen counter looking at the wrapped hemlock root he'd harvested the night before. He'd slept 2 hours, maybe less, his mind cycling through preparation steps with the methodical focus he'd once applied to architectural projects, except now the thing being designed was a man's death rather than a building's foundation. Lauren emerged from the bedroom, moving like someone sleepwalking, face drawn, eyes red-rimmed. She saw him at the counter, saw the wrapped root, and her expression shifted through phases in the space of a breath. Recognition, confusion, then something that might have been fear or relief. Her face crumpled, and she moved toward him, hands reaching out, voice breaking on his name. She asked what he was doing. David said he was protecting her, that he'd found a way to end this, that the harrower wouldn't survive to complete the 30 days. Lauren's hands found his arms, gripped them with desperate pressure. She said it was too dangerous. The council would investigate. David couldn't be certain of dosage or method or timing. The objections came rapid fire, each identifying a specific failure point. And David heard himself responding with reassurances about untraceable compounds and natural-appearing symptoms. They were discussing premeditated murder with practical focus. Lauren's trembling hands held his arm steady. Her breathing had evened out the moment he'd confirmed his intention to kill. The harrower emerged from the spare room, moved through his morning routine without hurrying, positioned himself in his chair, then looked at David, then at Lauren, then at the wrapped root on the counter. His expression registered no surprise, no alarm. He unwrapped the root, examined it with calm thoroughness, rewrapped it, then placed it back on the counter, positioning it exactly parallel to the counter's edge, exactly 2 inches from the corner. David watched the placement and felt his architectural training engaged despite his exhaustion. The part of his mind that automatically measured spatial relationships, noting the counter's position relative to the doorways, the exact sight lines from every threshold in the cabin, the way the harrower had positioned the wrapped root at the single point visible from 3 separate door frames, the bedroom threshold, and the spare room threshold, and the bathroom threshold, all converging their angles on this exact location. He'd thought the cabin was a domestic space stripped of doors, but standing here watching the harrower's exact placement, David began to see it differently. Began to see the removed doors not as violation of privacy, but as creation of channels. The cabin's interior architecture functioning like the structural blueprints he'd drafted in Boston, where every corridor and opening guided foot traffic toward specific destinations. Except here, the destination was the kitchen counter, every door frame angled to funnel vision toward this exact spot where the hemlock sat waiting. The entire month's movement patterns engineered to make this counter the gravitational center. The place where every circuit through the cabin terminated. The place where refusal would necessarily manifest, because the architecture itself permitted no other terminus. David didn't touch the root again, his hands finding the counter's edge and gripping it, while his architectural training assembled what he was seeing into a pattern he couldn't unsee. The cabin wasn't a home stripped of doors, but a rigged apparatus. He'd been moving through predetermined channels since the harrower came, his footsteps following paths the doorless architecture made inevitable. His murder attempt ending at the counter because the counter was where the spatial geometry forced culmination. And standing here now, seeing the cabin as blueprint rather than dwelling, David understood that nothing he could plan would escape the structure, that the harrower had been building this trap since before he entered, that the doors hadn't been removed to observe them, but to channel them toward exactly this counter, exactly this poison, exactly this moment. Lauren's hands were still on his arms. When he looked at her face, he saw something strange, a blankness where the fear had been. Her eyes tracking his expression with an attention he couldn't read. The day proceeded with terrible momentum. They sat across from each other while the harrower asked invasive questions. Lauren answered, voice breaking, hands trembling, face cycling through expressions of barely contained terror. And David watched his wife suffer under interrogation that seemed designed to break whatever remained of her composure. Watched her flinch at the harrower's every movement. Watched her eyes find his with desperate pleas for protection he couldn't provide. During the afternoon, the harrower left them alone for the first time in days. They should discuss what they'd learned. Private conversation was now appropriate, given their demonstrated commitment. The moment the harrower stepped into the spare room's dark threshold, and his shape disappeared from view, Lauren moved to the bedroom, lay down on the bed with her face toward the wall, breathing shallow and quick, each breath audible in the cabin's acoustic deadness. David followed, stood in the doorway, tried to find words that would bridge the gap between what the hemlock represented and what Lauren needed him to believe about his intentions, but the harrower's footsteps had begun their circuit through the spare room, the same measured pacing that happened every afternoon. 20 steps one direction, then 20 steps back. The rhythm so consistent David had learned to count it unconsciously. He listened to the footsteps, then listened to Lauren's breathing, and after 30 seconds of standing there realized her breathing had synchronized with the harrower's pacing, each inhalation matching a footstep, each exhalation timed to the turn, her chest rising and falling in exact correspondence with footsteps 20 feet away behind a wall. When evening came, the harrower emerged from the spare room with his briefcase and notebook, positioned himself in his chair, and said tonight would conclude the month. The final hours required attention. David and Lauren should prepare themselves for what completion actually meant. He said this while looking at David with an expression that carried something close to approval, pale eyes warming fractionally, thin mouth almost smiling. The harrower moved to the kitchen counter where David had left the wrapped hemlock root that morning, picked it up with careful attention, unwrapped it completely, examined the root's prepared state with what appeared to be professional assessment. He carried it to the stove, began preparing tea the way he'd prepared tea every evening, except now he was incorporating the poison David had harvested, measuring it with exact care, adding it to the brass kettle along with the tea leaves, heating the water until steam rose. David watched the man prepare his own poisoned beverage, watched him arrange 3 ceramic cups with exact spacing, watched him pour the tea into each cup with the same calm focus, no hesitation, no fear. The harrower brought the cups to the table, placed one in front of David, one in front of Lauren, kept the third for himself. Lauren's face had gone pale, her hands gripping the table's edge, but the harrower's expression carried satisfaction and approval, the look of someone reaching a long-anticipated completion. The harrower raised his cup, held David's eyes with absolute focus and intention, and drank deeply, as someone drinking to seal an agreement rather than to slake thirst. The cup was still at the harrower's lips when his throat began its first involuntary spasm, muscles contracting in a pattern that started deep and worked upward, visible beneath the skin of his neck, tendons drawing tight. The harrower's hand lowered the cup with the same measured care, set it on the table aligned exactly with his notebook's corner, but his other hand had gone to his collar, fingers pulling at the fabric with increasing urgency. The first break in his controlled movement David had witnessed in 29 days. The pale eyes met David's, held them, and what David saw there wasn't fear or surprise or betrayal, but profound satisfaction. The look of someone reaching a long-anticipated destination. David stood, the chair scraping against the wooden floor. Lauren remained seated, face composed, still watching. The trembling and fear stripped away entirely. The harrower's breathing had taken on a labored quality, each inhalation requiring visible effort, his chest expanding against increasing resistance. David felt something enormous pressing against his ribs, not triumph or relief, but a terrible weight. Somewhere in the past month between the harrower's arrival and this moment, David had crossed a threshold he'd believed himself constitutionally incapable of crossing. The harrower's hand left his collar, reached for his notebook, opened it with fingers that shook fractionally, wrote something, 3 words, maybe 4, handwriting degrading from practiced precision, letters slanting, spacing irregular. Then pushed the notebook across the table toward David with visible effort despite the respiratory distress, and David looked down at it. The handwriting was barely legible, but the 3 words were clear enough. Doing beautifully. Both. The harrower had just praised both of them, had included Lauren in his final assessment. She hadn't been suffering under the harrower's torture, but participating in it. Hadn't been victim, but collaborator. Hadn't been the person David needed to protect, but one of the architects of the machinery systematically destroying him. David said, voice coming out strange and distant, that the harrower had failed, that love had survived the harrowing, and that David's willingness to commit murder to protect his wife proved the bond between them was stronger than any ritual designed to break it. He said this while watching the harrower's breathing deteriorate further, while watching Lauren's expression register not fear or horror, but focused attention. Eyes tracking David's face, hands resting calm and still on the table. No trembling, no distress. The harrower's mouth curved into something that wasn't quite a smile, but carried profound satisfaction. He tried to speak, the first syllable catching in his constricted throat, his hand returning to his collar to pull at it with increasing desperation. But his eyes held David's without wavering, with something that registered as pride, as approval. When his voice finally emerged, it came barely above a whisper, each word requiring visible effort to push past the respiratory constriction. Every new harrower requires their first permanent subject. The words landed in David's chest, each one a small detonation. The harrower had engineered his own murder as Lauren's final examination. The island's tradition requiring an apprentice to prove mastery by bringing their subject to kill the master, willing sacrifice as the candidate's graduation. The torture, the deprivation, the systematic erosion of every comfortable delusion, all engineered to produce this exact moment. David's hand holding poison and his psychology broken enough to use it. The island wanted something from this month, and David had just provided it through his premeditated killing. David looked at Lauren. She was watching the harrower with reverence, tracking his dying with the same focused attention she'd shown during his middle-of-night interrogations, except now the trembling was gone, the fear was gone, and what remained was this steady observation that suggested she'd been working toward this outcome while David had been trying to protect her from it. The harrower's breathing had become irregular, gasping. But his eyes stayed on David's face, watching recognition arrive in stages. The man was dying, but his satisfaction was absolute, his hand reaching across the table to grasp David's wrist with failing strength, the grip carrying approval. David pulled his hand back and stood, the victory he'd been anticipating revealing itself as defeat, his successful murder recontextualizing from resistance into compliance, every choice since the journal readings exposed as choreographed response to engineered pressure. He hadn't rebelled against the island's ritual, but completed it exactly according to design. The harrower's breathing stopped. His hand fell from his throat to the table, fingers curling inward, the controlled movements finally degrading into slack stillness. His eyes stayed open, pale and clear even in death, still holding that expression of profound satisfaction. Lauren stood, moved around the table, placed 2 fingers against the harrower's neck to check for pulse, withdrew them after 10 seconds, then said quietly that it was finished, that they'd survived the harrowing. Her voice carried none of the breaks or catches from previous weeks, only the flat tone David had heard during her middle-of-night conversations with the harrower. David looked at her, tried to find something that matched the woman he'd married, found instead this quiet stranger. He tried to speak, to ask what they should do, but the words wouldn't form, his throat closing around them, his breathing shallow and quick. His legs began to give out. He made it to the bedroom doorway before his mind assembled the next recognition. Lauren was still in danger. The council would come, would discover the poison. The protection he'd promised her required getting her off the island before the council came, required fleeing to the mainland immediately. David called her name, voice breaking on the syllables, desperate and urgent. He called her name again, louder, because she needed to understand they had to leave immediately, had to pack whatever they could carry and get to the ferry dock before dawn, before the council discovered the body, before their brief window of escape closed, and the island became their permanent cage. David pushed through the bedroom doorway, and the words already forming about ferry schedules and mainland police and getting Lauren to safety, and stopped when he saw what she was doing. Lauren knelt beside the bed, the harrower's worn leather briefcase open in front of her, his leather notebook and audio equipment arranged on the floor in neat rows. Her hands moved among the objects with the same domestic care David had loved watching during their first weeks in the cabin, except now she was packing the harrower's tools with quiet efficiency. Someone who knew exactly which items belonged in which compartments, who'd handled this equipment before, who'd been trained in its proper storage and transport. She didn't look up when David entered, didn't startle or pause, just continued sorting through the briefcase's contents, lifting out a stack of blank evaluation forms, setting them aside, reaching for the reel-to-reel tapes. The trembling that had characterized every gesture during the previous month was gone completely. Her hands steady and sure, her movements carrying long practice. She extracted a leather case containing what looked like lockpicks, examined them briefly, placed them in the briefcase's inner pocket. David heard himself say her name, the syllable emerging strange and hollow. Lauren glanced up, met his eyes with an expression that carried none of the fear or relief or desperate gratitude he'd been expecting, carried instead a kind of quiet satisfaction, the calm of someone who'd just completed a complex project successfully. The mask David had been watching for 29 days, the performance of terror and need and trembling vulnerability, had dropped away entirely. What remained was this composed stranger who looked at him with the same cool assessment she'd shown during the middle-of-night conversations with the harrower. She said quietly, still kneeling beside the briefcase, that she was packing the harrower's materials, that they belonged to her now, that this had always been the plan. Her voice carried none of the breaks or catches from the previous weeks, none of the desperate apologies or whispered fears, just the flat tone of someone stating established facts. She returned her attention to the briefcase, lifted out a folder containing psychological evaluation protocols, flipped through them with casual familiarity, set them aside. David asked what she meant, what plan, his voice coming out thin and uncertain. Lauren looked up again, this time with something that might have been genuine surprise crossing her face. The first authentic emotion David had seen from her since the harrower's death. Surprised that David still hadn't assembled the full picture, that he'd murdered a man and watched him die and still somehow believed he understood what had actually been happening in this cabin for the past month. She stood, brushed dust from her knees, positioned herself beside the bed with the same exact spacing she'd used when guiding David's grip on the wedding photograph's nail. She said in that same calm tone that she'd sought David out specifically in Boston 9 months ago, had identified him through the architecture firm's website, had researched his background and psychological profile, had engineered their meeting at the coffee shop near his apartment building, where she'd known he stopped every morning at 7:15. She'd chosen him because his psychiatric history, his therapist's notes about depressive episodes and suicidal ideation, his documented need for external validation, and his tendency toward rescue fantasies made him the ideal candidate for her final examination. The practical assessment that would complete her apprenticeship under the harrower and qualify her to assume his role when he retired. She'd married him, not despite his mental fragility, but because of it. The island valued harrowers who could identify vulnerable psychology and shape it toward specific, predetermined outcomes. Her ability to transform an empathetic mainland architect into someone capable of premeditated murder would demonstrate exactly the skills the council required. David felt the bedroom floor tilt beneath him. Every moment of the previous 9 months recontextualized in a single, cascading recognition. The coffee shop meeting engineered, the courtship manipulation, the wedding the beginning of an examination that required his complete psychological dissolution. Lauren had built their entire relationship as a bespoke weapon designed to destroy him. David tried to speak, but his throat had closed, his breathing shallow gasps. Lauren watched, tracking his physical responses. She said almost gently that she understood this was difficult, that the revelation was designed to be destabilizing, that his current state was exactly what the ritual required. She reached into the briefcase, withdrew a ledger bound in spruce green cloth, the island's council seal embossed on the cover, and opened it on the bed between them. The left-hand pages contained David's original architectural portfolio from Boston, the residential projects he'd drafted before meeting Lauren, floor plans and elevation drawings rendered in his careful hand, each building's sightlines and spatial flow documented in the technical language he'd learned in graduate school. The right-hand pages contained the cabin's interior as blueprint, the same walls and door frames and counter positions. Except these drawings were annotated in the harrower's precise handwriting, with notes about optimal observation angles and channeled movement patterns and the kitchen counter's position at the convergence of 3 sight lines, and David recognized his own spatial grammar repurposed, the vocabulary of domestic architecture he'd developed in Boston, deployed here to engineer corridors of psychological pressure. His professional training in how humans moved through residential space transformed into a map of inevitable collapse. Beneath the architectural comparison, the harrower had constructed a timeline annotated in 2 hands. David's predicted psychological trajectory mapped across 30 days in the harrower's writing, Lauren's notes tracking actual progress against predicted milestones, and interspersed throughout were pages David recognized. Documents he'd written himself during sleep-deprived nights when the harrower had asked him to process his feelings on paper. Confessions about protective rage and desperate capability rendered in David's own handwriting, emotional admissions about crossing any line to save Lauren that could be read now as premeditation. Each page dated and countersigned, a month's worth of evidence David had created without understanding he was building his own cage. His murder attempt appeared on day 29, exactly where the timeline had predicted. His approach to dosage and delivery, annotated as consistent with subject's documented architectural methodology. Spatial problem-solving applied to terminal outcome. Though David could see now they'd prepared multiple paths, several fail-safes, the hemlock merely the route his psychology had selected from among the options they'd engineered into his environment. And David looked at the ledger and understood that his entire professional life, his specific way of thinking about space and structure, and how to guide people through designed environments, had been the reason Lauren chose him. The vulnerability she'd identified and cultivated, the tool she'd needed to complete her apprenticeship. Lauren closed the ledger with a soft click. By manipulating David into murdering her mentor using the exact spatial reasoning that made him employable in Boston, she'd demonstrated mastery of the island's fundamental principle, that mainland skills could be repurposed as instruments of permanent captivity, that the things people believed made them valuable were exactly what made them vulnerable. The council would confirm her new role tomorrow. She'd be assuming the harrower's position. She said this with visible pride, the first genuine emotion David had seen. David heard himself ask whether any of it had been real. Lauren looked at him with something that might have been genuine consideration. She said the island didn't recognize the distinction between performed affection and authentic feeling, that her feelings had emerged through the process of shaping him, that the question of authenticity was mainland thinking that missed the point entirely. She crossed the room, stood directly in front of David, close enough that he could smell her soap and see the small scar above her left eyebrow where she'd cut herself on a cabinet door during their second week in the cabin, back when he'd still believed her clumsy nervousness was fear rather than performance. She reached up, touched his cheek with fingers that no longer trembled, her palm warm against his face. David felt his body respond to the touch exactly the way it had responded to every gesture of affection during the previous 9 months, felt himself lean fractionally toward her, despite knowing the touch was technique, despite understanding the gesture was designed to produce exactly this response, his psychology betraying him one final time by making him want comfort from the person who just confirmed she was the architect of his systematic destruction. She leaned closer, her voice dropping to something intimate, almost tender, and said, "I chose which tapes he would play, directed how he'd break you, planted the hemlock idea." David pulled back, tried to stand, felt his legs give out. Lauren watched him, then said quietly that the ledger would remain on the island, locked in the council's vault. But David's own handwritten pages from those sleep-deprived nights, the confessions he'd written, documenting his protective rage and willingness to cross any line to save her, those pages could be separated from the ledger, stripped of all council annotations in her notes, delivered to mainland authorities along with the harrower's preserved body and toxicology evidence showing hemlock poisoning. The island would express shock, full cooperation, tragic outcome of a mentally unstable mainland transplant who couldn't handle isolation. David's own psychiatric history, his documented suicidal ideation, his therapist's notes about depressive episodes, all of it supporting the narrative of a fragile man who'd snapped under pressure and murdered an island official. He was bound to the island now, His confession was the lock, and she held the only key. He would live here for the rest of his life in the cabin they'd shared, married to the woman who'd engineered his destruction. And every morning he would wake up knowing he could never leave. The wedding photograph hung on the wall behind her. Lauren in the cream dress, David in the gray suit, the island rising from fog in the background. Her smile in the photograph was identical to the smile she wore now. David looked at it and understood that he'd been looking at that smile for 9 months without seeing what it actually was, had interpreted tenderness in an expression that had only ever been satisfaction, had built his entire sense of safety on a foundation that had never existed, except as performance calibrated to produce exactly this moment, exactly this recognition, exactly this permanent, inescapable trap. Lauren crossed the room, kissed his cheek, her lipstick leaving a mark he could feel cooling against his skin. She picked up the harrower's briefcase, positioned herself by the empty doorway. She'd be staying in the council hall tonight. Her new role required certain preparations. Tomorrow, the island would formally recognize her as the next harrower, and David would attend the ceremony and smile and play the role of supportive husband, because that was what married men did on the island. If he performed well enough, she might let him forget the spruce cloth volume existed for days at a time, might let him pretend their marriage was something other than the mechanism of his permanent imprisonment. She left, and the doorway stood empty, fog-drenched night air blowing directly into the cabin. Morning light fell through the doorless thresholds in 3 rectangles, casting geometric patterns across the cabin floor, bedroom, and bathroom, and spare room doorways, each framing a column of early sun that met at angles David's exhausted mind registered as intentional, as designed. He rose without deciding to rise, moved through the bedroom threshold, and felt his body pause there for exactly the count of 3 before continuing, some rhythm absorbed during the month of watching the harrower pause in door frames, some unconscious adoption of interval and duration his body had learned while his mind was focused on protection and survival and murder. David walked to the kitchen, filled the brass kettle with the water from the tap, carried it to the stove, and set it down exactly 2 inches from the stove's front edge, exactly parallel to the counter's length, his hand making minute adjustments to achieve positioning he hadn't known he cared about until it sat perfectly aligned and some part of him registered satisfaction. He stepped back, looked at the kettle, and felt his throat close around the recognition that his hands had just performed the harrower's geometry without conscious thought, that the month had taught his body to measure spacing and angles the way the harrower measured them, that he'd absorbed the syntax of exact placement the way Lauren had absorbed it, his architect's training in spatial relationships making him receptive to the specific form of conditioning. The kettle began to heat. Steam rose. David stood at the counter and through the window watched fog move through the pines the way it had moved through them every morning since August. The island emerging from white opacity in stages. The ferry dock appearing first as a dark line against pale water, then resolving into weathered planks and pilings, and the small shelter where passengers waited for morning departure to the mainland. The ferry's engine fired up, and the sound carrying clearly through the cabin's doorless interior, a diesel rumble that vibrated up through the floorboards and into David's feet, and made him understand in his body rather than his mind that the boat was preparing to leave. The people would board in the next few minutes, that the ferry would pull away from the dock and disappear into fog and reach the mainland 2 hours later where police stations existed, and lawyers took cases, and men who'd been coerced into murder could theoretically seek help, except the seeking would require boarding, and the boarding would trigger the ledger's delivery, and the ledger would guarantee a life sentence in a mainland prison rather than this island prison. So there was no boarding, No seeking, no help. Only the sound of the engine growing louder, and then the horn's single blast, marking departure, and then the engine sound receding across water until silence returned and the ferry was gone. And David was still standing at the kitchen counter watching steam rise from the kettle, positioned exactly 2 inches from the stove's edge. He turned off the heat, poured the water into a ceramic cup, carried it to the table, and sat on the chair the harrower had used. The wedding photograph hung on the wall where he'd placed it 30 days ago, Lauren in the cream dress, David in the gray suit, the island rising from fog behind them, her smile carrying the same satisfaction. He'd mistaken for joy when he'd asked her to marry him, when he'd left Boston, when he'd stepped off the ferry onto this dock believing he was beginning a new life rather than entering a mechanism designed to end the old one completely. He looked at the photograph and his hands, without conscious direction, repositioned the cup on the table surface, moving it 2 inches left, then fractionally back, adjusting until the spacing matched some internal template he couldn't name but his body insisted on achieving, the cup now sitting in exact alignment with the table's grain, parallel and measured and positioned, exactly as Lauren would expect to find it when she returned. Rowan Halstead sat in the third pew of the church, watching the woman who could not possibly be 28 years old answer his questions with the patience of someone who had already died once and found the experience unremarkable. Her name was Mary, according to the policy documents in his leather case. Continental Life and Casualty had paid her death benefit in February of 1919, 7 weeks after the influenza took her in a Pittsburgh boarding house. The attending physician's signature was on file. The death certificate bore the city seal. Halstead had personally reviewed the claim before signing the disbursement voucher. Yet here she sat, hands folded in her lap, skin clear and unlined, answering his questions about crop rotations and the difficulty of getting decent flour this deep in the mountains. She wore a simple cotton dress that might have been fashionable a decade ago. Her hair was pinned in a style that predated the bob. She smelled faintly of lye soap and wood smoke. The church was a modest structure, white clapboard gone gray with weather, perched on the high end of the valley where the morning sun hit first. Through the window behind the pulpit, Halstead could see the town of Oakhaven spread below. 24 buildings clustered along a creek that ran cold and clear from the surrounding peaks. Smoke rose from chimneys. A woman hung laundry on a line behind what appeared to be a general store. A man chopped wood with the steady rhythm of someone who had done the same task 1,000 times before. Everything about the scene suggested ordinary mountain life, except for the ledger now open on Halstead's lap, which listed 12 names, 12 policies. 12 people who had died between October 1918 and March 1919, all of influenza, all properly documented, all with death benefits paid in full. And according to the merchants who traveled the mountain roads, selling tinware and patent medicines, all 12 of them had been seen alive and well in this valley within the past 6 months. Continental Life and Casualty did not appreciate being defrauded. Halstead had come to collect. Brother Kemper entered from a side door, moving with the careful steps of the blind. He was an old man, perhaps 70, with white hair that fell past his shoulders and a face carved deep with lines. His eyes were clouded with cataracts, pale and sightless, yet they seemed to track Halstead's position with unsettling accuracy as he made his way to the pulpit. Brother Kemper settled both hands on the pulpit rail. When he spoke, his voice carried the deep resonance of a man who had spent decades filling rooms with sound. He asked if Halstead had come about the dead. Halstead confirmed he had come about 12 people who collected death benefits and appeared to be living in this valley. Fraud was a criminal matter. If these individuals were the actual policyholders, they would need to return the money with interest. Brother Kemper said they were who they claimed to be, that they had died. Influenza took them, same as it took millions of others. The difference was that they died here in Oakhaven under his covenant. Here, death has no dominion. The church was very quiet. Outside, the steady rhythm of the axe continued, wood splitting with clean cracks that echoed off the surrounding peaks. Halstead had encountered religious zealots before, people who believed their faith granted them special dispensation from natural law. They were usually harmless if tedious. But something in Brother Kemper's tone, not pride, not madness, just the flat certainty of a man stating an obvious fact, made the hair on Halstead's neck prickle. Brother Kemper suggested Halstead stay the night and see for himself. Then he asked if Halstead carried a watch. Halstead touched his vest pocket reflexively, confirming he did. Wind it before bed. Time moves strangely here, and stopped clocks are an unkindness. Brother Kemper left. The church emptied of his presence the way a room empties of warmth when a fire dies. Halstead sat alone in the third pew, ledger in his lap, listening to the distant axe and the closer sound of his own breathing. He should leave, walk back down the trail to where he'd left his automobile, drive the rough roads back to the railway station, file a report recommending criminal investigation. This was not his responsibility. Continental Life and Casualty had fraud investigators with federal authority. His job was to verify the claims and make the initial assessment. He had done that. The assessment was clear. Something impossible was happening in this valley. But Halstead had spent 9 years interviewing beneficiaries and investigating suspicious claims. He had learned to recognize when people were lying, and Brother Kemper had not been lying. Neither had the woman in the church. They believed what they were saying with the conviction of first-hand witnesses, which meant either they were all sharing the same delusion, or something in this valley operated outside the normal boundaries of life and death. Halstead walked down the center aisle and pushed through the church doors into afternoon light that seemed too bright, too ordinary for what he'd just heard. The man chopping wood had stopped. He stood with the axe resting against his shoulder, watching Halstead with the patient attention of someone waiting to see if a wild animal would run or attack. He was perhaps 40, dressed in work clothes that had been patched many times. His face was unlined. His hands, when Halstead glanced at them, showed no signs of arthritis or age-related stiffness, despite the calluses that spoke of decades of labor. Halstead consulted his ledger without opening it. He had memorized the names. This would be one of the timber workers from the list. Died of influenza in a lumber camp outside Asheville in January 1919. Death benefit paid to a sister in Charlotte. The attending physician had noted massive pulmonary hemorrhage, a common end-stage symptom of the Spanish flu. The man set down his axe and gestured toward a building at the far end of the main road. The boarding house, Halstead assumed. He nodded his thanks and walked past the man, who did not speak or move to follow, but whose gaze Halstead felt on his back until he turned the corner. The boarding house was a 2-story structure with a wide porch and rocking chairs that looked handmade. An older woman sat in one of them, shelling peas into a wooden bowl. She glanced up as Halstead approached, smiled briefly, and returned to her work. The smile had been reflexive, the kind given to any stranger, but her eyes had assessed him with the calculation of someone deciding whether he represented threat or opportunity. Inside, the boarding house smelled of pine soap and cooking meat. The front room held a desk, a guest register, and a staircase leading to the upper floor. No one attended the desk. Halstead stood in the entry hall for several minutes, listening to the sounds of the house. Footsteps overhead, the distant clatter of pots, the creak of floorboards settling. Eventually, a young woman appeared from a back hallway, wiping her hands on an apron. She looked at Halstead, then at the leather case he carried, and something in her expression shifted from welcome to wariness. She told him Brother Kemper had sent word he would be staying. The room was $2 for the night, meals included, payment in advance. Halstead paid. The woman counted the bills twice, folded them into her apron pocket, and led him upstairs to a room at the end of the hall. It held a narrow bed, a washstand, and a window that looked out over the valley. She told him supper would be at 6 and left before he could ask any questions. Halstead set his case on the bed and went to the window. From this height, he could see most of Oakhaven, the church on its rise, the general store and its attached outbuildings, several houses with gardens, a smithy with its forge cold, a barn that appeared to serve as communal storage. Perhaps 60 people lived here, judging by the structures. A small population for a valley this size, but sustainable if they grew their own food and maintained minimal trade with the outside world. What struck him most was the absence of certain things. No telegraph lines, no telephone poles, no evidence of electrical service. The buildings themselves showed no recent construction or repair, as if the town had reached its current form years ago and simply stopped changing. Even the wood smoke rising from the chimneys seemed to hang in the air longer than it should, as though the valley held it close. Halstead checked his watch. 4:30 in the afternoon. 2 hours until supper. He wound the watch out of habit, then caught himself remembering Brother Kemper's warning about time moving strangely. The second hand swept its circuit with clockwork regularity. The watch was a Waltham, purchased new in 1921, serviced annually. It had never lost more than a minute a week. He sat on the bed and opened his ledger, reviewing the 12 names again. The woman from Pittsburgh, the timber worker from Asheville, Robert Pruitt from Knoxville. The list continued, each entry identical in its essential details. Influenza death between October 1918 and March 1919, death benefit paid. No suspicious circumstances noted at the time. The claims had been processed by different adjusters in different regional offices. There was no pattern to suggest coordinated fraud, yet here they all were, alive and apparently unchanged by the 8 years that had passed since their documented deaths. Halstead closed the ledger and lay back on the bed, hands folded across his chest. The ceiling above him was unfinished pine, aged to a deep honey color. A spider had built a web in the corner near the window, and Halstead watched it for a time, waiting to see if anything would be caught. The web hung motionless. No flies, no moths, no movement at all. He must have dozed, because when he opened his eyes, the light from the window had turned orange, and the sound of voices rose from the porch below. Halstead checked his watch. 5:50. He had slept for over an hour, though it felt like only minutes. He rose, splashed water on his face from the basin on the washstand, and went downstairs. The dining room held a long table with benches on either side. 8 people were already seated, none of whom Halstead recognized from his ledger, though he assumed at least some of them were on the list. They looked up as he entered, and the conversation stopped the way it does when the subject being discussed has just walked into the room. The young woman who had checked him in brought out dishes: fried chicken, boiled potatoes, green beans cooked with fatback, cornbread that steamed when she broke it open. The food was simple but well prepared. Halstead ate in silence while the others talked around him about subjects that seemed carefully chosen to be innocuous: the weather, the garden yields, whether the creek would run low by winter. No one mentioned death or the past, or why Halstead had come. After supper, as the dishes were being cleared, an older man across the table finally addressed him directly. He asked what Halstead did for a living. Halstead said he was an investigator for an insurance company in New York. The man nodded as though this confirmed something he had already suspected. He asked if Halstead had traveled far. 3 days by train, Halstead said. Then half a day by automobile to the nearest town with roads, then 5 hours hiking the trail into the valley. The automobile was parked in a barn owned by a family who charged $1 a day for the service. He would need to return within the week or risk them selling it for back rent. The man asked if anyone else knew he was here. Halstead said his office knew he was investigating claims in the Carolina mountains, but he had not provided specific coordinates for Oakhaven. The trail was unmarked, and the valley did not appear on any map he had consulted. The man nodded again. The others at the table had stopped eating. They watched Halstead with the collective focus of a jury listening to testimony. Finally, the man asked what Halstead intended to do about what he had found. The question was not hostile, but it carried weight. The answer mattered to everyone in the room. Halstead set down his fork. He said he intended to complete his investigation, interview all 12 policyholders, document their current status, and file a report with his company. What happened after that would be determined by others with more authority than he possessed. The man thanked him for his honesty. Then he said that Brother Kemper wanted to see Halstead at the church after the sun went down. It was not a request. Halstead walked to the church in full darkness. The valley held no street lamps, no lighted windows beyond dim candles or oil lamps. The moon was a sliver, and the stars overhead shone with the crystalline brilliance that comes only in places far from cities. He had brought a flashlight from his case, but the path was visible enough. Packed earth, worn smooth by countless feet. The church stood dark except for lamplight showing through the windows. Halstead climbed the steps and pushed through the doors. Brother Kemper sat in the front pew, hands folded in his lap, blind eyes aimed at the altar. He looked smaller than he had that afternoon, older, as though the day's exertions had cost him something measurable. He began without preamble, told Halstead the story the way a man might recount historical facts, without drama or embellishment. The influenza came to the valley in October of 1918. Within 3 weeks, 17 people had died. The valley's population then was perhaps 70 souls, and losing 17 meant losing the knowledge of how to do things, how to make barrel hoops, how to treat sick animals, how to birth babies when complications arose. The survivors were terrified, not just of the disease, but of the practical reality that the community would not survive another winter if the dying continued. Brother Kemper had been a circuit preacher for 40 years, traveling the mountains and bringing God's word to remote congregations. He knew Scripture the way other men knew their own skin, and he knew that Scripture contained promises, explicit promises, about death having no sting, about believers being freed from bondage to mortality. He had always interpreted these as metaphor, as spiritual truth, rather than physical fact. But in that October of 1918, with 17 bodies being prepared for burial, and more people coughing in their beds, metaphor seemed inadequate. So Brother Kemper decided to test whether the promises were literal. He gathered the remaining healthy members of the congregation in this church and spoke a covenant. Not a prayer, not a plea, but a declaration of terms with whatever power governed the boundary between life and death. The covenant took him 3 days and 3 nights to speak into being. He spoke without stopping, without eating or drinking, until the words formed a complete seal around the valley. The covenant stated that no person within the valley's boundaries would pass beyond while it remained unbroken, that death could come to the threshold, but no further, that the price for this protection would be isolation. no one could leave the valley and return while the covenant held, and that the covenant would last only as long as Brother Kemper lived to maintain it. Brother Kemper paused, asked if Halstead understood. Halstead said he understood the words, but not how such a thing could function. It violated every principle of medicine, biology, and rational law. Natural law, Brother Kemper said, is a human category. It describes what we've observed, not what's possible. I spoke terms to something older than human observation. After the covenant was completed, the dying stopped. People still became ill. Fever, chills, the bloody cough, but none of them died. The disease would progress to its natural end point, where a body should fail and a soul should depart, and then simply stop. The sufferer would linger in that terminal state for hours or days, hovering at the boundary until the illness burned itself out and they recovered. Over the following months, several more people reached the point where death should have claimed them. Injuries, age, a child who fell from a loft and broke her spine, all of them survived. The child walked again within a week. Word spread among the mountain communities. People began arriving at Oakhaven, bringing their dying. Some came too late. The death had already occurred before they reached the valley, and the covenant could not reverse what had already been completed. But those who arrived while still living, no matter how close to the end, found that they could not die here. They recovered. They stayed. The original residents accepted this. They had nowhere else to go, and the covenant had a price: isolation. Anyone who left the valley for more than a day would break their connection to the protection. Death would find them outside the boundaries. So they stayed, grew their own food, made their own tools, lived as people had lived 100 years before. The 12 names in Halstead's ledger were among the last to arrive. All had been dying of influenza in cities and towns across the South. Their families had heard rumors of a place in the mountains where the sick didn't die. In desperation, they brought their dying relatives here, paid Brother Kemper what they could afford. And when the dying recovered, when the crisis had passed, those same families filed death certificates and claimed the insurance money. A practical decision. The sick could not return to their old lives without breaking the covenant. They were dead to the outside world, so why not make the death official and collect what was owed? Brother Kemper finished speaking. The church was silent except for the sound of night insects outside and the faint wheeze in the old man's breathing. Halstead sat in the pew behind him, leather case on his lap, trying to process what he had heard against what he knew to be possible. He asked the question that had to be asked. How long did Brother Kemper believe the covenant would last? Until I die, Brother Kemper said. The terms were explicit. My life is the anchor. When I pass, the seal breaks, and death will come for everyone who should have died already, Halstead calculated. The covenant had been in place since October 1918, nearly 8 years. Brother Kemper was at least 70, possibly older. He looked exhausted in the way of men whose bodies have begun the final withdrawal. Whether that process would take months or years, Halstead could not say. But it was finite. Halstead asked what would happen to the people in the valley when the covenant ended. Brother Kemper said he did not know. His best guess was that death would arrive all at once, collecting everything that was owed. 17 from the original outbreak. 20 more who had been brought here over the following months. 12 from Halstead's list. Others since then. Perhaps 50 souls who existed in borrowed time. But that's a problem for them to solve, Brother Kemper said. My responsibility was to give them time. Time to decide if living a few more years in isolation was worth the cost of knowing death was waiting outside the valley. Most chose to stay. Some left. He turned slightly in the pew, his blind eyes tracking somewhere past Halstead's shoulder. 4 people have left since the covenant was sealed. We found their bodies within a mile of the valley border. Death took them instantly. Halstead felt cold despite the closeness of the church air. He asked what Brother Kemper wanted from him. Nothing. I wanted you to understand what you're investigating. These people didn't commit fraud. They made a choice between death and isolation, and they chose to live. The money their families collected was compensation for a real loss. The person those families knew is gone. A different person lives here now. Halstead closed his ledger, asked if Brother Kemper expected him to simply leave and file a report saying the claims were legitimate. I expect you to make whatever decision your conscience requires, Brother Kemper said. But I want you to make it with full knowledge. You carry the power to unmake this. If you report what you found, your company will send others. Federal investigators, lawyers, men who care more about precedent than mercy. The attention will destroy the isolation that keeps these people alive. Some of them will try to flee. Death will take them at the border. The rest will stay and wait for me to die, knowing there's no one to renew the covenant after I'm gone. Brother Kemper stood using the pew for support. Told Halstead he had a room at the boarding house if he wanted to sleep on the question. In the morning, he could interview the policyholders, see for himself that they were real people living real lives. After that, he could decide what to report. Halstead asked one final question. Why had Brother Kemper told him any of this? Why not simply lie, claim the policyholders were distant relatives, accept whatever consequences came? Brother Kemper was silent for a long moment. Then he said that lies had weight, and he was too old to carry any more weight. He had bent reality to keep people alive. That was burden enough. He left through the side door. Halstead remained in the church, listening to the insects and the night wind moving through the eaves. His flashlight battery was dying, and he needed to return to the boarding house before full darkness made navigation possible. But he sat for several more minutes, trying to construct a framework that would allow what he had heard to be true. It violated causality. It violated thermodynamics. It violated everything medicine understood about death as biological failure. Yet Halstead had seen the woman in the church who should have been 36, but looked 28. He had seen the timber worker, who should have shown the physical toll of 8 additional years of manual labor, but appeared frozen at the age he had been when the influenza should have killed him. Either everyone in the valley was participating in an elaborate performance, maintaining the illusion across years and in front of outsiders, or Brother Kemper was telling the truth. Halstead left the church and walked back toward the boarding house, flashlight beam weak against the darkness. The valley felt different at night, more enclosed, as though the mountains drew closer. Above him, the stars were foreign constellations, too bright and too numerous. He had the sense of standing at the bottom of a well, looking up at light that could not reach him. At the boarding house, he climbed the stairs to his room and found a covered dish waiting on the washstand. Cornbread and butter, a glass of milk. The young woman must have brought it while he was at the church. Halstead ate without appetite, watching the window and the darkness beyond. He wound his watch again, though it did not need winding. The action was automatic, a link to routine and normalcy. The mechanism clicked and turned. The second hand continued its steady sweep. Time passed here the same as it passed everywhere else, except that it didn't. Time in Oakhaven had stopped for 50 people on a specific October day in 1918, and they had been living in that frozen moment ever since. Halstead lay on the bed without undressing and stared at the ceiling until sleep finally came. His dreams were of paperwork and signatures and the faces of beneficiaries whose claims he had denied for insufficient documentation. In the dreams, they were all dead, and he was responsible for not saving them. He woke before dawn with his jaw aching from clenching his teeth. The boarding house was quiet. Halstead washed, dressed, and went downstairs to find the dining room empty except for the older man from the previous night. He sat at the table with a cup of coffee and a newspaper that looked weeks old. He glanced up when Halstead entered, gestured to the pot on the stove, and returned to his reading. Halstead poured coffee and sat across from him. Asked if the man was one of the 12 from his ledger. The man nodded without looking up. Said his name was Robert Pruitt, that he'd died of influenza in a Knoxville boarding house in January 1919, and that his brother had collected $600 from Continental Life and Casualty to pay for a burial that never happened. He said all this in the tone of someone reporting facts that had long since ceased to bother him. Halstead asked if Pruitt regretted the decision to come here. Pruitt folded the newspaper and considered the question. Said that regret required believing an alternative was possible. He had been dying. His lungs had been filling with blood. The doctors had sent him home to expire in a rented room. Someone told his brother about Oakhaven. The brother borrowed a horse and wagon and brought him here in the middle of the night. By the time they arrived, Pruitt was no longer conscious. But he was alive, and the Covenant kept him alive long enough for his body to recover. "Do I regret living?" Pruitt said. "No. Do I regret the cost? Every day?" But those are different questions. Halstead asked what Pruitt would do when Brother Kemper died. Pruitt said he didn't know. Some people talked about trying to learn the Covenant, about selecting someone to take Brother Kemper's place. But the old man had never taught anyone the word, and he claimed the Covenant was specific to his voice, his lifetime. When he died, the seal would break no matter who spoke the words afterward. Others talked about leaving before that happened, accepting death on their own terms rather than waiting for it to arrive all at once. But leaving meant dying within a mile of the valley. The Covenant's edge was sharp and final. Several people had tested it over the years. None had survived past the boundary. So most people simply didn't think about it. They lived their days the way anyone lived their days, working, eating, sleeping, finding small pleasures where they could. The future was an abstraction. The present was real. Halstead asked if he could interview the other 11 policyholders before he left. Pruitt said they were expecting him. Most lived in town within walking distance. He could complete the interviews in a few hours if that's all he wanted to do. The question hung, what else might Halstead want to do? Halstead had no answer. He finished his coffee and went back upstairs to collect his ledger. Halstead spent the morning walking from house to house, sitting in kitchens and parlors, listening to people who had died 8 years ago describe their current lives in careful, measured terms. They answered his questions about their identities, their previous addresses, their documented deaths. They provided details that matched the claim files, the names of attending physicians, the boarding houses where they had expired, the family members who had filed the death certificates. Every interview confirmed what Brother Kemper had said. These were not imposters. They were the actual policyholders, alive and unchanged by the years that should have aged them. By noon, Halstead had spoken to all 12. He had documented their statements in his notebook, cross-referenced against his ledger, and found no discrepancies. His investigation was complete. He had the evidence he needed to file a comprehensive report. He returned to the boarding house and ate lunch alone in the dining room. The young woman brought him soup and bread and did not ask questions. Through the window, he could see the valley spread below, fields planted in orderly rows, livestock penned behind split-rail fences, people moving about their tasks with the unhurried pace of those who had nowhere else to be. It looked like a painting of an earlier America, the kind found in school books and museums. simple and wholesome and utterly removed from the modern world. Except that the people in this painting could not die, and the moment their protection ended, death would arrive in a catastrophic flood. Halstead pushed away his soup and opened his ledger one final time. Reviewed the numbers. Continental Life and Casualty had paid out $8,700 across the 12 policies. A significant sum, but not catastrophic for a company that handled thousands of claims annually. The money was long spent. The beneficiaries had used it for burials, debts, living expenses. Recovering it would require legal action against families who believed in good faith that their relatives were dead. The alternative was to report the truth, that the policyholders were alive, that the deaths had been faked, and that a community of people was living under a supernatural covenant that kept death at bay. Such a report would be dismissed as madness, or would be taken seriously, and federal investigators would arrive, and the attention would destroy everything Brother Kemper had built. Either outcome ended with the people of Oakhaven dying. Halstead closed the ledger. His hands were trembling. In 9 years of investigating claims, he had never encountered a situation where following procedure meant causing harm. His job was to verify facts and document fraud. He was not responsible for what others did with his findings. He was not responsible for policies or consequences or moral calculations. But he was responsible for what he put in his report. He was still sitting in the empty dining room when the young woman returned to clear his dishes. She glanced at his face and paused, asked if he was unwell. Halstead said he was fine, just tired from the altitude. She nodded and said Brother Kemper wanted to see him again before he left. She said it gently, the way one might inform someone that a difficult conversation was unavoidable. Then she added, almost as an afterthought, that Brother Kemper had taken to his bed that afternoon, that he had been declining for weeks, maybe months, but it seemed to worsen since Halstead arrived, as though holding on until the investigator came, until the outside world sent someone to witness what had been built here, had required the last of his strength. Halstead felt something cold settle in his chest. He had brought his ledgers and his questions and his insistence on verification, and in doing so had become a kind of catalyst, an auditor of reality itself. His very presence, his refusal to accept the impossible, his documentation of what should not exist, was like pressing a blade against fabric already stretched thin. The covenant was unraveling around him simply because he would not stop trying to measure it. He walked to the church in afternoon light that seemed too bright, too indifferent to what was happening. Brother Kemper was at the pulpit again, but he gripped the rail now with both hands, using it to hold himself upright. His blind eyes were aimed toward the door as though he could see Halstead approaching, and his breathing had the wet, labored sound of a man whose body was shutting down. Halstead stood in the aisle, asked if Brother Kemper knew what he was going to do. The old man said he did not presume to know anyone's conscience. Then he said something that made Halstead's chest tighten, that mercy and justice were not always the same thing, and a man had to decide which one he served. Halstead wanted to argue that he served neither, that he served accuracy, documentation, the facts as they existed. But he knew that was a lie. Every investigation was an exercise in choosing which facts mattered, which testimonies to credit, which evidence to emphasize. He had never been neutral. He had simply never been forced to acknowledge it. He told Brother Kemper he would file a report stating that the policyholders could not be located, that the addresses on record appeared to be fraudulent, and that Continental Life and Casualty should write off the losses as the cost of inadequate verification procedures. It would not recover the money paid out, but it would close the matter without further investigation. Brother Kemper nodded slowly. Asked what had decided Halstead, Halstead said he didn't know. Perhaps the realization that destroying 50 lives to recover $8,000 was not justice, but cruelty. Perhaps the understanding that some frauds existed because the alternative was worse. Or perhaps, Halstead did not say, it was the knowledge that he would have to live with his decision for the rest of his life, and he preferred to live knowing he had chosen mercy over procedure. Brother Kemper thanked him, said that Halstead's decision would buy the valley more time. How much time, neither of them knew, but time was all anyone truly needed. Halstead turned to leave and made it halfway down the aisle before Brother Kemper called after him. The old man's voice was weaker now, barely more than a whisper that somehow still carried through the empty church. I pray you're far from here when that day comes. Halstead walked out into the bright afternoon. The valley looked the same as it had when he arrived. Peaceful, isolated, a pocket of another century preserved by geography and will. He had agreed to protect it, to lie in his official report, and let continental life and casualty absorb the loss. It should have felt like a victory, or at least like the right decision. Instead, it felt like complicity, like he had become responsible for whatever came next. He returned to the boarding house to collect his case and settle his bill. The young woman was waiting at the desk. She counted the money he gave her and wrote a receipt in careful script. Then she looked up, and her eyes were red. Brother Kemper had died. Passed away in his sleep less than an hour ago, still gripping the pulpit rail. The covenant was breaking. Halstead ran. He ran down the main road toward the trail that led out of the valley, leather case banging against his hip, breath burning in his lungs. Doors slammed open behind him. The town was mobilizing. People running from houses, from the general store, voices overlapping as word spread. Brother Kemper was dead. The covenant was breaking. Death was coming. Halstead reached the trailhead and started climbing. The path was steep, winding through dense forest that cut the afternoon light into scattered shafts. His city shoes slipped on loose rock. Branches tore at his jacket. He did not look back. Behind him, the shouting grew louder. They were following. He heard multiple voices calling to each other, coordinating. They would catch him before he reached the automobile. And then what? Force him back to the church? Make him take Brother Kemper's place at the pulpit and speak a covenant he didn't know? Halstead climbed faster. His lungs felt raw. His legs trembled. The trail seemed longer than it had on the way in, the distance stretched by panic and exhaustion. He imagined hands closing on his collar, dragging him back down the mountain, locking him in the church while 50 dying people waited for him to speak words that would save them. That's when he felt the cold. Not autumn chill. This was cellular, bone deep, seeping into his joints like water into wood. His knees stiffened. His fingers went clumsy. He stumbled, caught himself against a tree, kept climbing. Behind him, the voices had changed. No longer coordinated pursuit, but confusion, panic, people calling names. Then the voices began to cut off one by one, not fading with distance, but stopping mid-word as though someone was turning off speakers in sequence. Halstead glanced back through gaps in the foliage. Below, through the trees, he could see fog rising from the creek, thick and white and utterly wrong for an autumn afternoon. It spread with impossible speed, flowing uphill against gravity, consuming the lower buildings. The boarding house vanished into it. The general store. One by one, the structures disappeared as the fog rolled over them like water filling a basin. And with the fog came deeper cold. Halstead's breath turned to mist. Frost appeared on the leaves around him, spreading in delicate crystal patterns even as he watched. His watch, he glanced at it reflexively. The second hand shuddered, paused, resumed, paused again. Time itself was struggling. The sounds of the forest died. Birds that had been calling stopped mid-song. The wind in the branches ceased. Even his own footsteps seemed muffled, as though the air had become thick and resistant. The only sound was something like wind through empty rooms, like the absence of sound given voice. It grew louder, climbing toward him with the fog, a roar that was somehow also silence. Death had come to Oakhaven. Halstead turned and continued climbing, no longer caring if they followed, because nothing was following anymore except the fog and the cold, and something vast and patient and utterly indifferent that was collecting what it was owed. The fog touched his heels. He felt its coldness reach for him, felt something brush against his consciousness. Not malevolent, not even aware of him, just processing an account that had been left open too long. He thought he could hear voices in it, or the absence of voices, the silence where voices had been. Then he was across. He felt the boundary snap shut behind him, like a door slamming. The fog stopped at the threshold, piled against an invisible wall, unable to follow. The cold released him. Sound returned. Normal forest sounds, birds and wind, and his own ragged breathing. Time resumed its regular flow, his watch's second hand sweeping smoothly once more. Halstead collapsed on the far side, gasping, heart hammering against his ribs. He looked back through the trees at the valley below. The fog had filled it completely, a white sea with only the highest rooftops visible, like drowning islands. No movement, no sound. Just the fog and the cold and the certainty that 50 people had just paid a debt 8 years overdue. He sat on the trail for perhaps an hour, watching the fog slowly dissipate. When it finally cleared, the valley looked unchanged. The buildings stood intact. Smoke no longer rose from chimneys, but the structures themselves appeared undamaged. Halstead forced himself to stand. He had a 5-hour hike back to his automobile, and darkness would come early in the mountains. He needed to move. He walked the trail in silence, not allowing himself to think about what he had witnessed or what role he had played in it. The report he would file was irrelevant now. There were no policyholders to investigate. Continental Life and Casualty would never recover its $8,000. And Halstead would never speak of what had happened in Oakhaven, because no one would believe him, and because explaining would require admitting that his decision to show mercy had triggered the catastrophe he was trying to prevent. By the time he reached the barn where his automobile was stored, full darkness had fallen. The family who owned the barn was eating supper. They waved to him through the window, friendly and incurious. Halstead paid his storage fee, cranked the engine, and began the long drive toward the railway station. He drove through the night, stopping only for gasoline. The roads were rough and poorly marked, but he had a map and enough moonlight to navigate. He passed through small towns where people went about their evening business, unaware that 50 souls had just been erased from existence in a valley they would never see. By dawn, Halstead reached the station. He parked the automobile, returned the keys to the rental office, and bought a ticket on the first train to Roanoke. From there, he would connect to Washington, then New York. 3 days in reverse. Time enough to decide what he would tell his supervisors. Time enough to convince himself that he had done the right thing, or at least the only thing possible. The train to Roanoke left at 6 in the morning. Halstead found a seat in an empty car, set his case on the bench beside him, and closed his eyes. He did not sleep. Instead, he calculated. 50 people, 8 years borrowed, some of them who should have died in 1918, others in the years since. How did death balance such accounts? All at once, as Brother Kemper had predicted, or one by one across time, the valley gradually emptying until nothing remained but abandoned buildings and silence he would never know. And that uncertainty would follow him for the rest of his life. The train began to move. Halstead opened his eyes and watched the mountains slide past the window, range after range fading into morning haze. He thought about Brother Kemper, who had held death at bay for 8 years through will and words alone. He thought about the woman from Pittsburgh and the timber worker from Asheville, and Robert Pruitt from Knoxville, who had chosen isolation over dying. He thought about the young woman at the boarding house, who had counted his money and written a receipt, and then informed him that the world was ending. All of them gone now, claimed by a debt they had never truly escaped. Halstead opened his ledger one final time and drew a line through all 12 names. The claims were resolved. The investigation was complete. Continental Life and Casualty would never know what had happened in Oakhaven, and Halstead would never tell them. He closed the ledger and stared out the window at the passing landscape, trying not to imagine the fog and the cold and the 50 people who had simply stopped existing when the covenant broke. It was over. He had survived. And in surviving, he had learned something that would poison every subsequent claim he investigated. That natural law was not natural at all, but simply the set of rules that held most of the time, and that somewhere in the margins between life and death, other rules applied. Rules he did not understand and could not control. Rules that, once broken, could never be restored. The train from the mountains ran slow. It stopped at every hamlet and crossing, taking on passengers who looked like they had been waiting days for transport. Halstead sat in his empty car and watched them board. Farmers with canvas sacks, women with children, a salesman carrying a case larger than his own. Normal people living normal lives. He tried to sleep and could not. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the fog rising from the creek, impossible and patient. He saw the valley filling like a basin. He heard the silence where the voices had been. At the first stop, Halstead bought coffee from a vendor on the platform. The man asked if he had been in the mountains long. Halstead said 2 days. The vendor nodded and said the mountains could do strange things to a man, make him see things that weren't there, make him believe in old stories. People came down from the high country talking about ghosts and curses and towns that didn't exist on any map. The vendor laughed when he said it, a friendly dismissal of mountain superstition. Halstead paid for the coffee and returned to his seat. The train lurched forward. He drank the coffee even though it tasted like charcoal and water. The heat helped. By afternoon, they descended out of the mountains into rolling foothills. The landscape opened. Fields replaced forest. Roads appeared where before there had been only trails. The train picked up speed, no longer laboring against elevation. Halstead checked his watch. Nearly 4 o'clock. They would reach Roanoke by evening. He would find a hotel, sleep in a real bed, and catch the morning train north. 3 days to New York. Time enough to construct a plausible story for why his investigation had taken a week and produced no useful results. He would say the trail was difficult, that the people he interviewed were not the policyholders, but relatives using their names, that the remote location and lack of documentation made prosecution unlikely. He would recommend writing off the losses and requiring notarized death certificates for rural claims going forward. All of it true enough to be defensible. None of it revealing what had actually happened. The train followed a river valley, curving around bends where the water ran shallow over rocks. Halstead watched the landscape and tried to anchor himself in its normalcy. The ordinary world governed by ordinary laws, continuing as it always had. The conviction lasted until Roanoke came into view. The city appeared at the far end of the valley, spread across low hills. smoke rising from factories and rail yards. A substantial place, modern and industrial, connected to the larger world by rail and telegraph. Halstead had passed through it on his way to the mountains. He remembered the station, large, bustling, with connections to Richmond and Washington and points north. But as the train drew closer, something was wrong. The smoke rising from the factories hung motionless in the air as though the wind had stopped. No trains moved in the yards. The platform, which should have been crowded with evening travelers, was empty. Halstead leaned toward the window. The engineer sounded the whistle, the long warning blast that announced approach to a major station. But no one responded. No porters appeared. No station workers emerged to guide the train to its platform. The train slowed, then stopped at the edge of the station yard. The engineer's whistle fell silent. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then Halstead heard shouting from the front of the train, voices raised in confusion and alarm. He grabbed his case and moved to the door. Other passengers were doing the same, crowding the aisles, asking each other what was wrong. Halstead pushed through them and stepped onto the platform. The station was full of people. They sat in waiting area benches. They leaned against pillars. They lay on the ground near the ticket windows. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, when Halstead counted the platforms and the terminal building beyond, all perfectly still, all dead. Halstead walked forward in a trance. The people showed no signs of injury or violence. They simply looked as though they had fallen asleep where they sat. A woman in a blue dress slumped in a chair, a magazine open on her lap. A porter lay beside a luggage cart, one hand still gripping the handle. An elderly man sat with his newspaper folded across his knee, reading glasses still perched on his nose. Behind Halstead, passengers from the train were stumbling onto the platform, seeing what he saw, beginning to scream or pray, or simply stand frozen in shock. The engineer climbed down from the locomotive and approached the nearest body, a station worker in uniform. He knelt, checked for a pulse, found nothing. Halstead moved through the crowd of dead with methodical detachment, checking faces, confirming what he already knew. No wounds or blood, no disease markers, no poison residue, just absence. As though something had reached into each person and simply switched them off. He reached the terminal building and pushed through the doors. Inside, the scene repeated. Ticket agents collapsed at their counters, travelers fallen in lines, porters slumped against walls. The clock above the main entrance had stopped at 3:17. Halstead crossed the terminal to the station master's office. The door stood open. Inside, a man sat at a desk, head tilted back, mouth slightly open, eyes staring at nothing. Beside him, a telegraph machine clicked and chattered, endlessly printing out messages on a spool of paper that had fallen to the floor and was now piling into a growing heap. Halstead picked up the most recent section and read, Washington reported mass casualties, cause unknown, thousands dead, requesting assistance. Chicago said the entire population was affected. Hospitals overwhelmed, no pulse, no breath, all deceased. Philadelphia's governor and mayor were both dead. Federal response required immediately. Richmond couldn't calculate the death toll. Hundreds per minute, no pattern, no warning, just sudden cessation. The messages continued, variations on the same theme, arriving from cities across the eastern seaboard. Washington, Baltimore, Richmond, Charleston, Atlanta. Reports of mass simultaneous death, sudden and painless, claiming thousands or tens of thousands within minutes. Halstead let the paper fall. He walked to the window and looked out over the city of Roanoke. From this height, he could see into the streets. Automobiles stopped in intersections. Pedestrians collapsed on sidewalks. Everything motionless except for the smoke still rising from factory chimneys, as though the machinery continued running after the operators had fallen. Behind him, the telegraph kept clicking. More messages arriving. More cities reporting the same catastrophe. Boston, New York, Pittsburgh. The death was spreading, or had already spread, across the entire eastern third of the country. Halstead understood. The understanding came not as revelation, but as horrible logical conclusion. Brother Kemper's covenant had held death at bay for 8 years. 50 people who should have died had continued living, accumulating a debt that mortality demanded be paid. When the covenant broke, when Halstead fled the valley and let nature restore its balance, death had come to collect. But the debt was larger than 50 souls. Death didn't work that way. It couldn't be held back in one place without consequences everywhere else. Brother Kemper hadn't created a sanctuary, he had created a dam. And for 8 years, the deaths that should have occurred naturally in Oakhaven had been held in reserve, building pressure, accumulating interest. When the dam broke, when Halstead crossed the boundary and the covenant failed, all of that accumulated death had been released at once. Not just the 50 people in the valley, but the natural deaths that should have occurred across the entire region, across the entire country. During those 8 years, deaths from heart failure, from accidents, from old age, deaths that had been postponed because the cosmic ledger could not balance itself while Brother Kemper's covenant existed. Now the ledger was balancing. Now death was collecting everything owed with interest all at once to restore the natural order that Halstead had been so certain needed restoring. He had broken the dam. He had fled to save himself, and in doing so had unleashed a catastrophic flood of mortality across America. Thousands dead already, if the telegraph reports were accurate. Perhaps tens of thousands. Perhaps more. All of them to balance the books for 50 people who had lived 8 extra years in a valley that didn't appear on any map. Halstead walked out of the station master's office. The terminal was silent now except for the telegraph. The passengers from his train had scattered, fleeing back to the cars or running into the streets, seeking loved ones or answers or simply escape from what they were seeing. Halstead walked alone through the field of dead, stepping over bodies, moving toward the platform and the sunlight beyond. He had wanted to restore the natural order. He had believed that cheating death was an affront to reality. He had convinced himself that the covenant was a violation of some fundamental law that demanded correction. And he had been right. The law demanded correction. It demanded balance. And to achieve that balance, it had taken tens of thousands of lives to compensate for the 50 that had been protected. Halstead reached the platform and stood in the autumn sun. The light was bright and indifferent. The sky was clear. The mountains in the distance looked exactly as they had that morning. Nothing about the world acknowledged what had just happened, except for the bodies and the telegraph clicking its desperate messages to stations where no one would receive them. Halstead set down his case and sat on a bench. He was very tired. His hands were shaking. He felt nothing. Not horror, not grief, not regret. Just a vast, empty space where emotion should have been. He had investigated insurance fraud. He had documented 12 people who had faked their deaths. And in pursuing that investigation, he had ended the covenant that kept them alive and triggered a mass extinction event that would kill more people in an afternoon than the influenza pandemic had killed in a year. The natural order had been restored. Death's dominion was absolute. And Halstead would live with the knowledge of what his decision had cost for however many years remained to him. If any years remained. He looked at the bodies around him. The woman in the blue dress, the elderly man with his newspaper, the porter still gripping the luggage cart. All of them had been alive that morning. All of them had died to balance a cosmic ledger that Halstead had not known existed until it was too late. The telegraph in the station master's office continued clicking. More messages arriving from more cities reporting more dead. The catastrophe spreading or had already spread. No pattern, no warning, just sudden, painless cessation. As though death had simply reached out and claimed everyone who should have died naturally over the past 8 years all at once to correct the imbalance. Halstead sat on the bench in the bright afternoon sun, surrounded by thousands of corpses, and understood with absolute clarity that he had been complicit in the greatest act of mass death in human history. All because he had believed that natural law should be obeyed. All because he had fled a valley full of people who deserved to live and, in fleeing, had broken the only thing protecting the world from a debt it didn't know it owed. The autumn sun shone down. The mountains stood unchanged. And in cities across America, millions of people were discovering what Halstead had discovered, that death, when denied, would eventually collect everything it was owed. And the interest was always more than anyone could afford to pay. Halstead stood and walked to the edge of the platform. Below, the rail yard stretched empty, tracks gleaming in the afternoon light. A locomotive sat on a siding, steam still rising from its boiler, though no one stood in the cab. Beyond the yard, the city spread across low hills, houses, shops, churches, all of them containing the dead. He thought about walking into Roanoke, finding a telephone, calling his office in New York. But what would he say? That he had investigated a fraud case in the mountains and inadvertently broken a supernatural covenant that had been holding back 8 years of accumulated death? That the mass casualties being reported across the eastern seaboard were his fault because he had chosen to flee instead of staying in the valley, to die with the people he had promised to protect? No one would believe him. And even if they did, what difference would it make? The dead would remain dead. The cosmic ledger would remain balanced, and Halstead would remain responsible. He checked his watch, 4:30. The watch was still running, steady and indifferent to the catastrophe around it. Time continued to pass. The world continued to exist. Only the people had stopped. Halstead descended from the platform and walked into Roanoke. The streets were lined with bodies. Automobiles crashed where drivers had collapsed. A streetcar frozen mid-intersection. A woman on a porch, knitting needles still in her hands. A dog wandered the street, sniffing at its owner, confused and whining. Death had come instantaneously without warning. No signs of struggle, just sudden cessation. Halstead walked until he reached the city center, where the courthouse and municipal buildings stood around a square with a fountain. The fountain still ran, water splashing into a basin, the only moving thing in the entire scene. Bodies surrounded it. People who had been sitting on benches feeding pigeons, waiting for appointments that would never come. Halstead sat on the rim of the fountain. The water was cold against his hand. He was thirsty, he realized. He had not drunk anything since the coffee on the train that morning. He cupped water and drank. It tasted metallic, vaguely mineral, ordinary. An insurance investigator's final habit: document everything, even the apocalypse, even your own thirst. He thought about Brother Kemper, who had warned him that death was patient, and that what was borrowed always came due. The old man had known. He had lived for 8 years with the knowledge that his covenant was not salvation, but deferment, and that when the bill finally came, it would be catastrophic. But he had built the covenant anyway. He had held death at bay for 50 people, given them 8 additional years of life, knowing the cost would eventually be paid. And he had been right to do it, Halstead thought, because those 8 years had value. They were real. 50 people had lived and loved and worked and laughed, and that was worth something, even if the price turned out to be incomprehensibly steep. The alternative, letting them die in 1918, would have spared the current catastrophe. But it would also have erased 8 years of human experience. Which was worse? 50 deaths then, or thousands or millions of deaths now? Halstead did not know. He was an insurance investigator. He dealt in documented facts and financial liability. He was not equipped to make cosmic calculations about the value of human life or the acceptable costs of mercy. But he had made the calculation anyway. He had chosen to flee the valley to restore natural order, and the choice had consequences he could never have anticipated. The sun was setting. Shadows stretched across the square. Halstead remained on the rim of the fountain, watching the light fade, waiting for something. He didn't know what. Other survivors, perhaps. Rescue. Authority. Someone who could explain what had happened and what should happen next. But no one came. The city remained silent. The dead remained dead. And eventually Halstead accepted that he might be alone in Roanoke, possibly one of only a handful of people who had survived whatever had just swept across America. He returned to the train station as darkness fell. The platform was empty now. The passengers from his train had fled or died or vanished. Halstead did not know which and did not have the energy to search. The terminal building was dark except for a single oil lamp burning in the station master's office. The telegraph was still clicking. Halstead entered the office and read the accumulated messages. They had changed in tone over the past hours. The early reports had been desperate requests for help. The later ones were simple statements of fact, sent by whoever remained alive in telegraph offices across the country, documenting the scale of the catastrophe. Boston, estimated dead, 300,000. New York, estimated dead, 2 million. Washington, government dissolved. No response to inquiries. Philadelphia, estimated dead, 600,000. Survivors fleeing city. And then, at the end of the spool, a message from Richmond that made Halstead close his eyes. Pattern shows natural deaths. Stop not disease or poison. Stop 8 years of normal mortality compressed into hours. Stop cause remains unknown. Stop. Someone in Richmond, a doctor perhaps, or a scientist, had reached the same conclusion Halstead had reached, that this was not disease or poison or any normal catastrophe, that it was accumulated natural death, 8 years worth, occurring all at once. They didn't know why. They couldn't know why. Because the covenant that had caused it had broken in an unmapped valley in the Appalachian Mountains, and the only witness who understood what had happened was standing in a telegraph office in Roanoke, reading their message and knowing he could never tell them the truth. Halstead tore the message from the spool and folded it into his pocket. Then he sat at the station master's desk and composed his own telegram. Addressed it to Continental Life and Casualty, New York City. Wrote, investigation complete. Policyholders deceased. Claims valid. Recommend no further action. He did not send it. There was no one to receive it. The telegraph offices in New York were likely empty. Operators collapsed at their keys. The telegraph lines and rail connections and postal routes, the entire web of business and government, erased in an afternoon. Halstead folded the unsent telegram and placed it in his case next to his ledger. Then he extinguished the lamp and left the office. Outside, the night was clear and cold. Stars shone overhead with the same indifferent brilliance they had shone over Oakhaven. The mountains were invisible in the darkness, but Halstead knew they were there. And he knew that somewhere in those mountains was a valley full of bodies, 50 people who had died when the covenant broke. 50 deaths that had cost thousands or millions more to balance. Halstead walked back to the platform and sat on the same bench where he had sat that afternoon. He was very tired. He wanted to sleep, but knew he would not be able to. Instead, he sat in the darkness and waited for morning, surrounded by the dead. He could stay in Roanoke and wait for survivors. He could walk back into the mountains, return to Oakhaven, see what remained when the fog cleared. Or he could sit on this bench until whatever came next, rescue, death, or the slow realization he was alone, found him. The stars turned overhead. The fountain in the square continued splashing. And Rowan Halstead, insurance investigator for Continental Life and Casualty, sat alone on a platform in Roanoke, Virginia, surrounded by thousands of corpses, understanding finally what Brother Kemper had meant when he said that mercy and justice were not always the same thing. Sometimes the right decision and the catastrophic decision were identical. Natural law, when violated, corrected itself with absolute certainty, and the correction cost more than anyone could afford to pay. He would carry that knowledge for whatever remained of his life. He checked his watch in the starlight. The hands had stopped at 3:17, the exact moment recorded on Roanoke Station's clock. He tried to wind it. The crown spun freely, catching on nothing, the mechanism dead or detached. He held it to his ear. No ticking. The watch had run perfectly for 5 years, serviced annually, never losing more than a minute a week. He had wound it that morning before leaving the boarding house. It had stopped at the same instant death flooded into Roanoke. He returned it to his pocket and sat in the darkness, wondering if what had stopped was the watch or something else entirely. The autumn stars shone down, cold and patient, witnessing nothing. Harper's hands were submerged in the rainwater she had collected in the ceramic basin, washing gauze strips with a practiced care that suggested years of routine, though there was no one in the building to practice on and had not been for a decade. Thunder rolled through the valley below, distant enough to be atmospheric rather than threatening, and the light coming through the tall windows of the hydrotherapy room was the color of pewter. She worked the gauze between her fingers, wringing them clean, then laid each strip across the radiator to dry, even though the radiator had not functioned since 1962. The building around her, Rain Rock Sanatorium, 4 stories of brick and institutional optimism gone to rot and weather, creaked in the wind with the weary groan of a structure that had outlived its purpose and was now simply waiting to collapse. Harper did not seem to hear it. She was humming something low and tuneless, a habit she had developed in the months since she had made the sanatorium her home, or her project, or whatever this was. She did not examine the distinction too closely. She had lost weight since coming to Rain Rock, though she barely noticed. Her clothes hung differently, her belt cinched 2 holes tighter than it had been in March. But these details registered only as practical adjustments, not symptoms. The work required her full attention. Everything else was peripheral. The 4th floor was hers entirely. She had cleared the hydrotherapy wing of debris, swept the observation deck, removed the graffiti from the glass walls that looked out over the Coast Range forests. The windows were massive, floor to ceiling, designed so that physicians could monitor patients in the tiled soaking pools while standing in the adjacent office, a relic of the days when observation was considered therapeutic in itself. Harper had restored a version of order here. Her cot in the corner, a camp stove, shelves constructed from salvaged lumber, and stocked with medical texts she had carried up from the abandoned library on the 2nd floor. The pharmaceutical supplies she kept in a locked box beneath the cot, alongside the syringes, the dosage charts, the meticulous records she maintained in a leather journal that had once belonged to the sanatorium's final director of nursing. She had found it in a storage room, its pages blank, and had understood immediately what it was meant for. She finished with the gauze and dried her hands on a towel, then walked to the windows. The rain had started again, a soft, persistent curtain that erased the far ridgeline and turned the forest into gradations of gray. Somewhere down there, 15 miles through logging roads that were more suggestion than infrastructure, was the valley where the care facilities still operated. Maplewood, Sunset Ridge, the county hospice in Tillamook. She knew their routines, their staffing schedules, the names of the patients whose suffering had become unmanageable, whose families had stopped visiting, whose terminal diagnoses had stretched into months and then years of warehoused pain. She knew because she had worked in places like them for most of her adult life, had seen what institutional care actually meant when the funding dried up and the staff rotations grew thin, and the oversight became a formality no one bothered to maintain. She had left that world not in disgust. Disgust was too simple, but in clarity. There was another way to manage the end, a way that required only conviction and access and the willingness to act when action became the only form of mercy left. The first one had been in March. An 83-year-old woman with pancreatic cancer metastasized to the bone, whose pain management at Sunset Ridge was calibrated for prolonging rather than relief because the family, a son in Seattle who called every 3 weeks, had specified that comfort should not be prioritized over extending life. Harper had waited until the overnight shift change, had walked into the woman's room with a wheelchair and a story about transferring her for imaging, and had brought her here to Rain Rock, to the room she had prepared on the 3rd floor with clean sheets and a window that opened to the forest. She had administered the sedative in the dose that would actually work, had sat with her as her breathing slowed and her face released its rictus of pain, and had stayed until the body was entirely still. Afterward, she had dressed the woman in her own clothes, had carried her down the fire escape. Harper was stronger than she looked. Years of lifting patients had built a physical capability she rarely displayed, and had left her in the forest where the spring runners would find her and assume she had wandered from one of the facilities and succumbed to exposure. The official report had concluded exactly that. Harper had attended the memorial service, had stood in the back of the chapel, and had felt nothing but certainty that she had done what the medical establishment refused to do. She had ended the suffering instead of cataloging it. There had been 3 more since then. Each time, the same method: research, access, transport, sedation, forest. Each time, the same clarity. She documented everything in the journal, not out of pathology, but out of professional rigor. Procedures, timelines, physical responses, the small adjustments she made to improve the process. She was not a serial killer. She was a practitioner of an unauthorized but necessary medicine. And the distinction mattered to her even if she knew it would matter to no one else. The law did not recognize mercy killing, but the law had never spent a night shift in a place like Sunset Ridge, had never heard the sounds people made when pain became their entire existence, and no one was willing to abbreviate it. Harper had. She knew what she was doing was illegal. She also knew, with the kind of bedrock conviction that no argument could dislodge, that it was right. She returned to the basin and poured the water out through the window, watching it fall 4 stories to the undergrowth below. The sky was darkening earlier now. It was late September, and soon the storms would come in earnest, the kind that knocked out power in the valley and turned the logging roads to mud. She would need to finish her work before winter made access impossible, before the isolation became total. There were still names on her list, still patients whose files she had reviewed, whose suffering she had measured against the likelihood of intervention. She had time. Rain Rock was patient. The building had spent 10 years waiting for someone to give it purpose again, and she had obliged. It was a partnership of sorts. She gave the sanatorium a function, and it gave her the space to perform that function without interruption, without oversight, without the ethical committees and family consultations and legal barriers that had made her previous work impossible. Out here in the ruins, she could practice medicine the way it should be practiced, with clarity, with commitment, with the understanding that sometimes the most compassionate thing a caregiver could do was to stop. She heard the sound of an engine on the access road just after noon the next day, distant but approaching, the distinct rattle of a vehicle not designed for the terrain. Harper set down the medical text she had been reading, a 1957 manual on palliative protocols, remarkably progressive for its time, and moved to the window. A truck was navigating the switchbacks below, a battered Datsun with Oregon plates and a camper shell, taking the curves slowly enough to suggest the driver was unfamiliar with the road. She watched it climb. Visitors were rare. Occasionally, teenagers from the valley came up to drink or vandalize, but never in daylight and never alone. This was something else. The truck pulled into the circular drive where the ambulances had once parked, and the engine cut off. A man got out, 30s, wearing a canvas jacket and carrying a camera bag and a backpack that suggested he was planning to stay for a while. He stood in the drive for a moment, looking up at the building with the expression people always had when they saw a rain rock for the first time, a mixture of awe and unease, the recognition that institutions like this were built with hope and abandoned in failure. Then he started toward the main entrance. Harper did not move. She watched him try the front doors, find them chained, and then circle toward the eastern wing where the service entrance remained accessible. She had 3 minutes, maybe 4, before he made it inside. She used the time to smooth her hair, to check that the pharmaceutical kit was locked and out of sight, to arrange her face into the expression of someone who had a reasonable explanation for being here. He found her in the hydrotherapy room, standing at the windows as though she had been there all along. He stopped in the doorway, startled but not afraid, and apologized. Harper turned and offered a smile that was calibrated for reassurance, told him the building was condemned, but that she was trespassing too. He relaxed. Up close, he was appealing in an unpolished way. Dark hair that needed cutting, 3-day beard, the kind of intelligent eyes that suggested he spent more time thinking than acting. He set the camera bag down carefully, as if already deciding to stay, and introduced himself. Simon Gentry. Podcast about abandoned institutions, Pacific Northwest Gothic. He was hoping to film the building before demolition. Harper explained that the county had been threatening demolition for 8 years but lacked the funding, that Rain Rock would stand until it collapsed on its own. She told him about her research, freelance work on institutional failures in rural medicine, the sanatorium's history, tuberculosis patients in 1918, psychiatric care in the 40s, closure in 62 after the reforms. She was speaking in the voice she used for this kind of interaction, the one that suggested expertise and detachment, a journalist's remove. It was not entirely false. She had researched Rain Rock exhaustively, had read every record she could find, had reconstructed the patient lists and the treatment protocols and the institutional decay. It was just that her research had a different purpose than the one she was claiming. Simon was looking around the room now, taking in the radiator with the drying gauze, the shelves of medical texts, the cot in the corner. He asked if she was staying here. Harper told him it was easier than driving back and forth from Portland, that she liked the quiet after 10 years working in hospitals where the noise got into your head. Out here it was just rain and wind and the occasional owl. Restorative. He smiled at that, the kind of smile that suggested he understood exactly what she meant, and said something about living above a bar in Burnside, about quiet sounding like a miracle. Then he asked if he could film. He would stay out of her way, he said. He was mostly interested in the architecture, the way light moved through the wards. Harper considered. The smart thing would be to send him away to maintain the isolation that made her work possible. But there was something in his manner, an earnestness, a loneliness that mirrored her own, that made her pause. And there was this. She had been alone with her conviction for 6 months, had spoken to no one about the philosophy that guided her actions, and the isolation was beginning to feel less like purity and more like erasure. It might be useful, she thought, to have someone nearby who was not a patient, someone who could serve as a reminder that she was still capable of normal human interaction, that the mercy work had not consumed her entirely. She agreed, but asked that he not include her in the shots. She would rather not have her face associated with trespassing on state property. He accepted this, picked up the camera bag, then asked her name. Harper, she said. Just Harper. He accepted this without further question, and she liked him a little more for it. Over the next hour, she watched him move through the hydrotherapy wing with a care that suggested he understood the space was more than backdrop. He filmed the observation deck's glass walls, the empty soaking pools with their rusted drains, the tiled corridors where the light fell in long, oblique angles. He asked questions about the building's history, and she answered them, drawing on her research, and their conversation developed the easy rhythm of two people who had both spent too much time alone and were relieved to find someone else who spoke the language of institutional architecture and systemic failure. When the light began to fade, he asked if he could come back the next day, and Harper said yes and meant it. He returned the following afternoon and the afternoon after that. Each visit stretched longer, 3 hours, then 5, then the point at which it became easier for him to simply stay through dinner, which they ate on the observation deck while the rain drummed against the glass and the forest disappeared into darkness below. Simon talked about his podcast, about the abandoned hospitals and asylums he had documented across Oregon and Washington, about his conviction that these buildings held a kind of moral testimony that should not be erased. Harper listened and recognized in his words a version of her own philosophy, differently applied. He believed in witnessing the failures. She believed in correcting them. The distinction seemed minor at the time. On the 4th visit, he brought wine. They drank it sitting on the observation deck while he told her about his divorce, about the apartment he could barely afford, about the sense that his life had narrowed to a series of small disappointments that he documented rather than lived. Harper told him carefully about her own exit from institutional nursing, about the burnout that was not quite burnout, about the realization that she could not continue working in a system designed to maximize billing rather than minimize suffering. She did not tell him about the pharmaceutical kit, or the journal, or the 4 bodies she had staged in the forest. But she told him enough that he understood she had left that world with intention, and he did not judge her for it. At some point during the evening, while she was refilling their glasses, Simon asked what she was humming. Harper stopped. Had not realized she was making any sound at all. She told him she did not know, just a melody. He said it sounded like a lullaby, something his grandmother might have sung. Harper said maybe it was, that her mother had sung something similar when she was young, though she could not remember the words anymore, only the tune. Simon smiled at that, said it was nice, that it made the building feel less abandoned. Then he leaned over and kissed her, and she let him. And afterward, when the question of staying arose, she did not refuse. They became lovers in the way people do when isolation has made them hungry for any kind of contact. Urgently, without much conversation, in the cot that was too small for 2 people, but worked anyway. Afterward, Simon fell asleep almost immediately, his breathing evening out into the rhythm of someone who had not slept well in a long time and was finally briefly at peace. Harper lay awake beside him, staring at the ceiling, aware that she had made a mistake. Not in sleeping with him, that was fine, even pleasant, but in allowing him proximity to the building, to her routines, to the rooms she had not yet shown him. She had been careful to keep him contained to the hydrotherapy wing and the observation deck, to steer him away from the 3rd floor where the patient rooms were, away from the eastern corridor where she kept the supplies. But he was curious by profession, and sooner or later, his curiosity would override his politeness. She would need to manage that. She would need to decide how much he could know before he became a liability. In the days that followed, Simon began spending more time at Rain Rock than in Portland. He brought his recording equipment, his files, his laptop, and set up a makeshift editing station in the hydrotherapy office. Harper found his presence both comforting and unnerving. Comforting because it gave her days a structure beyond the work. Unnerving because structure meant routine, and routine meant he would begin to notice the gaps, the times when she disappeared for hours without explanation, the nights when she left the building entirely and returned just before dawn. She tried to explain these absences as research trips, as interviews with former staff members, but she could see him beginning to catalog the inconsistencies, the way a journalist does when a source's story does not quite align. Her hands had developed a tremor she attributed to the building's cold, to the hours spent gripping steering wheels on logging roads, to anything except what it actually was. She had stopped noticing when it started. Now it was simply part of how her body worked. A slight shake when she held a pen, when she prepared the syringes, when she touched Simon's face in the dark. The first crack appeared 3 weeks into his residence. Harper returned from the valley at 4 a.m, having spent 6 hours surveilling a facility in Tillamook, confirming the status of a patient whose name had been on her list since August. She climbed the stairs to the hydrotherapy wing as quietly as the old building allowed, removed her shoes at the door, moved toward the cot where Simon lay sleeping. But he was not sleeping. He was sitting up, watching her, his face unreadable in the darkness. He asked where she had been. Harper told him she could not sleep, had gone for a walk in the forest. He looked at her for a long moment, then asked why she was wearing street clothes and carrying her bag if she had just been walking. She explained that she had driven to the coast, to Manzanita, to watch the sunrise over the ocean. It was something she did sometimes when the building felt too close. He accepted this, or appeared to, but she saw the way his eyes moved to her bag, to her rain-dampened jacket, to the calculation happening behind his question. The second crack appeared a week later. Simon was in the hydrotherapy office, editing footage, when Harper came in from the 3rd floor. She had been preparing the patient room for the next procedure, had laundered the sheets and restocked the pharmaceutical kit, and cleaned the surfaces until they gleamed. She thought she had been careful, but when she entered the office, Simon was holding something small and white between his fingers, a piece of gauze, blood-stained, that she had dropped in the corridor and failed to retrieve. He asked what it was. Harper felt her heart rate climb, but kept her voice level. She told him the building had rats, that she had trapped one in the eastern wing, and it had bitten her hand before she could release it outside. She showed him her hand, which did have a small cut from when she had caught it, on a rusted door latch 2 days earlier. He looked at the gauze, then at her hand, then back at the gauze. The stain was too large for a latch cut, the blood too dark, too dried. But he set the gauze down on the desk and said she should be more careful. That tetanus was no joke in a building this old. Then he returned to his editing. Harper took the gauze and burned it in the camp stove that night while Simone slept. But she understood that the margin for error was narrowing, that his journalist's instinct for inconsistency was beginning to override his desire to believe her explanations. She would need to be more careful, or she would need to finish the work quickly before his curiosity crystallized into suspicion, and suspicion into action. She could not remember the last time she had eaten a meal rather than scavenged crackers between procedures, could not remember the last time she had slept through a full night without waking to check the locked corridor, to inventory the supplies, to review the journal entries for gaps or errors. These details felt unimportant. Maintenance tasks. The work was what mattered. One night she woke to find him gone from the cot. She listened. The building was silent except for the rain and the wind, and then she heard it. Footsteps on the floor above, slow and deliberate. The sound of someone moving through rooms they were not supposed to enter. She rose and dressed quickly, her heart rate climbing not from fear, but from calculation. She found him on the 3rd floor, in the corridor outside the patient rooms, standing in front of the door she had left unlocked by accident, or by exhaustion, or by some unconscious need to be discovered. He turned when he heard her approach, and his face was difficult to read in the darkness. He said he could not sleep, had thought he would explore a little, hoped that was all right. Harper kept her voice level. The 3rd floor was unstable, she told him. The supports were rotted through. She should have mentioned it. He looked past her into the room. She had cleaned it after the last patient, but there were still signs. The sheets on the bed too neat, too deliberately arranged, the faint medicinal smell that no amount of ventilation could entirely erase. Simon stepped inside slowly, and Harper followed, watching his face as he registered the details. The room was sparse but intentional. A bed, a chair, a small table with a water glass, a window that opened to the forest. It looked, she realized, with something close to horror, exactly like a hospice room, which was what it was. He asked what it was. Harper had prepared for this moment, had rehearsed the lie she would tell if the work was ever discovered prematurely. She explained that she had been reconstructing the patient experience for the article. She wanted to understand what it felt like to be here, to spend your final days in a place like this. So she had been setting up the rooms the way they would have been in the 50s, when the sanatorium was still operational. He turned to look at her. She could see him trying to decide whether to believe this. He asked if she had been sleeping in here. Sometimes, Harper said, to get the atmosphere right. He walked to the window and looked out at the forest, and Harper watched him process the explanation, test it against what he knew of her, against what he wanted to believe. After a long moment, he nodded, said it was incredibly immersive, kind of disturbing, but he understood. He smiled, and she saw the relief in it. The desire to accept her story because the alternative was too complicated. She was more committed to this project than he had thought. Harper agreed that she took her work seriously. He came back to her and kissed her forehead, a gesture of affection that felt, in that moment, unbearably naive, and suggested they return to bed because it was freezing on the 3rd floor. She followed him downstairs, and they returned to the cot, and he fell asleep again within minutes. Harper lay beside him, staring at the ceiling, aware that the discovery had been too close, that her control over the situation was deteriorating. She would need to be more careful. She would need to finish the work quickly, before his curiosity became structural rather than casual. There were still 2 names on her list, 2 patients whose suffering required intervention. She would handle them in the next 2 weeks, and then she would close the journal, lock the pharmaceutical kit, and leave Rain Rock before Simon could ask the questions he was beginning to formulate. But the timeline accelerated in ways she had not anticipated. Simon, having found the blood-stained gauze and accepted her explanation, while clearly not believing it, began exploring the building with less caution and more purpose. He was no longer documenting architecture. He was investigating. Harper recognized the shift, the way he moved through corridors with intent rather than curiosity, the way he asked questions that seemed casual but were actually designed to test the consistency of her previous answers, the way he had started keeping notes in a small journal of his own that he did not leave lying around. She found him searching the 3rd floor one afternoon in late September. Not the patient room this time, but the storage corridor where she kept the supplies. The The pharmaceutical vials, the extra syringes, the dosage chart she had copied from medical texts. The door was locked, but he was standing outside it with a bent paperclip in his hand, attempting to pick the mechanism. He stopped when he heard her footsteps, turned with an expression that was not quite guilt and not quite defiance. He did not apologize. He asked what was in the room. Harper told him it was unstable, that the floor had rotted through and she had locked it to prevent accidents. He asked why she would lock a dangerous room rather than simply avoiding it. She said she had found transient evidence, sleeping bags, empty bottles, and wanted to ensure no one else broke in and got hurt. He looked at her for a long moment, then asked if she had a key. Harper said she did not, that the lock had been engaged when she arrived and she had never bothered to open it. He knew she was lying. She could see it in his face, in the way he pocketed the paperclip, and stepped back from the door without argument. He was gathering information, building a case, waiting for enough evidence to confront her with something she could not explain away. Harper understood that she had perhaps a week before his investigation reached critical mass. She accelerated her timeline. The fifth patient would come sooner than planned, and after that she would need to address the Simon problem before it became unsolvable. One evening while she was out, legitimately out, meeting with a contact at Maplewood to confirm a patient's status, he made the decision that would end everything. He searched the hydrotherapy office. He found the journal. When Harper returned to Rain Rock that evening, just after dark, she knew immediately that something had changed. Simon was sitting on the observation deck, the journal open in his lap, his face illuminated by the battery-powered lantern she used for reading. He did not look up when she entered. He was reading the entry for March 17th, the first patient, the woman with pancreatic cancer. Harper set down her bag and walked toward him, slowly, her mind already moving through the possible responses, the explanations she could offer, the ways she might contain this. But when she was close enough to see his face clearly, she understood that containment was no longer possible. He knew, and knowing had broken something in him. He spoke her name quietly, almost gently, which was worse than anger would have been. Asked what this was. She could have lied. She was good at lying. She had been doing it for 6 months, had perfected the tone and cadence that made people believe her. But looking at him, at the journal in his lap, at the horror and confusion in his face, at the way his hands were trembling slightly as he held the pages, she found that she did not want to lie to him. She wanted, for the first time since she had started the work, to tell someone the truth, not to justify it, not to defend it, just to say it aloud, to make it real in a way that solitary conviction could never be. She told him it was exactly what it looked like. Simon closed the journal carefully, as though it might break if handled roughly. Said that she had been killing people. Harper corrected him. She had been ending their suffering. There was a difference. He stopped, seemed to lose the thread of what he wanted to say, then tried again. These were real people, he said, with families, with lives. They had lives, Harper replied, past tense. By the time she brought them here, all they had left was pain and the institutional machinery that prolonged it without purpose. She had given them what the system refused to give them, a dignified exit. She sat down across from him, her voice calm, as if they were discussing a theoretical problem rather than 4 documented homicides. He had seen the care facilities. He had documented the failures. He knew what it was like in those places. The understaffing, the neglect, the way terminal patients were kept alive, not for their sake, but because dying was paperwork and liability, and the families could not quite bring themselves to authorize comfort-only care. She had worked in that system for a decade. She knew what it did to people. And she had decided she was not going to participate in it anymore. Simon said she had decided to murder them instead. No, Harper said. She had decided to help them. That was what she did. She helped them. She leaned forward, needing him to understand, needing him to see the clarity she had built her work on. The woman in March had been begging for relief, begging. And the facility had her on pain management that was calibrated for prolonging, not comfort, because the family wanted her kept alive as long as possible, and the medical staff had to follow the family's wishes even though the patient was in agony. Harper had changed that. She had given the woman what she needed. The woman had died peacefully, without pain, in a room with a window and clean air and someone who cared enough to sit with her. That was not murder. That was medicine. Simon was staring at her as though she were a stranger, which she supposed she was. He said she could not actually believe this. Harper told him she did believe it. She had never believed anything more. She reached for the journal, but he pulled it back, and she let it go. She was not asking him to agree with her. She knew he would not. But she needed him to understand that what she had done with absolute clarity. No hesitation. No regret. She had looked at the situation, at the suffering, at the system's refusal to address it. And she had acted. That was all. He repeated that she had killed 4 people. Harper repeated that she had ended their suffering. Simon stopped again. He said she sounded insane. She told him she was not insane. She was clear. Clearer than she had ever been. She stood, suddenly exhausted by the effort of explanation, by the realization that no explanation would bridge the gap between them. He had asked what it was. She had told him. Now he had to decide what he was going to do with that information. Simon set the journal down on the deck, carefully, as though it were evidence, which it was. He said he did not know what to do. He looked up at her, and his face was wrecked, and she felt something twist in her chest that might have been regret, if she still allowed herself to feel regret. He said he loved her. He did not even know if that was real anymore, but he felt it. And he was looking at her right now and did not know who she was. Harper told him she was the same person she had always been. He just knew more now. He said that was not the same thing. No, she agreed. It was not. They stood there in silence, the rain against the glass, the forest invisible beyond the windows. Simon picked up the journal again, held it, seemed to be weighing its physical presence against the enormity of what it contained. Finally, he said he could not let her keep doing this. She understood that, didn't she? He could not know about this and not do anything. Harper felt something settle in her chest, a cold clarity that was familiar from the work, the moment when decision became action. She said she knew. He would call the police, he said. He did not want to, but he had to. She needed help, real help. Not this. He gestured at the room, at the building, at the entirety of Rain Rock and everything it represented. Harper told him quietly that he was not going to call the police. He said he had to. No, she said. He did not. For 1/2 second she saw him. Not the sufferer, not the contaminated knowledge carrier, but Simon, the man who had brought wine and talked about his divorce and asked about the lullaby she hummed and kissed her on the 4th visit. The man who had made the building feel less abandoned. Then the clarity returned, sharp and absolute, and he was just another patient whose pain required intervention. She moved toward him. Not quickly, not threateningly, just closing the distance between them with the same calm deliberation she used when approaching a patient. Because if he called the police, Simon, he became part of the problem. He became complicit in the system that created the suffering she had been trying to end. And she did not think he could live with that. She did not think he could live with that. He stood, the journal still in his hands, and backed toward the door. told her not to do this. She said she was not doing anything. She was just explaining the situation. He had said he loved her. She believed him. And because he loved her, he was in pain right now. She could see it in his face. He was suffering from what he knew. That was what knowledge did. It caused suffering. And the only way to end that suffering was to remove the knowledge or remove the person carrying it. He said her name like a prayer, like a warning. Harper, don't. She told him she was not going to hurt him. She was going to help him. The same way she helped them. Because he was suffering now, Simon. He did not ask for this knowledge. He did not want it. But he had it, and it was destroying him. And the only mercy left was to end that destruction before it consumed him entirely. Simon had stopped listening halfway through. She could see it in his face. Not just horror, but recognition. That he was hearing the logic of someone who had crossed the line so far back that they could no longer see it. He was not arguing with her philosophy. He was measuring the distance between where she stood and where human empathy ended, and understanding that distance was unbridgeable. She had become something that used the language of care to describe killing, that called love a disease requiring treatment. He could not reach her. No one could. He broke then, turned and ran. Harper had anticipated this. She had mapped the building's exits weeks ago, had understood from the beginning that the hydrotherapy wing was a trap if you did not know its architecture. There was the main stairwell, which she had locked from the inside hours earlier when she had returned and found him reading the journal. There was the service stairs in the eastern corridor, but those terminated in a storage room whose door had rusted shut in 1967. And there was the observation deck's exterior fire escape, a steel ladder that descended 4 stories to the forest floor, installed in 1953 and never maintained since closure. Simon ran for the fire escape. Harper followed at a walk, unhurried, carrying the pillow from her cot. She had done this 4 times before. She knew the rhythm of it, the way panic made people stupid, the way they exhausted themselves in the first 30 seconds and then had nothing left when the actual struggle began. She heard him reach the observation deck, heard the shriek of rusted metal as he forced open the exterior door, heard his weight shift onto the fire escape platform. Then she heard the sound that always came when metal had spent too many years in Pacific Northwest weather without maintenance. A groan, a crack, the specific scream of bolts shearing through rotted mounting brackets. The ladder section gave way. Not catastrophically, just the lower third, the part that would have allowed descent from the platform to the ground. It peeled away from the building with a metallic shriek and crashed into the undergrowth 40 feet below, leaving Simon stranded on the platform with no way down and no way forward. Harper reached the doorway and stopped there, watching him. He was gripping the railing, looking down at the drop, his face white in the darkness. The rain was coming down harder now, turning the platform slick, and the wind was strong enough that the remaining structure swayed slightly under his weight. He looked back at her, and she saw him understand. The choice was no longer between calling the police and staying silent. The choice was between coming back inside or falling. She waited. He could have jumped. The drop was survivable if you landed right, if you missed the rocks, if you were willing to break a leg and crawl through 15 miles of forest to reach the valley. But he did not jump. He came back inside slowly, hands raised as though she were holding a weapon, as though there were still some version of this where negotiation was possible. Harper closed the door behind him and locked it. The key went into her pocket. They were alone now in the observation deck, the rain against the glass, the forest invisible beyond the windows. Simon backed toward the far wall, putting as much distance between them as the room allowed. His breathing was ragged, his eyes moving from her face to the pillow in her hands to the locked door behind her. He was calculating. She could see it. Looking for weapons, for advantages, for some way to reverse the situation. There was nothing. The observation deck was empty except for the two of them and the medical equipment she had stored in the corner. Syringes, pharmaceutical supplies, the leather journal still lying where he had dropped it. She set the pillow down on the floor and moved to the corner, to the pharmaceutical kit. Simon watched her prepare the syringe with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done this dozens of times, who knew the procedure by heart, who could perform it in darkness if necessary. She drew the sedative carefully, checked for air bubbles, held it up to the lantern light. The dosage was higher than what she used for the patients. Simon was younger, stronger, healthier. It would take more to ensure the transition was peaceful. He was talking. She could hear his voice, but not the words, a stream of pleading or reasoning or bargaining that blurred into simple sound. She had heard this before from the patients in those final moments when they understood what was happening and tried to argue their way back to life. It never worked. The decision had already been made, and once Harper made a decision, she followed through. That was what separated her from the doctors and nurses who wrung their hands about suffering but never acted. She acted. She finished what she started. She approached him with the syringe in one hand and the pillow in the other. Simon tried to fight. He was taller than her, broader, with the kind of physical advantage that should have mattered. But Harper had spent 15 years lifting patients, restraining patients, moving dead weight from beds to gurneys to wheelchairs. She knew leverage. She knew where to grip to minimize resistance. And more than that, she had conviction, which was a kind of strength that no amount of muscle could match. When you believed absolutely that what you were doing was right, was necessary, was the only merciful option remaining, your body did not hesitate. Your hands did not shake. She got him down. It took longer than it had with the others, and there was a moment when his elbow caught her in the ribs hard enough that she lost her breath. But she did not let go. She pinned him against the floor, her knee on his chest, and administered the injection to his shoulder. He thrashed, tried to dislodge her, but the sedative was already working, flooding his system with a warmth that would feel pleasant if you did not know what it meant. She had given him enough to suppress respiration, to slow his heart, to make the final step, the pillow, faster than it would otherwise be. His struggles weakened. Harper shifted her weight, repositioned, brought the pillow to his face. She pressed down firmly, evenly, the way she had been taught in nursing school when demonstrating CPR compression points. Steady pressure, no gaps, maintain the seal. Simon's hands came up and gripped her wrists, but the sedative had taken the strength from them and his fingers could not hold. She began to hum. It was unconscious, the lullaby rising from someplace she did not examine, the same melody she had hummed for the woman in March, for the man in June, for the two in August. A song her mother had sung when Harper was young, when comfort and care had seemed like simple things. Simon's body went through the stages she had documented in the journal. First, the thrashing, already weakened by the sedative. Then the convulsive attempts to draw breath through the obstruction. Then the stillness that could have been surrender or unconsciousness or the beginning of death. She held the pillow in place for exactly 2 minutes after the movement stopped, counting silently, her hand steady. The sedative would have rendered him unconscious before asphyxiation became painful. That was important. She was not trying to cause suffering. She was ending it. When she removed the pillow, his face had the slackness that came with death. His eyes were half open, fixed on the ceiling, already beginning to cloud. Harper sat back, still straddling his chest, and looked at what she had done. There should have been horror. There should have been guilt, or doubt, or the sick realization that she had just killed someone she loved. But there was only the same clarity she always felt after the work. The certainty that she had done what needed to be done, that his suffering was over, that she had performed an act of mercy in a world that confused mercy with cruelty and cruelty with care. She stood slowly, her knees aching from the struggle, and looked down at Simon's body. The journal would need a new entry. She would document this the same way she documented the others. Name, age, condition at time of intervention, procedure performed, duration, physical responses observed. The only difference was that Simon had not been terminal. His suffering had been psychological rather than physical, knowledge-based rather than pain-based. But suffering was suffering. The source did not matter. What mattered was the response. She needed to move him. The observation deck was wrong for staging. Too far from the forest, too high up, too obviously inside the building. The fire escape collapse had been fortunate in one sense. It gave her a narrative. He had tried to descend. The ladder had failed. He had fallen. She would drag him to the platform, push him over the remaining rail into the undergrowth below. The fall would cause sufficient trauma to obscure the injection site, and the sedative would process through his system quickly enough. It had to. The injection site could be mistaken for impact trauma if the coroner didn't look too carefully. Clatsop County's coroner was overworked and underfunded. If the scene looked like an accident, it would be ruled an accident. It had to be. Harper gripped Simon under the arms and began pulling him toward the door. He was heavier than the others had been, and the observation deck was larger than the third-floor patient rooms. And by the time she reached the exterior door, her back was screaming, and her hands were shaking from exertion. She unlocked the door with the key from her pocket and pulled it open. The rain hit her face, cold and immediate, and the wind tried to tear the door from her hands. She maneuvered Simon onto the platform, his body dragging across the threshold, his head lolling. The platform creaked under their combined weight. Harper looked down at the forest below, at the darkness where the ladder section had fallen, at the 40-foot drop that would need to look like a tragic accident, rather than what it was. She positioned Simon near the remaining rail section, oriented him as though he had been trying to climb over when he lost his grip, then shoved his body forward and watched it tumble into the darkness below. There was a crash, the sound of branches breaking, then silence. She stood on the platform for a moment longer, the rain soaking through her shirt, her hair plastered to her skull, and looked down at the space where his body had disappeared. Then she went back inside, locked the door, and returned to the hydrotherapy room. The pillow went back on the cot. The syringe went into the sharps container. The pharmaceutical kit went back into the locked box beneath the cot. The journal came out, and she sat at the small table by the window and documented what had happened in the same clinical documentation that made killing look like medicine. When she finished, she closed the journal and sat in the silence of the hydrotherapy room, listening to the rain against the windows, to the wind moving through the building's empty corridors, to the sound of her own breathing. There was no guilt. There was no horror. There was only the understanding that she had done what needed to be done. That mercy sometimes required violence, that the people who were too afraid to act would call her a monster, but would never understand that monsters were the ones who stood by and watched suffering continue when they had the power to stop it. The next morning, Harper woke before dawn and walked down to the forest to check the staging. Simon's body was where she had left it, sprawled in the undergrowth 40 feet from the observation deck platform, his limbs arranged by gravity and impact into the posture of someone who had fallen. She studied the scene with professional detachment, noted the broken branches, the disturbed earth, the position of the body relative to the failed ladder section. It looked right. It looked like an accident. She returned to the building and began the process of preparation. The journal and pharmaceutical kit went into the locked third-floor corridor. Her cot was disassembled and hidden in the same room. The hydrotherapy wing was cleared of all personal items, all evidence of occupation, until it looked exactly as it had when she first arrived. Empty, abandoned, a space no one had inhabited in years. His camera equipment she packed back into his truck, his clothes folded and placed in his backpack, his laptop closed and returned to its case. When the helicopters came, she would need the building to be empty. She spent 3 days in this state of readiness, sleeping in the locked corridor, eating cold food, listening to the radio for news of a missing podcaster. The report came on October 21st. A Portland man last known to be driving east toward the coast. Truck found in Burnside. Family asking for information. Harper listened and understood the timeline was accelerating. They would check his files, find his notes about Rain Rock, send searchers. She stayed hidden in the third-floor corridor and waited. Harper did not run. Running implied guilt, and she was not guilty. She had done what was necessary. If they found the journal, if they understood what it documented, if they called it murder instead of mercy, that was their failure, not hers. She had acted according to a moral clarity that the law did not recognize, that society refused to acknowledge, but which was nonetheless true. Mercy killing was illegal. It was also right. And when faced with that contradiction, Harper had chosen rightness over legality, had chosen to act rather than to comply. The searchers found Simon's body on October 23rd. Harper heard the helicopters first, then the vehicles on the logging road, then the voices in the forest below the observation deck. She stayed hidden in the locked third-floor corridor, barely breathing, listening to the investigation unfold 4 stories below. They processed the scene for 3 hours, photographing the body, the failed ladder section, the platform. Then she heard boots on the stairs inside the building. 2 deputies climbed to the observation deck to photograph the failed fire escape mounting from the interior side. She heard them moving through the hydrotherapy wing, their voices echoing in the empty space. One of them remarked on the rusted bolts, the obvious structural failure. The other asked if they should search the rest of the building. The first one said there was no point. Accidental death, structural failure, open and shut. They spent 11 minutes inside Rain Rock, took measurements, documented the mounting brackets, left. Harper remained in the locked corridor for another 2 hours, listening to the vehicles depart, listening to the forest return to silence. Only when she was certain they were gone did she emerge. She returned to the observation deck and looked down at the space where Simon's body had been. The ferns were crushed. The earth was disturbed. The official story had been written and accepted. Why would they search further? The death had been ruled an accident. There was no reason to investigate something that had not officially happened. She retrieved her cot from the locked corridor, reassembled it in the hydrotherapy wing, returned the pharmaceutical kit to its place beneath. The journal came out. She documented Simon the same way she documented the others. Name, method, duration, the clinical language that made mercy look like procedure. She wrote for 10 minutes, then closed the book and locked it away. The work could continue. But something had changed. She understood this in the days after Simon's body was removed, in the way the building felt different, in the way her routines had become automatic rather than intentional. The work no longer felt like mercy, it felt like compulsion. She caught herself preparing syringes for patients who had not yet arrived, documenting procedures that had not yet been performed, writing entries in the journal about interventions that existed only in her mind. The distinction between what she had done and what she intended to do was blurring, and with it, the distinction between herself and the work. She tried to stop. For 3 days in early November, she did not go to the valley, did not survey the facilities, did not review the patient lists. She stayed at Rain Rock and read the medical texts, and told herself that she had done enough, that 6 deaths were sufficient, that she could walk away now and leave the remaining names to their institutional suffering. But on the 4th day, the clarity returned, sharp and undeniable, and with it, the certainty that stopping was betrayal. The patients on her list were still suffering. The facilities were still warehousing them. The pharmaceutical supplies were still in the locked box beneath her cot, waiting to be used. She had the power to help. Refusing to use that power was as much a sin as the institutional negligence she had spent months condemning. Harper pressed her hands against the observation deck glass, the same glass Simon had looked through before she killed him, the same glass that framed the forest where his body had lain for 3 weeks before discovery. The rain streamed down the exterior surface, distorting the trees into gray shapes, turning the world into something formless and uncertain. She was still humming. She realized this only when the sound registered consciously. The lullaby, the same melody she had hummed over Simon, over the 5 patients, over every life she had ended in the name of mercy. She tried to stop, but the humming continued, rising from her throat without permission, without thought, a reflex that had become part of her autonomic system. Her breath fogged the glass. Beyond it, the forest blurred in the rain. Below, somewhere in that wilderness, 5 bodies had lain before discovery, and 1 body, Simon, had been removed but left its impression, a space in the undergrowth where the ferns had been crushed and the earth disturbed, and the evidence of her work remained even after the official story had been written and closed. Harper's hands remained pressed against the glass. The humming did not stop. The rain fell and the building creaked, and the observation deck remained exactly what it had always been, a place designed for watching, for witnessing, for clinical observation of suffering without intervention. She had turned it into something else. She had made it a place where intervention happened, where mercy was administered, where the watching ended and the acting began. The humming filled her ears, filled the observation deck, filled the empty building with a sound that was neither human nor automatic, but something in between. Then she heard it. Not rain, not wind. The sound of engines on the logging road. Multiple engines. Harper's hands dropped from the glass. She turned toward the corridor, listening. Voices below, boots on stairs, radio static. The organized movement of people who had come with purpose, who knew what they were looking for. She understood immediately. Simon's podcast files, cloud backup, auto upload. The note-taking she had watched him do each evening, typing observations into his laptop, had been going somewhere beyond the hard drive she had packed into his truck. Building a case she had not anticipated because she had stopped seeing anything except the work. The voices were on the 3rd floor now. She heard the locked corridor door being forced. Heard someone say something sharp and urgent when they found the patient room. The supplies, the journal she had been too convinced of her own rightness to destroy because documentation mattered, because the work deserved to be recorded, because she had believed the clarity would speak for itself. Harper looked down at her hands. They were shaking. Not from the building's cold, not from exertion, from the recognition that mercy could not be self-administered after all, that the final patient would receive no intervention, that the suffering she had created in herself would continue in a cell instead of ending in the forest with the others. The footsteps were on the stairs to the 4th floor now, multiple sets, heavy, deliberate. She pressed her hands against the glass one final time, felt the cold surface against her palms, watched the rain blur the trees into shapes that might have been the future arriving to collect what she owed. The relentless repetition of a melody that once meant safety and now means only this. She could not stop it. The lullaby had become autonomic, something her body did without permission, the only language she had left. The door to the observation deck opened. Harper did not turn. She kept her hands against the glass, kept humming, kept watching the forest where 5 bodies had lain, and 1 body had been removed, and the evidence remained permanent, despite the official conclusions, despite the stories everyone had agreed to believe because the alternative was too complicated to process. Someone was speaking to her. She heard the words, but they meant nothing. The Mercy at Rain Rock had its own language now, and it was not one that translated into the language of law, of consequence, of the world beyond the glass. But the world beyond the glass had come anyway, had found the journal and the supplies and the documentation, had understood what the clinical language meant, even if they could not understand why. They would call it murder. They would not understand that it was medicine. They would not see the clarity. And Harper, standing at the observation deck windows with her hands pressed flat against the rain-streaked glass, humming a lullaby that would not stop, understood for the first time that clarity and madness might be the same thing seen from different sides of the glass, and she no longer knew which side she was on, and it no longer mattered. Because the hands were on her arms now, pulling her away from the windows, and the work was ending not by her choice, but by theirs. And the mercy had become, the suffering had become the only thing she was, and there was no cure for that, only containment. The glass fogged with her breath one final time. The humming continued as they led her toward the stairs, continued as they took her down through the building she had made her own, continued as they placed her in the vehicle and drove her away from Rain Rock through rain that turned the logging road to mud. The lullaby followed her into the county facility, into the psychiatric evaluation, into the cell where the walls were painted the same color as the hydrotherapy room had been. Accessible beige, the kind of institutional neutral that was supposed to be calming, but was actually the color of erasure. She hummed through the arraignment, through the interviews, through the months that followed. The melody was all she had left, the only part of the work that remained, and it was not mercy anymore, and it was not comfort anymore. It was just sound, mechanical and endless, the last piece of Harper that remembered what she had believed before the belief consumed her. The journal became evidence. The pharmaceutical supplies became evidence. The bodies in the forest remained where they had been left, but now they had names attached, families notified, investigations open. The official conclusions were revised. The truth was written down. And somewhere in a facility not unlike the one she had believed she was correcting, Harper stood at a window much smaller than the observation deck glass, hands pressed flat against the surface, humming a lullaby. She could no longer stop, watching nothing, witnessing everything, suffering from a condition that had no name except the one she had given it, and no cure except the time it would take for the conviction to finally release her, which might be never, which might be the rest of her life, which might be exactly what mercy looked like when it was finally administered to the person who needed it most. Leah Morgan noticed the Polaroid 2 hours after leaving the Ely gas station. She had been watching the road, the rearview mirror, the empty sage flats on either side of Route 50. The highway ran straight for miles in both directions. No other vehicles. Dawn light was just starting to thin the darkness behind her. The Polaroid was propped against the speedometer. She did not remember putting it there. She picked it up. The image showed her own face. Her mouth was slightly open. Her head was tilted against the driver's seat headrest. Gas station fluorescent light was visible through the window behind her and part of a pump. The date stamp in the corner read 4/17. 2 hours and 11 minutes ago. She had been asleep. She set the Polaroid face down on the passenger seat and put both hands back on the wheel. Her fingers were cold. She checked the rearview mirror. Empty highway. She checked the door locks. Engaged. She had locked them before pulling out of the gas station. She was certain. She remembered the sound. Someone had been inside the car while she slept. She drove another mile before she looked at the Polaroid again. The fluorescent light in the background confirmed it was the Ely station. She had pulled off Route 50 at 4 in the morning, filled the tank, used the restroom, bought a bottle of water she had not opened yet. The attendant had been reading a paperback. She had returned to the car, locked the doors, and closed her eyes. Just for a minute, maybe two, but it had been enough. The mile marker killer's signature. Polaroid on the dashboard. You wake up, or you find it later, and you know. He had been inside. He had stood over you. He had taken your picture while you slept. And he had left it where you would see it, and now you were marked. Leah set the photo down again and flexed her hands on the wheel. Her sister, Sophie, had been driving this same highway 5 years ago. Lone female traveler, solo cross-country trip, pulled over at a rest stop somewhere between Ely and the California border. They found her car 3 days later in a Bureau of Land Management pullout, with the driver's door open and her purse on the seat. No body, no Polaroid, but the pattern matched 2 other women who had disappeared on Route 50 in the previous 18 months. By the time the FBI connected the cases, the trail was cold. Leah reached under the dashboard with her right hand and touched the toggle switch. Still there. She had checked it 6 times since Ely. The metal was smooth and cool under her fingertips. She did not flip it. She withdrew her hand and checked the mirror again. Still empty. The sun was coming up behind her now, throwing long shadows across the scrub. She was 90 miles from the California border. The nearest police station was 40 miles back in Ely. She could turn around. She could walk into the station with the Polaroid and tell them everything. They would take her statement. They would file a report. They would tell her the FBI field office in Las Vegas would be notified. They would ask if she wanted an escort to the state line. She kept driving west. The fear was real. Her heart rate had been elevated since she found the photograph. Her mouth was dry. She had not opened the water bottle because she did not trust her hands to hold it steady. But the fear was also something she had invited. She had driven Route 50 for 3 weeks, sleeping in her car at gas stations and rest stops, making herself visible, making herself alone. She had known what the Polaroid meant before she picked it up. She checked the toggle switch again without looking down. It was exactly where it was supposed to be. The highway stretched ahead through the basin. No trees, no buildings, nothing but sagebrush and mountains in the distance. The loneliest road in America. That was what the sign said. In 1986, Life magazine had published an article calling this stretch of Route 50 the loneliest road in America, and the state of Nevada had turned it into a tourism slogan. Survival guides for sale at the visitor centers, completion certificates if you made it across. Leah had made it across 11 times in the past month. This would be the 12th. She glanced at the Polaroid on the passenger seat. Her sleeping face. The fluorescent light. The date stamp. He had been close enough to frame the shot. Close enough to see the small scar on her left eyebrow where Sophie had hit her with a thrown tennis ball when they were 8. Close enough to count her breaths. She adjusted her grip on the wheel and kept her speed steady at 65. The fear was useful. It would keep her alert. It would make the next part convincing. She just had to stay afraid long enough to reach the turnoff. The sun was fully up by 7. Leah watched the landscape flatten into alkali in distance. The mountains on either side of the basin were 50 miles away. The highway ran straight through the middle. No curves, no hills, nothing to interrupt the sight line. She could see 10 miles ahead and 10 miles behind. She had not passed another vehicle since Ely. Route 50 crossed central Nevada east to west through a series of basins separated by mountain ranges. The highway climbed each range through a pass, dropped into the next basin, crossed flat valley floor for 30 or 40 miles, then climbed again. Ely to the California border was 208 miles. Leah had driven it 12 times in the past month. She knew the mile markers, the turnoffs, the places where the pavement had cracked and been patched. She knew which rest stops had functional bathrooms and which were locked. She knew the spacing of the reflector posts along the shoulder. She also knew that in 208 miles, there were exactly 7 towns, and only 3 of them had gas stations that stayed open past 6 in the evening. The mile marker killer hunted this emptiness. 19 cases, 17 women still missing. 2 found in crashed vehicles on remote access roads. Cause of death, blunt force trauma, and manual strangulation. Victim selection based on isolation. Solo travelers, especially women, especially at night. He broke into cars at gas stations while the driver was inside. He left a Polaroid of the sleeping victim. Then he followed. The 3rd confirmed victim, Sophie, had never been found. Her car had been located in a BLM pullout 5 years ago with no signs of struggle. Keys in the ignition, purse on the passenger seat. No Polaroid recovered, but the pattern matched. Leah had been searching for Sophie's photograph for 8 months. She knew it existed. The FBI files documented his method. He kept the Polaroids. He cataloged his victims. Leah reached for the water bottle and unscrewed the cap. Her hands were steadier now. She drank half the bottle and set it in the cup holder. She scanned through the radio stations as she drove. Static on FM. 2 a.m. stations, broadcasting from somewhere far away, the signal fading in and out. Farm reports, wheat futures. She turned it off. The silence was not comforting, but it was better than the static. She checked the mirror. Empty highway behind her. Empty highway ahead. Sagebrush and sky. The basin stretched for another 20 miles before the next range. She could see the mountains in the distance, a pale line of ridges against the sky. The pass was visible as a notch in the elevation. Her phone had not had service since Austin, 40 miles back. There would be no service until she crossed into California. Route 50 passed through some of the least populated country in the continental United States. Eureka County, Nevada, had a population density of 0.7 people per square mile. Leah had read that in a AAA guidebook. 0.7, less than 1 person per square mile, averaged across the entire county. She wondered if the mile marker killer was one of them. The FBI profile suggested local knowledge, someone who understood the highway, the spacing of towns, the patterns of travelers, someone who had time to watch and wait. 19 women over 7 years. The Polaroid camera was a deliberate anachronism. No digital file, no metadata. The photograph was the signature. Leah touched the toggle switch under the dashboard again. Her fingers found the metal edge, traced the ridged surface. She had spent 8 months preparing. Sedan looked ordinary. Silver paint, Nevada plates, rental company barcode sticker still on the rear bumper. No one looking at it would see what she had built. The toggle switch was all she had. One flip, and everything she had planned would deploy, if it worked. If she had built it correctly. If the wiring held. If the actuators fired. If. She just needed him to put his hands through the window first. Leah drove another 5 miles. The highway climbed gradually toward the pass. She checked the mirror again, a habit now, and this time she saw it. A vehicle. Too far back to identify the make or model. just a shape on the highway behind her, visible in the mirror for a moment, before the road curved slightly and the distance made it vanish into the heat shimmer rising from the pavement. She watched the mirror. The vehicle reappeared, still distant, maybe 3 miles back. She had not seen it before. Leah maintained her speed and watched the mirror. The vehicle stayed behind her, distance constant. She could see it clearly now when the highway was straight. Dark color, possibly black or dark blue, larger than a sedan, truck or SUV. She drove for 10 minutes. The vehicle remained 3 miles back. She increased her speed to 70. The speedometer climbed smoothly. She watched the road ahead and counted to 60. Then she checked the mirror and saw the vehicle holding position. She reduced her speed to 60, counted to 60 again, checked again. The vehicle remained. Leah's hands were tight on the wheel. Her earlier calm was gone. This was the variable she had not been able to control. She had studied the FBI files, mapped the locations where victims had been taken, spent 8 months building the trap. She had driven Route 50 for a month, making herself visible, waiting for the Polaroid. But she did not know what vehicle he drove. The FBI files contained no description. The 2 victims, found in their crashed cars, had been alone when discovered. No witnesses had reported seeing another vehicle. The files suggested he followed at a distance, waited for the victim to panic or run out of gas, then closed in. But there was no physical evidence linking any specific vehicle to the crimes. Leah had assumed a truck, something heavy enough to ram another vehicle off the road, something common enough to be invisible on a rural highway. She had assumed he would stay close once he started following. She had not anticipated this. 3 miles back, holding position, neither closing distance nor falling behind. She checked the fuel gauge. 3/4 full, enough to reach the California border with 50 miles to spare, enough to reach the turnoff with 100 miles to spare. The turnoff was 60 miles ahead. She needed him to follow her that far. She needed him to close the distance. She needed him to force her off the highway at the exact location where the dirt access road met Route 50, 2 miles from the abandoned missile silo. If he forced her off the road earlier, the trap would not work. The silo was the containment. The car was the capture mechanism. Both were necessary. Leah slowed to 55. The vehicle behind her slowed as well. She could see it more clearly now. Pickup truck. Large, lifted suspension. From the way it sat high on the axles, no visible markings. She drove another mile and made a decision. She reduced her speed to 45. The truck slowed. She tapped the brakes, flashed her brake lights 3 times, universal signal, go around me. The truck maintained its distance. Leah slowed to 40. The highway speed limit was 70. She was creating an obstacle. Any normal driver would pass. The truck slowed to 40. She turned on her hazard lights. 4-way flashers blinking. Another signal. Vehicle trouble. Pulling over, go around. The truck stayed behind her. Leah's heart rate was elevated again. Her mouth was dry. She reached for the water bottle in the cup holder and drank the rest of it. Her hand shook slightly when she set the bottle down. She accelerated back to 65. The truck accelerated with her. Distance held steady at 3 miles. He was pacing her. Deliberately. He wanted her to know he was there. This was part of the pattern. The Polaroid was the first message. The pursuit was the second. He was teaching her that she could not escape, could not outrun him, could not signal for help. He was showing her that the highway belonged to him. Leah positioned her right hand near the toggle switch under the dashboard, fingers brushing metal. But the turnoff was 58 miles ahead. If she triggered it now, out here in the open basin with no canyon walls to pin the truck against her vehicle, he could simply drive away. She needed the geography. She needed the dead-end road. She needed him to commit. She checked the mirror again. The truck was still there. She could not see the driver through the glare on the windshield. But she knew he could see her. She was framed in his view just as she had been framed in the Polaroid. Alone, vulnerable, marked. Leah drove. The highway climbed toward the pass. The truck followed. The sun was higher now, burning off the last of the morning cool. The air conditioning in the sedan was running, but she could feel sweat between her shoulder blades. 56 miles to the turnoff. She just had to stay ahead of him that long. The sun dropped behind the western mountains at 6:30. Leah watched the light fade from the sky. The highway had climbed out of the basin and was crossing high plateau country now. Open rangeland with scattered juniper and rock outcrops. The truck was still behind her. It had been there for 4 hours. The distance had closed. 2 miles now, possibly less. She could see the vehicle clearly in the rearview mirror. Black pickup, extended cab, aftermarket grill guard on the front bumper. The kind of truck that belonged on this highway. Work vehicle, rancher's vehicle, ordinary. Leah had passed the turnoff for Austin an hour ago. The next town was Eureka, 30 miles ahead. Gas station, motel, population, 480. She had stopped there twice during her month of driving Route 50. The attendant had been a woman in her 60s who kept a portable television on the counter. She was not going to stop in Eureka. The turnoff she needed was 12 miles past the town, on the western edge of the valley. 42 miles total. The road ran 2 miles through sage and alkali flat before terminating at the fence line surrounding the abandoned missile silo. The silo had been decommissioned in 1969. Leah had purchased the property through a holding company for $23,000. The surface structures were gone, torn down for salvage decades ago, but the underground launch facility remained. Concrete shaft 140 feet deep. Reinforced walls, steel blast doors still functional. The access tunnel had been sealed with a gate that Leah had replaced with a heavier door, welded to the frame, controlled by a keypad lock she had installed herself. She had been inside the silo 6 times in the past month. She had brought supplies, water in 5-gallon containers, protein bars, a chemical toilet, a camp stove and propane, a sleeping bag, a portable lantern. She had set up a camera system with 4 angles, powered by the solar array on the surface, recording to local storage. The cameras showed the main chamber 18 feet in diameter, concrete floor, curved walls, ventilation shafts sealed but still allowing minimal air exchange. It was a cell. She had built it to be a cell. Leah checked the fuel gauge. Just over half a tank. The turnoff was 42 miles ahead. The truck in the mirror was maintaining its new distance, 2 miles back, close enough that she could see the dark shape of the driver behind the windshield. The sky was deep blue now, fading to purple in the east. Venus was visible above the mountains. The first stars were coming out. Leah switched on her headlights. The highway ahead jumped into visibility, white lines and reflector posts. The truck behind her did not turn on its lights. She watched the mirror. The pickup was still visible, but only because the sky behind it still held ambient light. Dark vehicle against dark sky. In another 10 minutes, it would be invisible. Leah's pulse was elevated. She could feel it in her neck. The truck was making its move, announcing itself. Headlights off was a message. She was supposed to see it and understand. He was not hiding anymore. He did not need to. She increased her speed to 75. The sedan accelerated smoothly. The truck accelerated with her. Distance held at 2 miles. Darkness came down. The sky went from purple to black. The only light now was from Leah's headlights and the faint glow of her instrument panel. She checked the mirror. The truck was gone. No lights visible. She could not see it. But she knew it was there. She reduced her speed to 65 and positioned her hands at 10 and 2 on the wheel. Her mouth was dry again. The water bottle was empty. She had nothing else to drink. Eureka was 20 miles ahead. The turnoff was 12 miles beyond that. 32 miles total. The truck hit her from behind. The impact was sudden and hard, a crunch of metal and the sharp jolt of deceleration. Leah's head snapped forward, then back against the headrest. The seatbelt locked across her chest. Her hands gripped the wheel. The sedan lurched but held the road. She checked the mirror reflexively but saw only black. The truck hit her again. This impact was harder. The sedan fishtailed. Leah corrected, steering into the skid, accelerator down. The sedan surged forward. The speedometer climbed past 80. Behind her, headlights flared on. High beams, brilliant white, flooding her mirrors, filling the interior of the car with harsh light. He was right behind her, less than a car length. Leah's heart was hammering. Her hands were locked on the wheel. The truck stayed on her bumper, headlights blinding in the mirrors. She could not see the road behind her. She could not see the truck. The blinding glare filled her mirrors. The third impact drove her forward. The seatbelt cut into her shoulder. The sedan's rear end lifted slightly, tires losing traction, then slammed back down. Leah felt the steering wheel shudder in her hands. She kept the accelerator down. 85. The sedan shook with each impact. The truck could push her off the road at any moment. Her modified windows might hold, or they might not. She had tested the polycarbonate against static pressure, not repeated high-speed collisions. She had installed the shutters in her garage alone, following schematics she had drawn herself. She had never crash-tested the system. She had no idea if it would work. But not yet. Not here. 32 miles to the turnoff. She had to hold the road that long. The truck rammed her again, headlights blazing, and Leah drove into the darkness with both hands on the wheel and her sister's name in her throat. The impacts continued. Leah counted them. 5, 6, 7. Each collision drove the sedan forward, tires screaming, metal flexing. The rear bumper was damaged. She could hear something dragging, a scrape of plastic on asphalt every time the suspension compressed. She kept the accelerator down, 90 miles per hour. The sedan was shaking. The steering wheel vibrated in her hands. Behind her, the headlights stayed locked on her bumper, high beams flooding the mirrors, turning the interior into a cage of white light. The highway was climbing. The grade was shallow but steady. Leah could feel the engine strain. The pickup stayed with her, pushing, ramming every 30 seconds. Methodical. He was pacing the impacts, wearing her down. 25 miles to the turnoff. Leah's shoulders ached from gripping the wheel. Her jaw was clenched. She forced herself to breathe. In through the nose, out through the mouth. She needed to stay calm. She needed to think. The sedan's rearview camera had gone dark after the third impact. The screen on the dashboard showed static. The side mirror still worked. She could see the headlights, the dark shape of the grille guard, nothing else. The driver was invisible behind the glare. Another impact. The sedan lurched. Leah's head hit the headrest. The seatbelt locked. She corrected, brought the wheel back, maintained speed. Eureka appeared ahead. Lights on the horizon. The town was small, just a cluster of buildings on either side of the highway. Gas station on the right, motel on the left, everything else dark. Leah did not slow down. She blew through Eureka at 90, headlights cutting through the empty intersection, streetlights flashing past. In the mirror, the pickup followed. No hesitation. 12 miles to the turnoff, the highway leveled out. The sedan's speed climbed back to 95. Leah's fuel gauge was below half now. She had enough fuel, though not by much. If the impacts did not rupture the tank. The next ramming was different. The pickup pulled alongside her, driver's side, matching her speed. Leah glanced left. The vehicle was enormous. Lifted suspension put the driver's window level with the top of her roof. She could not see into the cab. Just black paint, Dark windows, the bulk of it filling her peripheral vision. Metal scraped metal. The pickup was drifting into her lane, pushing her toward the shoulder. Leah corrected right, gave ground, steered away from the edge. The pickup followed. Grinding contact. The sound was terrible. A shriek of steel on steel. Leah accelerated. 98. The sedan pulled ahead. The pickup fell back, slotted in behind her again, rammed her from the rear. The impact was harder this time. Something in the trunk broke. Leah heard glass shatter. She reached for the toggle switch under the dashboard. Her fingers found the metal edge. The wiring should be intact. She had run it through reinforced conduit, isolated from the main electrical. But should be was not the same as was. One severed wire and the trap would not deploy. One failed actuator and the shutters would not drop. 8 miles. The highway was dropping into another basin. Long descent. Sweeping curve to the left. Leah took the curve at 80. The tires held. Behind her, the headlights swung wide, then tightened, staying on her. At the bottom of the grade, the pickup pulled alongside again. Passenger side this time, same tactic. Drifting into her lane, forcing her left toward the center line. Leah steered away. The vehicles touched. The sedan shuddered. The pickup kept pushing. Leah hit the brakes. The sedan decelerated hard. The seatbelt cut into her chest. The pickup shot past, brake lights flaring. Leah accelerated again, swung into the right lane, pushed the speed back to 80. The pickup was ahead of her now, 50 yards, slowing. She saw the brake lights brighten. The vehicle was stopping in the middle of the highway. Leah changed lanes, went around on the left. As she passed, the pickup accelerated, pulled alongside, swerved into her. The impact caught her rear quarter panel. The sedan spun. Leah turned into the spin, foot off the brake, hands working the wheel. The highway rotated around her. Sagebrush, sky, headlights, darkness. The sedan came around 180 degrees, facing backward, still moving. Leah cranked the wheel, gave it gas, brought the vehicle around again. 360. The tires bit. The sedan straightened. She was facing forward. The highway stretched ahead. The pickup was behind her again. Leah's hands were shaking. Her breath was coming fast. She forced herself to slow it down. She was still on the road. The sedan was still functional. 6 miles to the turnoff, she checked the mirror. The pickup had fallen back. 200 yards, 300. The headlights were still there, but the distance was opening. She kept her speed steady at 70, watched the gap widen. 400 yards. Maybe he was giving up. Maybe the spin had convinced him she was too dangerous, too unpredictable. Maybe he was looking for easier prey. The highway ahead was empty. Dark asphalt, white lines, sagebrush on both sides. She could hear her own breathing, the hum of the tires, the rattle of something loose in the damaged rear end. Nothing else. The desert night was silent around her. 6 miles to the turnoff, she could make it. She had built the trap. She had baited him. She had survived the ramming and the spin. She was going to... The headlights blazed on behind her. High beams. Full intensity. He accelerated hard and closed the gap in seconds. The pickup rammed her again. The sedan fishtailed but held, Leah corrected. Another impact. She held the line. 4 miles. The highway was climbing again. The next range. The road curved through low hills covered in juniper. Leah took the curves hard, using the turns to break visual contact for seconds at a time. The headlights vanished behind each hill, reappeared on the straightaways. 3 miles. The dirt access road was on the right side of the highway. Leah had driven past it 11 times. She knew the marker. Wooden post, number burned into the wood, faded almost invisible. Easy to miss at highway speed. She could not miss it tonight. The pickup rammed her again. The impact was brutal. The sedan's rear axle made a sound like a gunshot. Something had broken. The vehicle pulled hard to the left. Leah fought the wheel, held the lane. The sedan was limping now. She could feel it. 2 miles. She reduced her speed to 70. The steering was loose. The rear end was damaged. If the axle failed completely, she would lose control. The pickup pulled alongside again, driver's side, close. Leah glanced over. She could see the driver now, silhouetted against the far window. Large, male, both hands on the wheel, face in shadow. He looked at her. She felt it. Then he swerved. The impact caught her front quarter panel. The sedan's front wheels lost traction. Leah's hands were torn from the wheel. The vehicle went sideways, skidding, tires screaming. The pickup stayed with her, pushing, grinding metal, forcing her right. The shoulder, the embankment, sagebrush, the dirt access road. Leah saw the wooden post flash past. She was off the highway. The sedan's tires hit dirt and gravel. The vehicle slewed, still moving at 60. Behind her, headlights followed. She touched the toggle switch under the dashboard, but the silo gate was still 2 miles ahead. 2 more miles. The dirt road was worse than Leah remembered. Washboarded surface, deep ruts from runoff, rocks the size of fists. The sedan bounced hard over the terrain. The damaged rear axle groaned with each impact. Steering was nearly gone. She fought the wheel, trying to keep the vehicle centered between the ruts. Headlights filled her mirrors. He was right behind her, close enough that she could see the grill guard in the reflected light. The dirt road was single lane. Sagebrush pressed in on both sides, no room to maneuver. Leah checked the odometer. The silo was 1.7 miles ahead. She needed the sedan to last that far. The road climbed a low rise. At the crest, the headlights behind her dropped away for a moment. Leah used the brake to scan ahead. The road descended into a shallow wash, then climbed again toward a line of low cliffs visible in the starlight. The fence line around the silo property was at the base of those cliffs. Behind her, headlights reappeared, cresting the rise. He accelerated down the slope. The impact came from behind, harder than any on the highway. The sedan lurched forward, suspension bottoming out. Metal screamed. The vehicle fishtailed in the loose dirt. Leah corrected, gave it gas. The tires spun, caught, pulled her forward. The wash bottom was soft sand. The sedan wallowed through it, rear end sliding. She kept the accelerator down. The front wheels found harder ground on the far side. The vehicle climbed out of the wash, 1 mile to the silo. The road narrowed. Canyon walls rose on either side, maybe 20 feet high, carved by ancient runoff. The cliffs were closer now. Leah could see the fence line ahead, chain link topped with 3 strands of barbed wire. The gate was visible, steel frame, the lock she had installed, catching moonlight. Behind her, he stayed close, waiting. The road was too narrow here to pull alongside. He could only follow. Leah's hands were numb from gripping the wheel. She flexed her fingers, one hand at a time, trying to keep circulation. Her shoulders ached. The seatbelt had left a bruise across her chest. She could feel it when she breathed. The road curved left, following the base of the cliffs. Leah took the curve and saw the dead end. The road terminated at the fence line. No gate here. Just chain link and rock. She had known this. She had driven this road 6 times. But seeing it now, headlights illuminating the barrier 30 yards ahead, her stomach dropped. She hit the brakes. The sedan slowed. She looked for the turnoff to the silo gate, the secondary track that split off to the right, 50 yards before the fence. It should be visible. It was not there. Leah's pulse spiked. She scanned the roadside, sagebrush, rock, the cliff face. No turnoff. She was past it. She must have missed it in the dark. Behind her, headlights flared bright. He was accelerating, coming fast. Leah had no room to turn around. The road was too narrow. She could reverse. Try to back up until she found the turnoff, but he was already closing distance. If she stopped, he would pin her. She made a decision. She drove forward straight at the fence line. 20 yards. The sedan's headlights showed the chain link in detail, the way it sagged between posts, the rust on the wire. 15 yards. Leah turned the wheel hard right. The sedan left the road, plunged into the sagebrush. The suspension crashed over hidden rocks. The vehicle tilted, nearly rolled, slammed back down. Branches scraped the doors. The undercarriage shrieked. She was driving blind now, no road, just open desert. She aimed for the base of the cliff, where the fence line should angle back toward the silo gate. The sedan crashed through brush, tires digging into soft sand. Behind her, headlights followed. Leah saw the turnoff, not a road, just a gap in the sagebrush where vehicles had passed before. She swung the wheel, aimed for it. The sedan's front wheels hit the track. The rear end fishtailed. She corrected, felt the tires catch. The gate was ahead. Steel frame, chain link panel, keypad lock on the right-hand post. Leah pulled up to it, slammed on the brakes. The sedan stopped 3 feet from the gate. She looked in the mirror. Headlights were coming through the brush 50 yards back. He had followed her off the road. He was still coming. Leah grabbed her phone from the cup holder and jumped out of the car. The night air was cold. She ran to the gate, punched the code into the keypad. 8 digits. Her fingers hit the keys. The lock beeped. The gate swung inward on pneumatic hinges. She ran back to the sedan, got in, drove through the gate. On the other side, she stopped, jumped out again. He was closer now, 30 yards. She could see the dark shape of the cab behind the headlights. Leah ran back to the gate, found the interior keypad, punched in the close sequence. The gate began to swing shut, moving slower than she needed. He was 20 yards away, 15. The gate closed with a clang. The lock engaged. He hit the gate at full speed. The chain link buckled. The frame held. The impact was enormous. Leah felt it in her chest. The gate bowed inward, then sprang back. He reversed, backed up 10 yards, hit it again. The gate held. Leah got back in the sedan, drove deeper into the property. The silo access tunnel was 200 yards ahead, a concrete entrance built into the base of the cliff. She could see it in her headlights, the heavy steel door she had installed still closed. Behind her, at the gate, he was ramming it again. The sound of metal on metal echoed off the cliffs. The gate shrieked. The fence posts groaned, but it did not need to hold much longer. Leah reached the silo entrance, stopped the sedan, killed the engine. She sat in the dark and listened to the impacts behind her. The gate shrieked. The fence posts groaned. Sophie had been alone on this same road 5 years ago. Pulled over at a rest stop or a gas station, or maybe just on the shoulder to check a map. Tired, vulnerable. He had been there. He had watched. He had broken into her car, left the Polaroid, followed her. Sophie's body had never been found. Leah put her hand on the toggle switch under the dashboard. She closed her eyes and waited for the gate to break. The gate broke on the fourth impact. The sound was final, a shriek of torn metal, and the crack of fence posts snapping at ground level. Leah watched in the rearview mirror as the entire assembly tilted inward, then collapsed. Headlights flooded through the gap. He was inside the property. Leah started the engine. The sedan caught, idled rough. She put it in gear and drove the remaining distance to the silo entrance. The concrete tunnel opening was set into the cliff face, wide enough for a vehicle. The steel door she had installed was closed. She stopped 5 feet from it. No time to open the door. No time to reverse. The access tunnel led down into the silo shaft, but getting the door open required getting out of the car, punching in the code, waiting for the pneumatic locks to release. 30 seconds minimum. He would reach her in 10. Leah turned off the engine again. She positioned herself in the driver's seat, hands at 10, and 2 on the wheel, eyes on the mirror. Headlights were coming fast across the open ground between the broken gate and the silo entrance. 200 yards, 150. Her right hand moved to the toggle switch. Her fingers wrapped around it. She needed him close. She needed him to commit. She needed his hands through the window. 100 yards. Leah reached back and touched the partition behind the front seats. The plexiglass was invisible in the dark, 3/4 of an inch thick, medical grade, rated to contain violent patients in psychiatric transport vehicles. She had purchased it from a decommissioned ambulance company in Oregon. She had installed it herself, alone in her garage, working from a diagram she had found online. She had sealed the edges with industrial adhesive. She hoped it would hold 50 yards. She withdrew her hand from the partition and gripped the wheel again. She forced her breathing to slow. In through the nose, out through the mouth. The headlights were blinding now. They filled her mirrors, turned the sedan's interior white. She could not see the vehicle behind them. The blinding glare filled her mirrors. 20 yards. Leah closed her eyes. She counted to 3. When she opened them, the headlights were 10 yards back and closing fast. He did not slow down. The impact drove her forward against the seatbelt. The sedan's front bumper hit the steel door of the silo entrance. The collision was simultaneous. Front and rear, the sedan crushed between two immovable objects. Glass shattered. The windshield spider-webbed, but held. The rear window exploded inward. Leah's head snapped back against the headrest. The engine died. The headlights went dark. The only light now came from behind her, the high beams of the vehicle pinning hers against the door. Leah sat in the wreckage and waited. She heard his door open, heavy creak of hinges, boots on gravel. He was walking toward her. She watched in the side mirror, a shape moving through the headlight glare. Large, male. He came around the driver's side of his vehicle and stopped. She could see him now, 6'4", maybe taller. Heavy build, work jacket, jeans, boots, hands the size of dinner plates. He was carrying something. She could not see what. He approached the driver's side of her car. Leah's hand was already on the toggle switch under the dashboard. Her fingers were steady. All the fear from the highway, from the pursuit, from the dirt road and the gate was gone. What remained was clarity. He stopped next to her window. She did not look at him directly. She kept her eyes forward, her hands visible on the wheel, playing the part. Terrified victim, frozen in shock, waiting for him to take control. He raised the object in his hand. Crowbar. 2 feet long, steel curved claw on one end. He positioned himself, feet planted, crowbar raised over his right shoulder like a bat. Leah turned her head and looked at him. She reached down with her left hand and rolled the driver's window down 2 inches. Bait. Let him think he could reach through. He swung. She flipped the toggle switch. The crowbar hit the window. Glass exploded inward. The polycarbonate layer behind it held, flexing inward an inch, then springing back. Tempered glass fragments showered the interior. He pulled the crowbar away, stared at the intact polycarbonate barrier, confusion crossing his face. Nothing happened. Leah's breath stopped. The shutters had not deployed. The system had failed. He raised the crowbar again, wound up for a second strike. She heard a mechanical whine. Pneumatic actuators firing, the sound muffled, delayed. Then a heavy metallic slam as reinforced steel shutters dropped from housings above the windows. The man's arms were extended, crowbar descending toward the glass when the shutter dropped. It caught his right forearm between steel and window frame. He screamed. The shutter had caught only one arm. His left hand was free. He dropped the crowbar and grabbed the edge of the steel panel, trying to pull it up. Leah could see his face now, lit from behind by his own headlights. Late 50s, weathered, heavy jaw, eyes wide. Leah sat frozen. She had designed the shutters to catch both arms. She needed both arms trapped. If he pulled free, He jerked his right arm, trying to wrench it out of the gap. The steel had caught him just above the wrist. His hand was inside the cabin, forearm trapped. He could not pull back, but his left hand was still gripping the edge of the shutter. He was lifting it, slowly. The panel rose an inch, 2 inches. The crowbar had fallen to the passenger side floorboards when he dropped it. Leah could see the steel curve of it below the seat. She had to get it before he freed himself. She unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned across the center console, reaching down toward the passenger floorboard. Her face was inches from the passenger window. His free hand was right there, fingers gripping the shutter edge, knuckles white with effort. If he let go, he could grab her through the glass. No, the polycarbonate would hold. She stretched farther, shoulder against the passenger seat, hand groping in the dark footwell. The man saw what she was doing. His eyes locked on hers through the glass. He understood. He pulled his left hand back and swung at the window. His fist hit the glass inches from her face. The polycarbonate absorbed the blow. Leah's fingers closed around the crowbar. She pulled it free, pushed herself back into the driver's seat, raised the crowbar inside the cabin, and swung it sideways at the window shutter mechanism, trying to trigger something, anything. The crowbar hit the interior panel. She heard a click. The second shutter dropped. It caught his left arm at the bicep, pinning it against the window frame. Both arms trapped. The man screamed again. He tried to twist his arms, but the shutters held. His forearms were caught in 2 different positions. Right at the wrist, left at the bicep. He could not pull free. Hydraulic deadbolts engaged in all 4 doors. The sound was industrial, final. Multiple heavy thuds as steel bolts slid into reinforced frames. The doors were sealed. Leah dropped the crowbar and climbed over the center console into the back seat. Her hands were shaking now. The partition between front and rear compartments was locked in place. She was in a separate cell now, sealed off from the front cabin, safe behind 3/4 of an inch of medical-grade plexiglass. She turned and looked through the partition. The man was still trapped, both arms caught in the shutters at different angles. He was pulling hard, jerking his arms, trying to wrench them out of the gaps. She could see his face clearly now. Heavy jaw, deep-set eyes, lines around his mouth, eyes wide with panic. He stopped pulling and looked at her through the partition. Their eyes met. Leah's breath was ragged. The trap had nearly failed. If the actuators had not fired on the second strike, if his left arm had not been in position when the delayed shutter dropped, he would have freed himself. But he had not freed himself. He was trapped. She did not speak. The man jerked his arms again, trying to pull free from the window shutters. The steel had caught him at 2 different positions. His right hand was inside the cabin, forearm trapped above the wrist. His left arm was pinned at the bicep. He could not pull back without breaking bone. He twisted, trying to angle his arms. His breathing was audible through the broken rear window, rapid and shallow. Leah watched him struggle. She sat in the back seat behind the partition and said nothing. The seconds stretched. He stopped twisting and looked at her again. Their eyes met through the plexiglass. "What the hell did you?" He started, then stopped. His voice was rough, strained. He was breathing hard. "Let me out of this." Leah looked at him and shook her head once. "No," she said. Her voice was calm, quiet. The first words she had spoken in hours. The man stared at her. His face was lit from behind by his own headlights, casting shadows across his features. Heavy jaw, deep-set eyes, lines around his mouth that suggested he was older than she had thought. Late 50s, maybe 60. He pulled at his arms again, harder this time. The shutters did not move. The steel was anchored to the door frame with bolts that went through the sheet metal into reinforced plates. She had designed it to hold 500 pounds of pulling force. His weight was not enough. Leah reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out her phone. She unlocked it, opened the camera app, raised it, and took his picture. The flash lit up the interior. He flinched. She lowered the phone and looked at the image on screen. His face, clear and sharp, eyes wide, arms trapped at wrong angles. She put the phone back in her pocket. The man's jaw tightened. He understood. This was not random, not an accident, not a malfunction of his plan. Sophie Taylor, Leah said. She let the name hang in the air between them. 2 words, nothing else. The man's expression changed. Confusion crossed his face, followed by calculation. The panic in his eyes went flat. Not angry, not remorseful, just blank. He was thinking, trying to place her, trying to remember which victim had a sister. Leah watched the transition. The frantic animal fear drained out of his face and left something colder. He was sorting files, matching her face to a catalog of women, cross-referencing the name, trying to identify which entry corresponded to Sophie Taylor. His eyes moved slightly, left to right, as though reading an invisible list. A clerk looking for a misfiled folder. He knew exactly who Sophie was. He just needed a moment to recall which one. His silence was confirmation. Leah reached down beside the seat and picked up her laptop. She had brought it into the back cabin before starting the pursuit, along with a water bottle, a flashlight, and the keys to the silo. Everything she needed was within reach. She opened the laptop, waited for it to boot. The screen lit her face in the darkness. The man watched her. He had stopped pulling at his arms. He was conserving energy, thinking. His eyes moved across the interior of the car, cataloging details, looking for weaknesses. He would not find any. The laptop screen showed a grid of camera feeds. 4 angles from inside the silo, mounted at different heights on the concrete walls. The main chamber was visible in all 4 views, illuminated by work lights Leah had installed on tripods. The chamber showed the supplies she had arranged: water, food, basic necessities. Leah turned the laptop so the screen faced the partition. The man could see it now through the plexiglass. His eyes moved across the images. She watched his face as he understood what he was looking at. The silo shaft descended into darkness. She had replaced the access door with one welded to the frame, controlled by a keypad lock. She had installed the camera system, run power from a solar array on the surface, brought in the supplies. She had tested the ventilation. Minimal but functional. Enough air exchange to sustain one person indefinitely. She had built a cell. The man was still staring at the screen. His breathing had changed. Faster now, he understood. Leah reached beside the seat and picked up a small remote. She pressed a button. On the laptop screen, one of the cameras shifted angle, panning across the chamber. The motorized mount was functioning correctly. She set the remote down and looked at him through the partition. He met her eyes. The panic was there now, full and visible. He opened his mouth. She could see him forming the word. His lips moved. She leaned forward and pressed the button that released the gas. The hiss was immediate. Vents in the dashboard opened. Colorless gas flooded the front cabin. The man jerked his head back, tried to hold his breath. His eyes went wide. He pulled at his trapped arms with everything he had. The shutters held. 30 seconds. His face flushed. He gasped, could not help it, pulled air into his lungs. The gas went with it. 45 seconds. His eyes lost focus. His knees buckled. His weight hung from his trapped arms at 2 different angles. The shutters supported him. 60 seconds. His eyes rolled back. His body went limp. He hung in the window shutters, unconscious, breathing shallow. Leah watched through the partition until she was certain he would not wake. Then she opened the rear door of the sedan, climbed out into the night air, and walked to his truck. The truck was a 2012 Ford F-250, black paint, Nevada plates. Leah walked around it slowly, studying the exterior. The grille guard was bent where it had made contact with her sedan. The front bumper showed scratches and dents from multiple impacts. Old damage, not just from tonight. He had done this before. She tried the driver's door, unlocked. The interior smelled like cigarettes and motor oil. Fast food wrappers covered the passenger floor. A thermos sat in the cup holder. The keys were still in the ignition. Leah climbed into the cab and sat in the driver's seat. Her hands were shaking. The adrenaline from the pursuit was fading, leaving her cold and hollow. She gripped the steering wheel to steady herself, felt the worn leather under her palms. This was where he had sat while he followed her, while he rammed her vehicle, while he forced her off the highway. She released the wheel and opened the glove box. Registration and insurance card. She looked at the name, then put the card back. She did not want to know. She did not want him to be a person. She checked under the seats. Nothing. The center console held receipts, a flashlight, loose change. She popped the hood release and got out, walked to the front of the truck. The engine was still warm. She closed the hood without looking at it and moved to the truck bed. A toolbox sat bolted to the bedliner. She tried the latch. Locked. She went back to the cab, searched the console again, found a small key on a ring. The toolbox opened. Inside, a coil of rope, a roll of duct tape, a tarp, work gloves, a knife. Standard tools for someone who worked outdoors, or tools for something else. Beneath the tarp, she found a plastic storage bin. She pulled it out, set it on the drop tailgate, opened the lid. Polaroids, dozens of them, arranged in neat stacks, grouped with rubber bands, 19 of them. She had known he kept them. The FBI files had confirmed it. She had spent 8 months planning this moment. Leah's hands were shaking as she went through the stacks. The third one held Sophie's photograph. Her sister's face, tilted against a headrest, mouth slightly open, eyes closed. Visible in the background, a rest stop sign, the outline of mountains. The date stamp read, July 19th, 2019, 5 years ago. 3 days before her car was found empty. Leah sat down on the tailgate. Her legs would not hold her. She held the photograph in both hands and looked at Sophie's sleeping face. The scar above her left eyebrow from the tennis ball. The small mole on her cheek. The way her hair fell across her forehead. She had not seen a photograph of Sophie in 2 years. She had known this moment would come. Had driven Route 50 for a month waiting for it. But looking at her now like this felt like being struck. Leah closed the bin and sat on the tailgate with Sophie's photograph in her hands. The desert night was silent around her. The stars were bright overhead. She could hear her own breathing, ragged and uneven. The man was still unconscious in her sedan, gas dissipating in the front cabin. 6 hours, maybe. The concrete chamber was ready. The supplies were arranged exactly as she had left them. The cameras were running. When he woke in the dark, alone, he would understand that no one was coming. The other 18 families were still waiting for answers. The Polaroids were evidence. She could take them to the FBI. She could give those families what she had spent 5 years searching for. Or she could leave the bin in the truck, drive the truck to the silo entrance, park it beside her sedan, lock it, and walk away. Let it rust there in the desert beside the fence. Let him disappear the same way his victims had. No body, no answers, no closure for anyone looking for him. Leah put Sophie's photograph in her jacket pocket. The rest she left in the bin. She closed the lid, put the bin back in the toolbox, locked it, pocketed the key. She walked back to a sedan to check on the man. He was still unconscious, hanging from his trapped arms in the shutters at awkward angles. His breathing was shallow but steady. She looked at him through the driver's window and felt nothing, no anger, no satisfaction, no triumph. Just the hollow certainty that she had done what she came to do. She had 4 hours before he woke. Enough time to move him to the silo, seal the door, drive back to the highway, disappear. Leah reached through the broken rear window, unlocked the back door from inside, and climbed into the rear cabin. She opened the control panel beside the seat and pressed the button that released the window shutters. The pneumatic actuators hissed. The steel panels retracted upward into their housings. The man's arms came free. His unconscious body collapsed onto the gravel. Leah got out of the car and looked down at him. 6'4", maybe 240 pounds. Dead weight. She grabbed him under the arms and started dragging him toward the silo entrance. The silo access tunnel sloped downward at a 30-degree angle. Leah dragged the unconscious man 20 feet across gravel, then stopped at the steel door she had installed 6 months ago. She propped him against the cliff face, his head lolling forward, and punched the code into the keypad. 12 digits. The lock beeped. The door swung inward on motorized hinges. Cold air rose from the tunnel. The smell of concrete and stale water and something older beneath it. Mineral deposits, ancient groundwater, the deep earth. Work lights mounted along the walls cast harsh shadows. The tunnel descended 100 feet to the main chamber. Smooth concrete floor, designed for missile transport equipment in the 1960s. Wide enough for a vehicle, but too steep to drive. Leah grabbed the man under his arms again and pulled him through the doorway. His boots scraped concrete, the sound echoing up the shaft and back. His weight was enormous. She backed down the slope, dragging him, stopping every 10 feet to adjust her grip. The fabric of his jacket bunched under her hands, slick with something. Oil or grease from the truck. Her shoulders burned. Sweat ran down her back, despite the cold rising from below. Halfway down the tunnel, she had to stop and rest. She sat on the concrete beside him, breathing hard. Her hands were cramping. She flexed her fingers, looked at him. His face was slack in the harsh light. Skin gray, breathing steady and shallow. The gas would wear off in another 4 hours, maybe 5. She had tested the compound on herself once in small doses to understand the timing. The paralysis was total but temporary, no permanent damage. She stood and grabbed him again. The tunnel continued downward. The work lights made the concrete glow white, made the curved walls look like they were moving, closing in. The walls were reinforced, designed to withstand forces she could not imagine. The thrust of an 80,000-pound missile, the blast if something went wrong during launch. The concrete was 3 feet thick. Sound did not travel through walls like that. 30 feet from the chamber floor, his hand twitched. Leah froze. She was backing down the slope, both hands under his arms and her entire body weight committed to dragging him. His hand had moved, just the fingers curling slightly, then going slack again. She stared at his face, still unconscious, eyes closed, breathing shallow. But she had tested the gas in small doses. She did not know his tolerance. She did not know if his size, his metabolism, his decades of cigarettes and fast food had altered the absorption rate. If he woke up here in the tunnel, with her hands under his arms and her back to the drop, his breathing changed, deeper. A wet, rattling sound in his throat. Leah let go of him and scrambled backward down the slope. His body began to slide. The incline was too steep. Without her grip to anchor him, gravity took over. He slid down the concrete ramp toward her, boots scraping, jacket dragging, the wet rattle still coming from his throat. 240 pounds of dead weight sliding heavily down the narrow tube in the dark. Leah turned and ran. Her boots slipped on the smooth concrete. She hit the chamber floor hard, rolled to the side. His body slid past her and stopped against the far wall with a heavy thud. She scrambled to her feet, pressed herself against the opposite wall, stared at him. He was lying on his side where he had come to rest, not moving. The wet rattle had stopped. Just the echo of her own breathing, loud in the concrete chamber. She counted to 60. He did not move. Her hands were shaking. She could feel her pulse in her throat. She had spent 8 months building this trap, 3 weeks making herself visible on Route 50, 4 hours being rammed at 90 miles per hour. She had dragged him down 100 feet of concrete slope. She was not going to stop now because his body had slid toward her in the dark. She crossed to where he lay, grabbed him under the arms, and dragged him to the center of the chamber floor. The chamber was 18 feet in diameter, circular walls rising to a vaulted ceiling 40 feet overhead, one of 3 levels in the shaft. The control room was above, accessible by ladder. The lower levels had been sealed decades ago, filled with groundwater. She let him go. He slumped onto the concrete. She straightened, pressed both hands against her lower back, felt the muscles protest. Her palms were torn from dragging him. She could see the raw skin, feel the sting of it. Her shoulders ached. Her entire body felt used up. The supplies she had brought were arranged as she'd left them. She did not look at them. Leah walked to one of the cameras mounted high on the wall. The lens was angled down, covering most of the chamber floor. She waved at it. The camera was recording to local storage, hours of footage she could retrieve later if she ever came back. She lowered her hand and looked at the camera. She would not come back. She would not watch him wake. She would not monitor his decline. The camera was insurance, documentation, nothing more. She turned and walked back to where he lay. His chest rose and fell. His hands were scraped from where the shutters had trapped him. Blood had dried on his wrists in dark lines. She looked at his face and tried to feel something. Satisfaction, maybe. Completion. The thing she had spent 8 months building toward. Instead, she felt tired. Her body ached. Her hands hurt. The hollow certainty from the truck was still there, unchanged. She walked to the tunnel entrance and looked back one last time. The chamber was clean, functional, exactly as she had designed it. A cell, a tomb, a place where someone could survive for months and then stop surviving. Leah climbed the tunnel slope. Her boots echoed on concrete. The sound bounced off walls built to contain missile exhaust, built to withstand blast pressure, now carrying only the sound of her breathing and the scrape of her footsteps. At the top, she stepped through the doorway into the desert night. The stars were still bright. The air was cold and clean. She turned and looked down the tunnel. The work lights illuminated the concrete, the walls, the curve of the shaft. She could not see the chamber floor from here. She could not see him. She pressed the button on the exterior keypad. The steel door swung shut. The motorized hinges were smooth and quiet. The door sealed against the rubber gasket with a hiss of compressed air. The bolt slid home with a mechanical click. Leah put her hand on the door. The steel was cold under her palm, 3 inches thick, welded to the frame. No handle on the inside, no keypad. No way to open it from below. She had 4 hours before he woke. She had tested the gas on herself in small doses, calculated the dosage for his weight. But she had seen his hand twitch in the tunnel. She had heard the wet rattle in his throat. His tolerance might be higher than she had planned. His size, his metabolism, she did not know. She pressed her ear against the cold steel and listened. Silence. Just the faint hum of wind across the cliff face and the distant sound of her own pulse. She withdrew her hand and walked away. If he woke early, it would not matter. The door was sealed. The chamber was 140 feet below ground, 3 feet of reinforced concrete. No one would hear him scream. She walked back to the vehicles. Her sedan sat crumpled against the steel silo door, front and rear ends crushed, engine dead, rear axle broken. It would never drive again. She transferred the bin of Polaroids from the truck bed to the pickup's passenger seat. 19 women, 17 families who deserved answers. She got into the truck, started the engine, and drove away. She left her sedan where it sat, pinned against the silo entrance beside the broken gate. Let it rust there in the desert with him sealed below. 2 weeks later, she walked into the FBI field office in San Diego and set the bin on the counter. Route 50. The mile marker killer. She walked out. The FBI announced 19 victims 6 weeks later. The suspect's vehicle had been located at an abandoned property in Eureka County. The suspect remained at large. Leah kept Sophie's Polaroid in her wallet, and sometimes at her desk at work, she would realize she was staring at the closet where the hard drive sat, unplugged, waiting. She knew the cameras were still recording to local storage, 200 miles away in the desert. Solar panels feeding power to the system. Lights illuminating the concrete chamber day after day. Hundreds of hours of footage accumulating on solid-state drives she could retrieve if she ever drove back. In quiet moments, she thought she heard the faint hum of those distant cameras, though nothing was connected. She wondered whether the solar array was still feeding power or whether dust had covered the panels and the chamber had gone dark. The storage would fill eventually. Had already filled, perhaps, and then the oldest footage would be overwritten, and she would never be able to go back to the beginning, would never know what the first hours had looked like when he realized no one was coming. Not knowing was her power over him, but it was also her punishment. She never opened it, but she never threw it away.